Division Mike from Operations. Did you copy that address for the person trapped?
Palisades ID, additional report of adult and child trapped, 16856, 16856, Kaya de Sarah.
Yeah, LA from Operations. Can you repeat that last address?
16856, 16856, Kaya de Sarah. De Sarah.
Kaya de Sarah.
Affirm.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Hate to be coming to you today like this. This is what day is today? It's Tuesday, right? Is it Tuesday?
Palisades, go ahead.
Stupid thing here doesn't keep time anymore. Anyway, what we're looking at right now is a live image of Palisades, California, Los Angeles, where this camera comes from. The in the background here, this is all smoke. When I first saw this, and we're talking about like 10 minutes ago, it was starting to be it's just like a smokestacks coming up. Now we have full. I mean, the whole sky is just smoky. I'll get the hang of this in a second. Trust me on that. Anyway, what's happening is we've got the live audio right now from the emergency services, and this is freaky amazing.
Over the fire at what time?
So let me mess around here with the screen settings a little bit. There we go. We're gonna do that. Take my live banner down. I think a new banner maybe. I need a whole new channel. That's probably the best. That'd be the best.
All division and group
just
two
yeet
on
everything.
The Palisades incident from
Start over
Operation.
fresh.
Our mission right now is life safety. EVAC is our concern. We've got air resources inbound for assistance, but life safety is our main priority. Evacuation needs to be in place.
Yeah, evacuation is the main thing right now. So what we're going to do is, those of y'all, listen. Hang on a second. I've got a thing I got to deal with. There we go. It's so weird how the acoustics and everything with an open door. So here's what happens. This is how we usually do this. If you guys have been here before, know that live means it's live. We don't know what's happening, how it's happening, or what all's going to be happening. There are those of you that have much better angles or views, or you may even be on the ground. If this is the case, please get a hold of me. Let's we're trying to get information out right now. We will try to get as much as we can. And look right here. So they're talking about, this is Fox News, the local Fox News there. And I gotta turn the volume down so I can hear y'all. That's not gonna work out for me, is it? Nope. Oh, geez, but it feels good not having someone talking in my ears right now.
These
so
continue, unfortunately.
There's fire. I wish it would switch back over here. This house right here, there's flames and stuff coming out. Hang on, let's
especially if you're not in this area.
There you go.
Yeah. Because the fire danger,
you see this on the left?
Extreme weather conditions are going to be with us through tonight and through tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm trying to hear what.
Do you see the flames back here?
It can be a chaotic situation.
Let's get that. That's a horrible.
We're kind of.
Those are horrible colors.
Our crew's on the ground right there, providing this ground shot of first responders.
I don't want that.
Quickly going
to
a situation that needs.
Boy, how did I do this before?
And wow, this was an area, intersection that was backed up with traffic, and now it's kind of
Palisades, California. This is outside Los Angeles,
I'm not
right?
Sure if that's Topanga. If the photographer could let us know exactly this intersection,
I think that's Sunset.
Is it Sunset?
Yeah.
Okay, Sunset and PCH.
That's Sunset Boulevard. Yeah, right there. Look, $4.99 a gallon. $4.99 for
Sunset is closed all the way up as you get to
Sunset's closed. I'd say it's closed. Holy moly!
The fire is out. It looks like, right?
Well, we're seeing the white smoke. We're not seeing the flames like we were earlier. I do see some flames
hot
though. At the
spot.
very
The
tip
fires. Oops.
up
I don't think the
there
fire's out like
at the
she thinks
bottom.
it is.
So no, it's still definitely
It's going.
Oh,
there's
yeah.
fire.
Yeah, it's hidden. Major utilities.
Well,
by
this
the
is
way,
the
so,
best of
Southern
LA,
California,
isn't it?
Edison, and
Oh, the flames
San
are
Diego
out,
Gas
aren't
and
they?
Electric
Oh,
could be cutting off
pretty.
power to nearly
I'm
half
still
a
trying to
million
figure out how to
customers
change
because
my
of this
colors here.
fire
No, I don't want
that's
that.
happening now and the fire threat that is looming
I want
as a
this to
result of
be.
the Santa Ana wind. So
There we go. I like the
just be
red.
aware that is
Yeah,
a
that's it.
possibility.
And let's make the
Let's go
line
to
a little.
our crews on the ground.
Do
We
that?
do have crews on the
No,
ground. The situation is
don't like
that
that.
it's very hard to get a signal out
Don't
from
like
this
that at
area
all.
because of the fact that this area and residential community in general is difficult to get a signal out of. But
Rough.
then on top of that, with the high winds,
It's difficult to get a
and
signal
all
out of.
of
This
the
is
cell
Southern
traffic from
California.
first responders communications, and also this fire is proving to be very difficult. But we do
That's
have
a little
video
bit
from
better.
Matthew Seedorf, who sprang into action on his own. Take a look at this.
Oh, what's happening here? Oh yeah, he did. Look at that. Well, that's what you got to do. I mean, what else you got to do? I love the person there at the camera. Their trash is on fire.
So
He
we have
sprung into
Matthew
action on his own. He's
right
got a
there on the
fireman's
scene there. I don't know
jacket.
what intersection this is.
That's
But
that was like a grease
Shadow
fire.
Mountain Drive, he grabbed a garden hose he saw and then was putting out these flames. But he was mentioning how there's, and Haley too, how a lot of
That
cars
is
were
live
catching
on the
on
ground.
fire because I could imagine from their description.
Now,
they were
I'm sorry,
seeing
guys. So
ponds and
I
embers
was
were
on the wrong
coming
screen.
down.
All right,
from the
let's get
sky,
back in
kinda
here. I
like
want to say hi to you guys.
fireballs,
Hey,
and
Rose,
then
how you doing? Squid,
attacking
what's
these
up?
cars. And like you saw right there,
Paula
some
Carper,
trash
how are you
cans going on
doing?
fire because
Miami
of these embers
Spice.
flying around and then
How's it
debris
going?
catching on fire. So it looks like
That's what happened.
was the
Hey, Terry Ham, how are
situation,
you
and
doing?
Matthew just grabbed a garden hose to put those out. But
Puddle
car
Town, it's
fires are another
California. They
example
always
of how
have a forest
dangerous
fire
these
out there.
flying embers can
Yeah, it's
be,
weird.
or
Well, this
situation
isn't
like
a forest
compost
fire. This is like a
that
yard
kind of
fire, isn't
fireball
it?
that's hitting your car. And
Lee,
then
how are you doing, you
and then
beautiful
catches
person,
fire.
you?
I can imagine some of the homeowners, residents that are
Lori
watching
loves
us right
Montana.
now,
What's up?
they're
KTLA 5 has
seeing
great coverage.
their
Thank
homes
you,
here off Shadow
Lori. I'll check it
Mountain,
out in a
off
second.
PCH, off Sunset,
Liz Barnes, how
and
are you doing?
just the
Happy
kind of
2025.
stress,
Hey, it is.
anxiety,
You
and
know what? It
fear,
is a good time. It's good for
that must be
me.
going through. Here's more
Oh, look, he's in
video.
the
It looks
backyard.
like,
We got this guy in the backyard. I love
is
this.
it
This
the
is
Matt?
oh my gosh,
Oh my gosh,
Matthew
Matt,
again.
you stay safe.
he's got his
putting out
own.
more
He's
fires
going, hey,
to
honey,
protect these
buddy,
homes.
get
This
your
is out
phone. Watch, I got my
Shadow
jacket. I can finally put my jacket on. I can go out here with the garden hose
this was
and
an
I can play
area where he
fireman.
was reporting.
And
He
you
said
thought I was
signals very
silly.
bad to try to,
Yeah,
get
okay. She's
communication.
like,
So
honey,
let's
it's really
listen. I
hot.
don't
It's
know if
really
there's sound
smoky.
on
He's like,
this
oh, I
yet.
know what we'll do. We'll get one of those Corona masks, and then we'll be okay. Because that's not a smoke mask at all,
So
people.
it looks like
that is
that he
not the
took
way
matters
you
in
do
his own
it,
hands and
buddy.
was saying that
But hey,
residents
you
were
go out there
fleeing,
and you keep
him-
on being a
from
fireman.
his perspective,
Get your
there
little
was no
hose, little
fire crews around. So
I
I think
it's like
we
a
heard the
kid in a
911 call
shower.
from Haley
Oh my
Winslow
gosh. Hey,
indicating
T42,
that
listen
they
while
need
driving.
help
Be
in that
safe.
area,
There, what's up?
and there were no crews
Let's
around.
see here.
So
Let me
again,
try and
Matthew
find
and his
that.
crew springing into action with that garden hose.
I
It's
love it.
exactly
Springing
what
into action
fire
with that
crews
garden
don't
hose.
want you to do. Do not stay
Right.
in your home when there is an evacuation order. A garden hose is not going to protect you, your life, or your property. Neither will your swimming pool. So don't
Unless you
I don't
have
know,
to
to
take
save
refuge
people
in your
in,
swimming
unless
pool
it's a
and-
dire
yeah.
situation where there's a flame right up on you. But do not just hunker
What?
down in your swimming pool
Right.
to try to ride this out. Don't try to ride this out with your garden hose.
Listen
This
to
is
that vocal
exactly
fry.
what fire crews say,
Don't try
please do
to
not
hunker
do.
down
This
in
is
your
just
swimming
Matthew
pool.
being
Yeah,
a
you know, hey,
super
go
reporter
make some
and,
margaritas and
taking
get
matters into
afloat
his
and go
own
lay
hands
out in the
while he was
pool
reporting there
in
on the scene.
January.
But again, if you're do not try this.
By the way, the super scoopers had to take a break because they had to go fuel up. So that's also why we're not
seeing
Oh,
them
look,
right
look,
now.
over here on the left. The chick was saying, that's the
they're,
same angle.
you know,
And the chick was saying,
because
aren't the fires
getting
out? Oh, look,
ready
there's
to
fire
come
right there in the
back
front.
and,
She's like,
fight
aren't
this
the
fire. So
fires
we're approaching 2 o'clock
out?
here, and we
No,
have,
babe, they're not. They're going to be
what, like
fires
3
all
hours
day.
left
This
of
is
daylight,
massive. This is horrible.
which,
I've seen this
is
before when it happened in
concerning,
Gatlinburg.
and
This is
as soon as it's
right
nightfall,
in
those winds
town.
are expected, as Maria's
This is
been
not
saying,
out
to
in the
pick up.
woods.
You know what's interesting with
This
this
is on
image?
Sunset Boulevard, y'all.
Thankfully,
Hey,
planes
Eshine, how are you doing?
somehow are just
almost like they haven't moved. They're in this one specific
Right.
area, and they're not. And again, this speaks to the wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because of the wind that they haven't gone down towards that home.
Oh, they're talking about close.
Thankfully, I don't know
hang on.
how
We're gonna
long
switch over
they'll-
here. Boy, look
it'll
at that
stay
flame
this
get
way,
bigger.
but the
Holy
wind's
cow! I was
gonna
going to show you the
the
flame
other
on
direction.
KTLA.
Right.
That
No,
tells you
look
that
at this
the
thing.
winds tell the story
Holy
of how
moly! It's like,
the
hey,
fire's going to go, right?
is that
And
helping,
there's
or
a
am I going the
random
wrong way?
quality about fires or any natural disaster, given the fact that it's so random.
I'm
You never
trying. I'm
know
doing my
what's gonna
best.
be
We all have to try
impacted,
in these
what can
times.
be in the line of fire in
Um,
terms of an ember flying or what is saved, and it really depends
Holy
on
cow,
the
man!
nature of the weather system.
Yo,
that the
this is
fire creates
unbelievable.
on
Like,
its
this
own,
is just
which
the
way the
beginning
wind
of
is
this stuff.
blowing,
This
as
is
Alexia was
we're on
mentioning,
here. We're gonna be
and
here for a
what
while,
kind
y'all.
of terrain
You
is
need.
being
I mean,
burned
look at
right
this. I'm
now.
gonna
Are
go
there gonna
switch
be
over here
flying
to.
embers around
Hang on, I
this
got the wrong
situation?
size screen. I
Thankfully,
can't
the
do
property
this.
we're
I can't
looking
switch.
at hasn't.
So look at this. This
Can you
is
speak to the
that's
wind
KTLA. Of
situation
course, they
and
just moved this
freeway
shot.
system
We're gonna
in
go back over
Southern
here.
California
This
right
is the
now?
one, man. That
Which is
is.
usually
We're gonna
the
see some
the
destruction
way
here.
fires
That's gonna
work. They
be.
go up quickly along a hillside
That's just
instead of
horrible.
rather going down, just depending. But in this situation, it is a very
And
close
then we're gonna
situation,
go see
but
where's
it
my.
looks like it's a good
That's
one,
not it.
at
This
least for that
is.
property. All right, we lost the shot there.
I'm getting word that Fire Station 23,
Lost the
oh,
shot.
to
close
reset.
Leones,
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'd say they
And-
lost a shot.
Sunset.
They had to evacuate
It's
people.
on
Holy cow. They lost everything, it looks like.
What do you mean? Okay.
Oh, this is the background. This is their major time to shine. And it all went pew. Oh, that's funny. Stuff like this I think is funny. But let's go back. I'm gonna go back over
All
here.
right, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right
Yeah,
back.
of course you are.
LA County copy.
From 1360 Alpha.
All right, so that's the live cam out there in LA. I was trying to see. They had the radio frequencies going. Oh, holy moly! Look at this. Hold on. Look at what's happening over here.
Need a lot
on the
of
ground.
access for fire apparatus and equipment coming in, and people need to have open pathways to escape. The access and egress is so important.
Yeah, we know all this,
So,
dude. Oh my gosh, look at
It's
this.
just going to escalate, Michael. Especially with the weather forecast. With the
Yo,
wind.
I wish Fire Fairy was here.
Like I said,
I wish
earlier,
Food Fairy was here too.
Sam, we're going to put you on hold for just a moment again. Apparently, we are going back to where Khalid was just a moment ago. Our Carmen Dickerson has arrived on scene as well. We'll get back to them in a moment. But Chief Sam, when you see the smoke throughout the area, this is just the one fire. You see white smoke, you see black smoke. Can you explain the significance for viewers, please?
Yeah, that's a good point, Colleen, because a lot of people think that just because you see white smoke on a brush fire, that there's water on it, it's going out. Light grassy fuels are going to put white smoke up. Heavier fuels that have oils in them, they're going to be a lot darker in the smoke. So you're going to see
All right, I'm trying to
combination
find.
of both.
All right, Chief Sam, we now have
That's not
Carmen
good.
Dickerson back live on our scene. Here, Karma, you are exactly where Khalid was. We spoke with him not too long ago. Possible talk of a gas leak here where you are.
Yes, we can hear that hissing just going on over my shoulder.
Oh, it's
behind
now
me.
near
Matter of
Santa
fact,
Monica.
first
The
thing
fire's
that
moved
happened
towards
is I
Santa
got on
Monica,
scene
gal.
is Khalid pulled me back a little bit and he said, "Stay clear. There's a gas leak, and firefighters are working."
There's a
to work
gas
around
leak.
it.
Stay
You can
clear.
imagine
Holy gosh,
a
man, it's
dangerous
just
situation
fueling
on
this
top
whole
of a
thing.
dangerous situation.
I got
We
you
have
guys
here
on this,
211.
right? Okay.
Let me
Holy
show you the
cow.
scene that we have here behind
Look,
us.
that's right, man. This
Kind of
looks like
just
how
a
Maui.
little
Man, I
bit
got
more
cold
clear,
chills. Oh my
a
gosh, I
good
got cold
picture
chills.
of the destruction
All right.
that's going on. A couple of
So
things.
let's
Yes,
see what we got
gas
here.
leak
How
coming from
see
the house.
Rose,
Oh,
Celestial
okay,
Force. How
but
you doing, Debbie
listen
Webb,
carefully. You
Roy
can hear the
Lozinger? How you
difference
doing?
between the
This is what
gas
happens
leaking
when you're not
and
allowed
the
to manage
fire hose
forest
is
properly.
blowing.
Roy,
They're
this is in the
work around
city.
that
I
and
mean, this is
selecting a
right
little bit
in
of what's
the
going on here along
city.
on this street. As you know, I come from
This is
Palisades
it.
Drive and trying
I
to
don't
get
know if that would
around
matter. Hey, Heidi, how are you doing?
extraordinary navigating all of the different
See,
roadblocks and
that's
trying
good
to
to
keep
see.
my way on the
Hellcat.
road. I ultimately had to
How you
come
doing,
to a
Elgat?
fire road. And honestly, when I got to it, there was so much smoke. I
See
didn't feel
here.
comfortable driving it, so had to hike part of the way in. And as I did that, I
Yeah, that's
encountered
not a
two
good idea.
neighbors
Hey,
who
I
were
see
expressing
Volstorm's
their
here.
concerns
DK
and their
Lucas.
fears because they feel that this
Zach.
is an area that it's not easy to get in and out of. And so when you have major thoroughfares like Palisades
Oh, I'm
Drive,
sorry. I was
where the
way
fire
down.
lane
I was the wrong way to the
inaccessible,
chat.
they
MG
feel
Laws
sort
here.
of trapped.
MG, how
So
you doing,
on one hand,
bud?
they're told to get out. On the other hand, there are not a lot of ways to safely do
Lulu,
so.
how you
So
doing?
many people trying to navigate whether or not they should leave or stay or pass a roadblock and what the best practice is at this point. Taking a look, it looks like that fire has.
Hey, Robert. How's my favorite Bigfoot doing?
Again, there are firefighters on
Let's see here.
that are in that house trying to fight back those
I'm
flames,
never
but
here.
every time
Look
they
at this.
come up,
Holy cow, man.
that's another
So here's,
opportunity
let's see if I
for
can
those
get this.
flames to just take over more, like what we're seeing right here.
Would not have expected that. We thought this was.
I got another screen here. I want to see if I can do this for a
absolutely.
second.
And this is the only, not the only scene.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, that just yeeted it, didn't it? Hang on here. Why can't I do that one? Why is that one not working? Well, hang on here. We got another one. This. So this is I mean, look at this. People are just walking down the street over here. There's that big fire. There's the apartment fire we're waiting on.
Need to find shelter or other evacuation.
Yeah, they're evacuating people here like crazy. This is what we're going to start seeing, guys. This is going to be a major thing. It's going to be huge.
This is the address,
I'm trying to get
1350 South Sepulveda
so
Boulevard. This is the Westwood Recreation Center. So all evacuees, displaced residents, you can go there. Small pets are allowed as well.
Copy that, and I'm going to go to this computer.
Hopefully there will be some personnel to help you with the resources you need. We know Red Cross usually comes out to help facilitate those who need some help.
Holy moly,
this image
guys!
Is just really fascinating, right? To see now you see some sun and some blue skies. It's changing constantly with this one home that we keep watching. So many close calls with this one home with those flames burning right behind it. And somehow, thank God, right? It's been spared so far. The wind's going up that hill.
Guys, I'm sorry here. I'm trying to close everything out so we don't
backside if there's like a big
get
fire
confused here.
that we don't know about that's really protecting this property or not. But what
nerve-wracking if you're watching this and it's your home or you know someone who lives here.
And what a difference when you see the charred background of the trees that have no leaves.
I mean, listen to this. I love these girls, man. I love this. Oh, what a difference. When you see the charred background. Man, I want to, let's get them on. Hey, you really think Ballstorm.
The mountainside right there.
Get hold of these chicks. See them come on Friday.
To contend with. But earlier we saw
Texas Jen's there. How you doing, Texas?
Making drop after drop, just filling up along the ocean.
Diane, how are you doing? Save the puppies
to make those drops along the flame line. But right now, as you mentioned, Roxy,
they were fueling
a break to refuel, and
the proximity of the having the ocean right there certainly is helping the situation where they're able to quickly
I wasn't prepared for
move in,
screens
scoop
today.
the water they need,
I was told there'd be no screens
do the work
today.
They need to do. We're back at this. This is another image we've been watching for a while now. This is a
they look the building's actually on fire now.
For a while now, we've been watching the flames here. There was a moment where we thought,
I didn't see that.
No, it's not.
I didn't see that.
Where we were about half hour ago when we started watching this building.
Yeah, this is along Sunset, I believe, and PCH. There's a really populated area right there where there's different apartment buildings, condos. There's a gas station on the corner, a lot of delis and restaurants. As we widen out, you could see the shot right there. The fact that the flames are right along that populated area. We do have crews along the scene right there. Let's go to Christy Fajardo. Christy, if you could hear us, tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
We're actually on Sunset near Temescal, and you were talking about how nerve-wracking it is to watch these images.
Yeah,
but
this is what I just found.
Imagine being in it. And we just talked to a very frantic mother who was running with her 3 children. And she told us she had come from Bienvenida, which is out that way, closer to the flames. And she was trying to get home because she said she had a baby at home and she didn't want to try to drive because of what you're seeing here. Take a look. It is bumper to bumper and very slow going. Again, this is Sunset, and we are near Temescal Canyon. And I actually drove in from West LA, and I can tell you this traffic is backed up here all the way into Santa Monica. Chautauqua is backed up. So is Channel Road. People just trying to leave. And firefighters say that 30,000 people are under a mandatory evacuation order. And unfortunately, in these canyons, there are not a lot of
This truly is
options
pandemonium.
on how to get out. So people have to use the same roads. And this is what you get. Fortunately, though, as I was driving in, only in the distance there did I see any flames. So there isn't any fire burning in this direction towards Santa Monica.
You know, you hope you have everything out. You know, guys, it's stuff like I make fun of things like the cloud and stuff like that, but you know,
everyone will get
it's
out
nice.
safely.
Like all
You
our,
just need
I
to
don't
be
know why,
patient.
man.
And I
Maybe
did
that's
talk to
just
one person
my
earlier
parents,
who
you know,
told
growing
me
up.
that
It's
he
like,
had
what
tried to
would be like
leave
if you could save
starting at
anything in the
11
fire? Well, my
a.m.
parents, they were
and it
concerned
took
about the
him
dogs or me or
2.5
each other. They said,
hours
"Oh,
to
I get
reach
the
Santa
pictures out."
Monica. So again, you're going to need to be patient.
Like pictures.
But
I didn't
you
know what
should be able
pictures
to
you
get
got.
out.
Wow, that is
Send it back to you.
That is wild. The story you told about that mother, my
But I mean,
goodness,
like me,
your heart just
I wouldn't be able
goes
to
out
find.
to her.
There's no cash.
Hopefully,
There's no
she
wallet.
and her children will be
I mean,
safe and protected.
the one time I had to call,
You know, we were talking earlier.
one of the times I had to call the fire department
in a
to
different
my
part of
house.
town, people
I
abandoning their cars in the middle of the road.
I was like, well,
taking off.
I'm putting
that
pants
was
on.
Really causing a problem for.
Luckily, you know, I keep my wallet usually in my
as
pants.
far as fire trucks are concerned and other rescue
what do you do?
operation crews to help the situation out. So you're not seeing any of that, obviously.
Jen
You're just
Thunder,
seeing
what's
bad
up?
traffic, bumper to bumper traffic.
And winds do this every year. The wind funneling through the canyons heated up. And a little spark can light up and spray quickly.
Lost Christy there. Okay.
Well, the good thing is,
make sure you have a portable safe with important papers and cash. You know,
in the right direction, which is away from the area. We don't want to see cars trying to get into the area to congest things even further for first responders who are trying to go in and really tackle this. Because as you can see right there, this is property damage that we're seeing. One of the first images of a structure on fire. And when you think about this,
I go save my family. They're too busy watching baseball to evacuate.
Area. We're talking about a multi-unit apartment complex right here. This is bordering an area where there's a lot of businesses and a gas station. We're not talking about just a canyon road that's not very populated with, just several homes, and that's it. We're talking about an area where it's very dense.
Yeah, but this isn't a forest, man. This is on Sunset Boulevard.
Goes out to all of those.
This is like
areas
I read a report. It said it was between two. It started. There's a liquor store, 2 cannabis places, and a mural for Kobe Bryant.
Where they're located, but we're getting a first-hand look at how.
I mean, dude, that just doesn't. That's just LA, man. That's just so LA.
Up in flames.
Hey, Lilu's talking my language right there. Lilu, you need to hang out more. Oh, you worldwide disasters. I thought you said distractions. I thought you said distractions. Sorry, yes, there are disasters. They're horrible, but they are distractions. I was thinking about that. We were talking about this the other day about
fanning the area, and it is very difficult to get to every hot spot. Let's take a look at new video we have coming into our newsroom.
All right, new video, she says, and then I've got something else to show you if I can get to work. Whoa. Holy cow, listen to that. Listen to that.
Look at the palm tree, right? You saw how it was tilted, how loud that sound is. Just imagine being in that area, right?
Yeah, it just goes to show how destructive a fire can be, and the smoke, coupled with the wind, which is really driving this devastation.
Okay, let's see here. Let me
the
get
noise it can make, all of that
show.
Vegetation going up in flames. And Maria's been talking about.
I do not like what I did. All right, hang on here. So we got this. I'm going to share. Okay, so hang on here. I can still hear these chicks, and that vocal fry is killing me. Okay, now there's some Twitter here. They were, whoops, wrong page. Come on, Arrow. I don't know if you guys can hear it. You can't. It's just that same sound we just heard. Oh, why can't I share that? It can't be in the full screen. There you are. They're yelling at him, saying, "Come on, we got to go." And then, no. There you go. That's not what I want. Hold on. There we are. I'm showing you guys way too much. All right, here we go. Check this out. Look, there's Palisades Park. No, that's in New Jersey. But I mean, you're right next to the ocean. I mean, all this, dude. Could you imagine the destruction if the fire made it all the way down to the beach? Holy cow! Look right there. That's the one that got me. I wanted to share with you. They are dropping chemicals, the water, what's that stuff called? The fire retardant right on buildings. Look at that. They are dropping it on buildings. Y'all, this is bad. We won't know until tomorrow how bad this is. It's right now, man. We get to see all this. This is absolutely, look at that. That's just so crazy. Below Sunset Boulevard, engines are parked outside 2 cannabis dispensaries and a liquor store painted with a mural of Kobe Bryant. That's what I read. And then there is where it looks like the wildfire started. There you go. And there's where we just saw a little bit closer, a little bit better view. I mean, that's just watch that plane come in. I mean, look, it's between those apartment buildings or hotels. Golly. Pacific Palisades, California. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Going right up the side of the mountain. Holy cow. Holy moly, man. That's just. That guy's a TikToker. I'm sure he's got pandemonium everywhere. Brentwood Borders seems to be making a big push east. Let's see. Play both of these. There's no sound on either of these. They're just showing it. Whoops. All right, let's go down. Look at the firefighters. That is a picture right there. That is the picture. Holy cow. Look at these guys chainsaw out here. Man, you know what? That picture's going to get saved. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry. That's going to be a good photo. Look at that. I mean, that's right behind. Could you imagine you're in your neighborhood right there and you see this? Holy cow, look. You know what? One thing we need to do in 2025 is go from vertical to horizontal film. Because like all this here that we're looking at houses, we can see you can get a wide angle shot. You can see from the beaches to the mountains. You can see where the path of the fire. What happened? You said Broken Baker's delirious. Oh, I saw that hat he was wearing that Nick Starro gave him. Anyway, all right, I'm going to get out of this. Sorry, guys. All right, we're going to get back over here. How do I stop that? Because I hear wind, and that's driving me nuts. All right, let's see here. It's going to screen, and then we're going to go back up here. There's that one. There is. Come on. You can't show this? Are you guys live? Is it showing anything? It's not showing anything. All right, hang on. Share screen. That's what I want to show you guys. Look here. Boom. This is that fox. Look, there's that building we've been watching.
Nighttime visibility is poor.
There's that building we've been like.
It's a tough fight.
Is that going to be? It's all going to burn down?
Opportunity to really
I mean, look at this
on this fire, which they did, thankfully scooping up a lot of water from the ocean and making a lot of those water drops.
up
But
the
right now you can
water
see
free.
a very, very different turn of events.
I said they're gonna let them do that. They gotta do an environmental impact before they do the ocean.
Maria
Can you
mentioned that
imagine
winds are
you
going
scoop
to
up water in
back
the
down
ocean and you
and
pick
things
up
will
like a
improve,
whale or something. They
Thursday
drop it.
morning,
Oh
if
my gosh,
that,
people
right? So
would
we
be
still
like,
have a ways to
we
go.
should let
Getting
the
an acreage
houses
update
burn.
now.
And then
Wow.
they always
So we
say,
went from
they have
200
insurance.
acres to 700.
Oh my gosh, I'd laugh to see a
700
big old
acres
whale falling out of the sky.
charred.
So that was in about 2 hours. Of course, the acreage is always a lagging indicator. It's the last thing that they kind of assess because
look at this.
they're in
Look,
the
they're
middle
on
of
their cell phone.
really
They're
fighting
drinking their
this fire. The
Starbucks.
last thing they're doing is
Hey.
really surveying all these statistics at that point.
that.
So that's the last
so-
thing they tell us. But given the fact that it has tripled now from 200
Now,
to
here's the thing
700
people don't
in the
don't
last 2
realize.
hours.
This is not normal smoke.
Right.
This is not
10,
like fire
you
smoke,
know,
which is a
10 even.
at least it's
a
natural,
small
right?
vegetation
No, this is
fire
like
came
houses and
across
stuff. You
at
got glue,
10:30
you
in
got
the morning, and now
chemicals, you got
exploded,
oils,
700
you got all that
acres
stuff's all in
burned
the air.
and counting. But clearly, this is really tough
You
to
notice they
watch,
didn't
and
lower
we're
the
still
price.
waiting
Well, they
for
haven't raised the price
an
of gas.
official
What we should be
update from
surprised
the
about.
command
It's still
post, which is being
$4.59 a
set
gallon.
up, and again, a fluid situation there with them changing locations, given the fact that this fire is ever changing and widespread. They've had to move that location for fire crews and news crews before they can give us an official update on camera. So we are waiting for that. We do know that that's going to happen. We have several reporters.
I just think of that whale drop.
There, it is very difficult.
Bonnie, how
to
you
get
doing? Debbie Blair,
connectivity
what's
and
happening?
To get them to the
Selena
location.
Crosby, how are you
because
doing?
There's so much traffic. All these roads
Just
backed
Stacy,
up.
how
with
are you?
evacuees trying to get out of there.
Shinnygram, what's going
I was
on?
surprised to read about the 100 cars abandoned because when we were talking about
100
people
cars
abandoning their
abandoned.
cars, I didn't think it was that many. I thought it was a handful here and there. But,
Roseman.
100 vehicles abandoned in the middle of the road really tells you how serious the situation is.
Wow.
So
Reading that for a
one
week
more
and
time, let's go over
it's
these
not
road
fun.
closures.
It ruins your
according
vehicles
to
and
PCH
trailers.
here.
Wow.
You've got
I didn't think
southbound
about that.
PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road. You have southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
Yeah, the
You've
respiratory
got the
system gets
Coastline
you.
Drive and southbound PCH.
Right.
These are areas, obviously, you don't have much option at all. Everything being diverted to the northbound PCH right now. So those who've been able to get out and have been fortunate enough to get out of harm's way, and those who don't have much of an option at this point, you know,
All right,
do
we're going to
not
switch over
attempt
here real
anything
quick.
extra heroic.
There's very little, by the way, I just went back to turn their volume off. She said, there's very little your garden hose can do. Hey, you know what? She hasn't seen my hose. She doesn't know what my hose is capable of. You know? I mean, hey, let's not, you know, it might be smart, it might be small, but, you know, hey, the thing's got to work out.
There was a gas leak. In fact, we could hear the hissing of the gas out there. Are firefighters equipped to handle that sort of thing when they roll into a neighborhood?
Yeah, the pollution is real. We actually can see it being created at this point.
If there's a gas fire, you don't want to put the gas fire out. You just want to let that gas go, because if you try to put the fire out, if it's a gas-fed fire, let it burn. If it's not, you just try to find the gas shut off and just make sure that is shut off. And I am concerned.
Oh yeah,
you
can't
about
put
karma
natural
there
gas
that quick. If you can hear it like that, I would say
this is
that
that angle on the right. I love this camera, the surfer camera.
But yes, they are equipped to handle.
There's dudes waking up going, "Hey man, check out the cam. See how the waves are today."
Even if you
like,
don't
whoa,
hear it, you might be able
man,
to smell
I
something
can't see the
that's not quite
waves.
right.
They sure do. You can smell the gas. Now I know the winds are blowing and it may dissipate very quickly. But
Thank you, little
hear
bee.
it, there's a gas leak. Keep your distance from it.
Yeah.
Hey, fly on the
Sam,
wall.
Obviously, you know, crews are moving out of the area. By
Hey,
the advice
Diane,
of, LAFD.
not the
But
natural
again,
gas, not
this
like
was
the
something,
underground type of
obviously, that
natural
would
gas.
be
Yeah, we're
called
about
in
those propane
to the
tanks.
local gas company. They would be in.
I mean, I hate to say this, like this is
again continue to
they're trying to plug plug the dikes, you know.
Exactly.
This is
And
not
that's exactly what we do when we have a gas leak, either in a structure or outside from a broken gas line. We always contact the gas company and have them respond.
There's not enough
We do
fire
have
trucks.
The capability to shut it off at the meter
There's
or
not.
at the street, but sometimes
Janice,
it's
what's up?
broken, and we just have to let it run its course until evacuate their area, set up a perimeter. And
There
let
you
the
go,
gas company
Celestial
do
Force.
their job.
A pool, a trash
Chief
pump,
Sam, as
and a
we
hose might be able to
approach,
save your house.
later in the evening,
Did you hear
nightfall,
with
we
the
heard from
girls earlier
meteorologist
on
Melissa
Fox? They
McGee
said,
that
"Now
the
don't
winds
go
will no
and
doubt
hang out
pick
in your
up."
pool
What
thinking
would
that
be
you're
the
safe from the
strategy as we
fire."
move forward
I
now?
was like, "Yeah, they all should. It's
Well, very
margarita
similar to what
time out
LA
there.
Fires PIO said,
Today when's
that
the
game
barbecue?"
doesn't change
So
much.
yeah, see,
It
they're
just
trying to
gets
get
more
this
difficult,
brush
Colleen,
fire here. Like,
just
I don't
because
know if
it's night
that's.
fall, there's power outages.
I don't know. I
Imagine
wish
if
we had
nighttime and you have no street lights,
somebody
no lights whatsoever.
message
It's
Fire
challenging just
Fairy.
enough
She
to
used
drive
to
your
jump into
crews,
these
much
things.
less when you have winds of this magnitude and a fire of this size.
Hey, Shelly, how you
moving through a
doing?
neighborhood, very, very difficult.
They talked about LAFD talked about how many personnel are actually
Little
on this
B,
fire.
you never have to
45
apologize
fire
around
companies
here
just
for
from the city of
misspelled
LA alone,
words.
relying on neighboring areas.
Have you heard me talk?
As well as their
I
firefighters
misspelled mouth
to getting, fire
words.
those fire assets from
Mouth
Cal
words.
Fire. Seems pretty significant in terms of resources, in your opinion, based on what you're seeing here.
I mean, I don't know how you fight this. Like, I'm as a just a reasonable person trying to figure out how do you fight this. This is a grass fire. What we just saw right there. The firemen are fighting a grass fire right there. You got grass fires in your own yard, right? How do you fight this? I mean, well, you have it controlled beforehand.
And as I mentioned earlier, we're very fortunate right now. This is the
I have a hard time spelling my mouth words.
Surprised, and I don't want to jinx myself by saying this.
Hey, G-Hunt.
Talk
Look
to
at
us
this
about
stuff, man.
evacuation,
And I'm
sir.
not,
People
you know
have
what?
been
I've just been
advised
stuck
to,
on.
evacuate
Oh, hang
the
on a
area.
second.
Some
We
were
got to get back to our
advised early on
people.
to shelter.
We got to get back over here. So look at this. That woman just said, describe to us the smoke on the other one. We just left. There it is. Look, the apartment's catching. Broken Baker, how you doing? Dig fire belts and pour water on it. Or live on an island, right? You guys don't get fires. Baker, how are you, sir? How is your stream? Have you named Valhalla's goats yet? Broken Baker was streaming about the names of Valhalla's goats. Max Lab, I will. You have to. You know what? I say that I'm not even don't even have it on. I turned everything off, trying to. So here's, guys. This is kind of exciting in the I'm a nerd kind of way. I'm doing this on the new computer. It's neat seeing how it handles it. Remember my last computer, it crashed out on us during Thanksgiving. And so just by natural, I turned everything off. Okay, so we're still looking at that. Let's see here. I want to find some new. So going back over to Twitter. Oh, wait a second. Look at this. Is this where we just were? Is this where they were
around? And before you know it, you've got an explosion.
Oh, it is. This is where we just
You saw that
were.
cars
Maybe
there.
we're
Those
still there.
Cars abandoned. This is along PCH earlier in the morning.
In the morning.
People leaving their cars, ditching them where they were, and then choosing to walk with all of their equipment, their pets, their belongings. Some people biking just to get out of the area. You see the guy filling up his tire with air and then taking off on two wheels. Others without anything, just deciding to walk.
Oh, that guy, he's walking to get away from his wife. Look at him. That's the old man trying to get away from his wife walk.
Just to mention it again, Santa Monica City officials say the westbound Santa Monica Freeway the 10 freeway is being closed at Lincoln Boulevard, along with northbound
Oh, look at that house.
Pacific
They are
Coast
closing the
Highway to
freeway
assist with
in
evacuation.
Santa Monica.
Give an
Holy cow.
image
So look at this. I'm going to
here.
go
They're
back
getting
here
ready
because
for
oh, they're
a
going to be
briefing,
doing
right? So
a press conference here in a
and
little bit. Hang on.
destroyed. Again, we're
What do I want
set
to?
up
All right, this is what I wanted to see.
0%
So here you go.
containment.
700
There are
acres are
mandatory
burned.
evacuation
0
orders in
contained.
place. At this
Mandatory
point,
evacuation. That's what we're going
warnings
to
as
right
well
now.
in
I wish
and
I could update it this
when things are
on my
so
live
many
stream.
people that you can get that as an
Holy
app. Watch
cow,
Duty, or
man!
go
Look at
online
that.
and go to watchduty.org,
Gosh.
and you get up to date information regarding whatever fire is in your
Holy
vicinity.
moly.
So it looks like we're at 770, close to 772 acres burned at this point. But we're going to get that official update as much as we can from fire officials. Haley is at Will Rogers State Beach. That's where she's been since
Is that where
she
they're
got
going to
there
do the
on
thing?
scene. That is
Hang on a
where
second,
they're
guys. I'm
setting
trying
up
to.
the
Hey, be
command
sure to
post
hit
give
that
us some
thumbs up, guys.
information. Let's check in with her and see.
Please hit that
when
thumbs
we
up. Let's get
some
people
more
over here.
information, some
Let's get.
updated
Let's
information.
build this. Let's build this thing up. Let's
Guys,
be.
we're hoping pretty
This is the
soon.
thing.
We're
I used to
waiting
do
for
this.
Mayor
I haven't
Karen
done this in a
Bass, who's
while. We
supposed to
do these
lead
streams, man. When
this
there's
press
some complete
conference, but we've
pandemonium
got
out
a
there, this is
lot
where we
of
come
first
together.
responders pulling into
We
Will
find our
Rogers
resources. We
State
find out
Beach,
what's happening.
as this
We share
wildfire continues to
stories
grow
and
to
we make
nearly
it through
800 acres.
together
I've got another
because
dear friend on the line right now. So we introduced you earlier to Eric Robertson. This is his wife, Trisha Cosentino, and they
that's
tried
what
to get out,
we're
and now
human
they are
beings.
literally trapped.
Like I say
Trisha,
here,
thanks for
trying to update my
letting us
title.
know what's going on from your perspective. I know you're kind of in the thick of it. What's happening?
Yeah, it is very, very terrifying up here. We have one road leading out of the canyon, Palisades Drive, and it is leave at your own risk. And I put the animals in the car, got my son in the car, even picked up a hitchhiker. We were surrounded
You had time for a
by
hitchhiker.
flames on all sides. There was smoke everywhere, and I made a U-turn and came back up the hill because I was afraid to drive through it. So we're stuck here.
Let me save
Describe
that.
what it was like when you were driving out. You said there was flames on both sides. Tell me what that was like what you were seeing and what was going through your head.
So the canyon itself is it has a little bit of unstable land. So the
A little bit of
rocks,
unstable
that
land. No
normally
kidding,
behind
really?
barriers, there's all
Can't
sorts of
imagine
rocks
that.
have
What's
now
going on there? What's that all
crumbled
about?
onto the road itself. So it's even a little bit harder.
Golly, man, that place is
There
awful.
is
That's not
smoldering
bad the way she's doing it from a phone to a
there's,
microphone.
literally just within a foot or two of the road itself. The flames are coming all the way down. It was.
We might be able
I've
to
never
do
been
that
so
for
terrified
a
in my
thing
entire
ourselves.
life.
And why didn't you guys leave?
Why didn't you guys leave?
Was slowing down, and quite frankly, the amount of smoke that we were heading into, I was afraid that we wouldn't be able to breathe in the car.
But this morning, it was kind of too late, I guess, right? I guess you didn't realize how that.
We got to the home. Yeah, I mean, this has happened before. We've always been able to leave.
Babe, I don't think it's ever happened
From
before
my
like this.
patio right now, it looks like we're in a war zone.
That's what it feels like here on Will Rogers State Beach, and I'm nowhere near where you are in the thick of it. It's crazy, and I mean everyone's obviously on edge. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys up there.
It is terrifying. I'm trying to not break down so that my kid thinks that everything is okay, but it does not feel okay.
Oh, what does he think about all this?
Get off the phone, lady, if you're worried about your kid.
I'm so sorry.
It's really bad.
I'm so sorry. They've sent a bunch of videos. We've included some of those on our air. You've probably seen them. It really does look like a war zone. Trish, is there anything else you want to say before I let you go?
No, I guess not. Everybody needs to just do what they can and stay safe.
All right, thank you. Well, you guys please stay safe. Thank you. All right, thank you, Trish. So, and I'm watching videos and listening to radio transcripts on Citizen
All right.
Lab, and then, of course,
Sorry, y'all.
Watch Duty. We told
Jude
you about
Curio,
that.
member
That's
for
really good.
16
Get
months.
up-to-the-minute, information, and of course,
Well,
the
I'd be a
radio
goner.
calls kind of letting us
I'd
know
be
what's
gone.
going on
Oh,
as
yeah.
well on Citizen
You
app.
should be gone.
From
You should
what
be
I've
gone.
read and what I've listened to, it sounds like
All right, let's see if
they
there's
just now
another.
have deployed to help a smoke inhalation case that first responders helped a 94-year-old woman out of a townhome with, has vision problems and mobility issues. They were trying to get her
Wait, are
out.
you out there,
More than a
Celestial
dozen
Force?
homes affected, including a townhome. And Trisha, where she and Eric live, I mean, they're literally like the road.
I have to
is
say that
closed,
the
and then they
traffic is
thought it was
better than
open.
what
That's
happened
when
in
she and her
Maui.
son
That
went
is
down
true.
there to
Diane,
try
you
to
don't
get
by
out.
any chance live in Maui, do you?
And now they're safe. She said they're safer in their home than they were, than they are trying to leave. So a lot of roads closed, as you've
Well,
heard,
what
an
happened?
evacuation
What
order
happened?
now for
Are you,
all
did
of
you?
Pacific Palisades.
Oh, hey,
Julia,
T-Rex. Is he here?
Trisha's home
Yeah,
is threatened.
congratulations,
Did she feel like, I
T-Rex,
know she said
for
she's safer
your
inside, but how
quick
close are
marriage.
the flames to her
This
home?
is California. It's Palisades, California. This is what we're looking at right here, Lady Tammy. Is the cameraman is on Sunset Boulevard.
Where they are now than trying to leave. I mean, I know that she didn't expect it, obviously, probably like most people, to get this bad. I mean, they, I've been talking to them kind of all morning.
They're going to divert planes.
They were the very first people who told me, at least, about the fire when it very first happened. So I've been, of course, trying to tell them to get out. But it's just like anything else, like these wildfires, especially with these winds.
All right, we're going to go over here. We're going to change our.
Before. Lacey, does it seem to be moving away from
there's
your
another
area
channel.
now?
It seems like it's going towards the ocean and not going up towards the valley. It seems like it's going towards the ocean. Now, when I did actually get down, there were cars parked on the sidewalks like it was an apocalypse and just sporadic little fires everywhere. I'm just so glad to have gotten out, even though it's not coming towards me.
Lacey, you mentioned the Woolsey fire. You had to evacuate then. This, I assume, is your second time. Will you continue to live in the area?
What are we watching?
I'm sorry, what was that question
Okay,
again?
good.
I said you've evacuated before.
That was weird.
You mentioned this, and it sounds hellish what you went through.
Yes.
Trying to get out. Will you continue to live in that
I'm
area?
gonna find another channel.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like that's the beauty of where we live. I love the location. I love being close to the water. It's kind of a trade-off, to be honest with you. We know and we've known ever since we moved into this house that fire is a concern. But if it's not fire, then
fire
if
should
we
be
live
a
somewhere
concern
else, it
for
could
everyone,
be tornadoes. So
everywhere.
it's kind of just the trade-off with where we live, in my opinion.
Over the course of time, Lacey, since you first made contact with our colleague and your friend Brittany, this fire has grown from 20 to 200, 300, and now 772 acres. Based on the fact that you're there witnessing this all.
All right, hang on a second. This is good. This is really good. I don't know
what it's grown.
Crap. Where's my thing?
Right now.
All right, here we go. Check this out. This is air coverage
and one of the things that is going to be very beneficial with these helicopters is they can fly at night. So they can fly and they can fight this fire at night because as you're looking at it there.
Well, yeah, it seems like it'd be easy to be able to do. You see where the flames are, and then you dump the water on that. It seems like you can fight it at nighttime.
Safely.
That seems pretty easy to me.
I
don't know. I'm not too smart though. Fires are not the only trade-off. You also have to deal with.
It doesn't even become a named fire. This was impossible today.
Oh my gosh!
What was happening? Even though they had this quick reaction force and they were all able to get their helicopters on it, it got too big too fast.
And thank goodness, because those winds are not going to die down anytime soon. Shayla's been talking about they're going to go through the night and pick up, so it just gets worse. So that is really good news.
Isn't that great?
And amazing images that we have there. Now, one of the things that Josh was talking about is people trying to get 21%
humidity.
We did get an interview with a woman whose husband was actually told to shelter in place.
I heard about the fire at 10:30, but it
here she is. Look.
Fast. And so now it's 2 o'clock, and my husband is at our home. They've now been told to shelter in place. There's a whole bunch of neighbors stuck on Palisades Drive. They can't drive down. They're just stuck at home. So he's been stuck at home since he probably started to try to leave at about 11:30 or 12. So I just want people to be aware. There's a lot of, could be hundreds of people in their homes up there.
Have you been in contact with him?
Yes, he's still able to answer the phone. Okay. He packed the car. He's talking to the neighbors. I'm hoping that this is the first time we've seen people going this way towards Pacific Coast Highway. So I am hoping that that is a good sign that they are starting to let people down Palisades Drive.
How long have you lived in this area?
17 years.
How bad has this been compared to other fires?
This is apocalyptic. We've had small fires, nothing like this.
And then, of course, we talked to Josh. That was recorded, and then Josh spoke that they are starting to let some of the people come down. The big concern, though, is people might want to stay.
Exactly.
And while if you can come down now, it is important to come down.
Exactly. You do not have to take those warnings lightly at all. We're going to talk to Monica de Anda. She's been in someone's deck back there, and you can see in the distance a lot more flames than you had just an hour ago.
Not right at all. I'm looking at.
Yeah, Ellen, a big change to tell you guys about. It now appears that the flames are moving to our right, and you can see here behind me, I'm going to try and squeeze out the way. This hillside to our right is now completely on fire. This happened in the matter of 10-15 minutes. My photographer Brian and I were looking at it, and we're like, how did that happen so quickly? So now we're having to
how did that happen so quickly? Ask me about fire
out here. But as we continue to move to the left, you could see just complete smoke everywhere. There's obviously different levels of vegetation burning, because we see some white smoke, then we see darker smoke, and that dark smoke is what represents active fire burning.
California's a shake and bake state.
Some areas now, some hillsides, you can see that one in the distance, it's now brown. It was green when we got here. So that goes to show the rapid fire growth and just at the devastation of the vegetation here. And then now even more heartbreaking, off to our left, we're starting to see homes on fire. You can see, unfortunately, some flames coming out of a home back there. And we don't know what's past the canyon. We can only show you what's on this side. We're on Rimmer Avenue, by the way, just for some reference. And that's what we see now, some homes on fire. And it's devastating. We're talking to neighbors out here as well off camera who tell us, where they're trying to get the rest of their things.
There's a
and
Tesla.
They're going to go ahead and head out. And the reason being is because there's all of this dry
get in the Cybertruck and you're safe.
Between those homes that you see out there and between where we're standing. So their concern is if that fire continues to work its way down the hillside, that they might be in a situation they don't want to be in. So that's why they're going to
we had the Waldo Canyon fire here in Colorado,
looked
just like that.
We now
any breathing issues, they told you to stay inside.
One last time.
Man, I'll
this
tell you
is
what.
really burning up here on the side here. We see the canyon. We see that red, orange smoke coming from the hillside there.
If this was started by a cigarette, I'm going to be pissed.
So this is a situation that we're seeing out here. Of course, everybody, there's evacuation orders in place for Palisades. Get your stuff, head on out, and stay safe. And with that, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that is such a wide swath of flames there that we're seeing on that range. And unfortunately, we're going to see more of it because we've seen, Philip, these embers can travel miles with the wind. Just one little ember is all it takes to get under an eave of a home.
And in this area, they don't need to.
Exactly.
They don't need to travel miles.
Right.
In the Palisades, there's a home right on top of you, and that's what we're seeing.
And those canyons and the winds that develop through those canyons too. Oh boy. All right, just a note, if you're watching a special edition of Eyewitness News at 3 p.m., we've been covering this fire since it began early this morning, and it quickly spread from, 50 acres?
Initially, it started at 30, and now it's well over 700 acres, and that's just the official count.
Yeah.
So
I love that, and that's just the official
due
count.
to the weather for the most part all day. They have been grounded due to restrictions on flight due to the president being in town. But Chris, you've seen a lot of the activity out there at Van Nuys Airport because that is where the Quick Reaction Forces is stationed, at least in part. And they've been taking the super scoopers out and getting everything they can on this firefight.
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of that choreography take place right here at Van Nuys Airport, kind of a pairing between Van Nuys Airport, where LA City Fire is based, that Quick Reaction Force is based right here, and right next to Air 7 is where those super
hey, how you doing? My chance to be on
based
TV.
as
Did you see
well.
that
In
guy?
fact, they just
You see
took
that
off
guy?
the
Robbie
pair of
there.
the
Hey,
photos
Robbie, what's
just
happening,
took off
man? What
a
you
couple
doing out
of
there?
minutes ago. You might have seen
Where's
that
Sheila,
shot
man?
as
You
they
get up
were
to her
taxiing.
home? She know you
Also
out here?
over at
You
Whiteman
can go.
Airport in
Oh,
the San
you're
Fernando Valley, that is where LA County Firehawks are based as well. Right now, there are gusts at Whiteman Airport up to 80 miles per hour, and not too far off here at Van Nuys, where it is very blustery and very gusty. We are
sure this one, and then I lost. Oh, Biden's in town for a couple of days. They're saying. So they're saying on that News 7 that they haven't been able to fly all day because of the president being there, and that now they've finally been given the go ahead. Holy, that's you know what I said about the here come the conspiracies.
When I first got here, just about
All right.
around in the last, I'd say 20 minutes that we've been here in this area, specifically on Lockman Lane, and
She's breaking up.
All right, so
I heard her correctly. It's like they are picking up right now.
Yeah, she said within the last 20 minutes or so, those winds out there in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, we're gonna rewind a little bit on them.
Melissa, we want to bring you in now.
Well,
Camilla is saying at this point.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's so hard just with reception because of the winds in that area. It's a big concern, and we're starting to see the winds pick up at this moment.
Oh, well, let me
We were talking
rewind.
about
Oh,
in the
crud.
Palisades and the teens now
They
are
got
at
that
24
turned
miles
off.
per hour. Topanga Beach, 35 miles per hour. Santa Monica Mountains, and at 60 miles per hour. And these winds continue to get stronger in that area. They're coming through the mountains, through the canyons and
Let's see
passes,
here,
all
what
the
else
way
we
down
got
to the
here.
beach and the Palisades
All
community
right,
here.
check this one
Also
out.
starting to see the relative humidity.
Go back over there. You see the. I mean, that's that's just so bad on the right. That's gonna be so bad. And let's see. I'm trying to find another one.
In this weather,
That's 7.
generally speaking, are the Blackhawks, the Firehawks.
Yes.
We just saw a Firehawk come in from Orange County.
All right, look at this.
In the area that she's in, Amanda.
Here, let's see what we got. Live coverage.
Hey, sorry, I put my microphone down. We were trying
heard
to.
you coming,
Hey
Amanda.
guys, if you can hear me.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so there was a hot spot right next to the woman's home. She was trying to take it out herself, and that's what we try to tell them is let the firefighters do their job.
Oh, look at this house.
now
Look
they
at this.
can get
How
those
big
spots
it
here. But we wanted
is.
to give you one last look before we head out. We are told we're still in a safe location, but you can see exactly where those flames went that we showed you a few minutes ago. It burned this area, so they feel like this is now.
She was in there going to the
Good
bathroom.
for this spot here. These residents are okay. They want them to stay in this area for now, and they want them to stay away from firefighters as well. And let them do their job right there, because that's what they're trying to do. But you can see the fire has burned all the way down there. It's looking much better, at least for this area, as the fire continues to move down towards the ocean area. Back to you guys.
Certainly a lot of smoke there, Amanda. And in a way, it is good that this brush has burned
destroyed, and
so that
neighbors who are
it
still
is
evacuating
clearing
say,
the area around that home.
They're
We've
going
got
to
a lot
take
of
you.
Oh, they have
signals
it cut
going
off.
right now at this point. We're looking at images right now. This is from our Elise Martinez.
Holy
This is
cow.
a Jewish center, she says, and the hillside there burning. But we have seen, and I was going to ask Elise, for a while there, we saw no traffic going down the road. Did they just open up a section of roadway to allow these people to come through here? Because we didn't have any traffic there for a while. Elise?
Hi, it comes in waves, so it'll be completely empty, and then you'll see a police car at the front, and they're actually escorting
Holy cow,
people
man, look at that.
out. I think the issue is
that
there's fire up above towards Palisades, and they're
Hang on a second.
trying to usher
Palisades
people
Jewish
out when
Center,
it
wasn't
is
that in the news a few
completely
years
safe.
ago?
But again, we have another row of cars. We're going to head up a couple blocks to see where that dozer went. Because as you mentioned, and as we're hearing here on the scene as well, it's moving cars that had to stop in the middle of the road when the fire was about to overtake the road. They just called in another engine here, and a lot of smoke. They're putting more water on that spot that we showed you right by the Jewish Center. You can see all the thick smoke just coming out of that area, but we're heading up now closer to where the dozer is to see what's going on there. So we will, as soon as we get to that, we will come back to you live.
All right, Elise, thank you very much. As we continue watching these live pictures from Pacific Palisades, we'd like to welcome in our viewers watching us right now on CBS Los Angeles over on Channel 2. We are simulcasting on Channel 9 as well as CBS News Los Angeles, our online streaming service. You can see the difficult and dangerous situation out there burning in the Pacific Palisades.
And we want to get to our Jasmine Beal. Jasmine, we understand that you're in a position, you're on the move.
You guys. We just had to.
Holy cow! I was looking at what that
live truck from El Medio. You guys can hear me. I know I might be frozen here.
We can hear you.
We're trying to get out of the path of the fire because the flames.
Holy cow! They're in the path of the fire.
Surrounded by homes that were burning at the top of El Medio Avenue, and neighbors.
El Medio Avenue. I don't know where that is, but it sounds cool to say.
I have not seen any firefighters. I did not see any fire structure defense up there at the top of El Medio. But again, we just had to jump back in our live truck because the flames were jumping across the street and catching, various homes on fire as the wind would just pick up and just throw these embers every which way. And like I said, a palm tree had caught. So then the palm fronds were flying all about. But now we're back down to Sunset Boulevard here. Sunset and El Medio, if you're familiar with this. If I were to turn right,
not be there.
I'm going to try to flip the camera around here. I've been talking to residents. This one man named Adam said that
one man named Adam, his wife's
burned, but
Eve.
He wasn't sure if that was a case around Sunset, which was really bad. He said there are 3 channels down from the Palisades. You have Sunset. Well, you have the main artery there at Sunset, but you have Palisades Drive. You have El Medio, where I'm standing, and another street in the middle of those two. And that's where they say the flames and the wind just really just pushed the fire through those avenues. And that's what caused these homes to catch. Let me try to turn this. I know, I'm trying to turn this around for you guys. Hold on.
Incredible,
and to show you what
Jasmine.
I'm looking at. Here, let me get, sorry guys, there's some black smoke ahead of us. I'm going to jump out of the live truck here.
Jasmine, we want you to be safe. We appreciate that you are showing us the images, but we also want you to be safe.
Check
and,
the Discord. I turned it on. I didn't go into it.
Safely, but don't put yourself at risk.
Holy cow, she's in risk.
We're back down here with some residents who also have just jumped out of
Oh, yeah, look, she's gone.
If you can see that.
All right, we're listening to
look at the
voice,
evacuation
Jasmine. We
order.
don't have your picture apparently, but we get an idea of exactly what's going on there.
Green?
You're talking
What does
about
the green
Sunset
mean?
and El Medio.
30 vehicles abandoned on Sunset and Palisades will be moved by dozer. That's why I want some video of that.
And while we try to get your video back up, we want to go to our Mike Rogers on the desk. Mike, you actually have video of some of these homes burning, right?
Yeah, I do. And what you're looking at on my computer really quick before I show you that video, this is the new mapping system, the 3D mapping system that CAL FIRE just put down. Each one of these white things here is a home or a structure. And you can see anywhere there is red means fire has moved through this area. Now, I want to be clear. It does not mean that these homes burned. It just means that the fire moved through this area. And you can see, though, as we continue to look, we have a lot of these white structures, especially up in these neighborhoods that were directly in this fire's path. Enchanted Way here, and then even further up here. This is a whole cul-de-sac on Floresta Place where the fire moved through. So again, we won't know how many of these structures were damaged or destroyed, but this is video
John,
that
how's
just
it
came
going?
in that barely clearly shows
Rabbit, what's
homes
up?
burning. And you can see the intense flames. And
Oh,
the
that's a
intense
home
fire.
burning.
Almost for a second, difficult to make out that there is a home that is on fire because of the
That
intense
sound,
heat that is
man,
coming
that
out.
sound.
This is what is happening home after home in the Pacific Palisades area because of the fire and because of the
John, what's the
inability
breaking
of the fire
news? Do you
crews
have
to really
breaking
be
news?
everywhere
Or are you
at
talking about
the
this
same
breaking
time.
news?
These homes are now going up, and as we've been telling you, they got cut off by Palisades Drive. Lots of people being told to shelter in place.
Is that the
Here's
fire
another
department?
home that is being significantly damaged, if
fire,
not destroyed, and yet another
garage
home
door.
that you can see is totally involved in fire there. Hard to even
Hey,
make out
Mercedes
until the
Benz,
wind
what's
shifts the
up?
smoke away. What exactly is on fire there? And I know our Carter
Holy
Evans
cow,
in
look
the
at this,
area
guys.
as well, CBS News.
Oh, my
Watch
gosh.
that home collapse. Carter, where are you? What are you seeing?
I mean, that's engulfed. There's nothing. There's no point. All they can do
I
now
don't
is
think we have
contain
Carter
the
just yet, but
flames.
we'll continue to look at some of this video of these homes burning.
spreading
And,
to other
we're
houses.
finally getting that updated acreage from
water's
CAL
coming
FIRE.
out.
I think we have Carter now. Is that you, Carter?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Carter. Where are you?
You see that?
So I'm off Bienvenida on Akron Street right now. And the last time I talked to you, this was far away from my home. And the wind was blowing it just past it. The wind has changed now. And just around the corner, there is a home on fire. And there are no firefighters in sight. They are doing the best that they can. I've been driving up around here, and I have seen them. There are just not a whole lot of them. They're spread pretty thin right now. And there are homes
Don't call the
burning,
news.
and there are some homes burning where there are no firefighters at all around there. I was driving up, you mentioned Via Floresta. I was driving up there. I ran into a firefighter mutual aid from New Mexico. He was using a garden hose to put out the fire in the backyard. And he asked me for help because he couldn't get over the fence. And so I climbed over the fence and he handed me the hose and we managed to save that home. So that felt good. But
holy cow,
you
you
standing
guys
in my house right now.
look what
watching this
Linda's
black
saying.
Smoke barrel
Last
towards
2
me,
years, her
and I'm
insurance has
thinking,
gone up. She lives in
wow,
Arizona.
I can't believe this is happening to me. You know,
2,100
I cover this
6,400 a
stuff. I
year
can't tell you
over
how many
fires
of
in
these fires
California.
that I've been to and
That's
how many
weird,
homes
isn't
that
it?
I've seen burned. But when it's happening in your neighborhood, what people say, it's really hard. It is really, really hard. And it's hard to see your neighbors' homes go up in flames. It's hard to see, you know, firefighters spread so thin that they can't do
David
anything about
Nelson,
it in
the
some
expert
cases.
breaking news. Thank you.
And Carter, of course, you're wearing two hats now. You're a resident and also a reporter.
Oh, he's a CBS News
have you
guy.
loaded
Okay.
up everything that you need to load up from your home? And I
DJ
know
Lowe's,
earlier
what's
when
up?
we spoke with you, your kids were evacuated from their school in a safe place. But have you actually packed up anything?
Yes, so I took a little bit of time and packed up some belongings, birth certificates, things like that. But you know, it's really strange.
He's giving a
when
he's
you're
giving
in
a
this
speech right now.
situation and all of a sudden now you have to make these decisions on what to grab and what to take. It's hard. It is hard because you just don't know. And I look at everything in the closet and I'm thinking, really, you know, I just don't need that stuff.
Definitely
What are the
prayers for
critical
these
things
people.
that I need to grab? My son called me from where he'd been evacuated to. He asked me to go get his cash box out of his room because he just had a birthday and all his birthday money's in there. So I got that.
Cash. I thought he said
got
cast.
The dog is in the car. The car is in front of my house running right now, aimed down the street. I'm going to try and stay here as long as I can. I'm actually going to try and go flag firefighters in a second and let them know that it's made it this far down. It's also burning on Bienvenida on both sides of the road, close to St. Matthew's Parish there. I've seen several homes on fire in that area and also on the ridge above. It is a massive fire. It is spreading in all directions, and it's hard to keep up with.
Carter, are you just downhill or uphill from the fire right now?
So I'm downhill from the fire. I'm closer to Sunset Boulevard, but it's making its way down. You know, I'm
holy moly.
I'm not far from Sunset. I'm about a quarter mile, and it's, you know, around the corner from my house right now.
Yeah, we do know that fire burns a little slower as it heads downhill, so hopefully that gives some sort of time needed for fire crews to get in there. But you were saying that a lot of the neighbors in your area, they were just upset and said that they hadn't seen any fire crews. And as you were mentioning, it's just these crews are being run thin. We have assistance from Ventura County, Orange County, and still that's not enough. LAFD saying that there were 250 firefighters plus the other agencies out there. And again, this is a monster fire right now. 772 acres was the last count, but I'm guessing that has grown since then. And now we're getting into our newsroom here, pictures of homes burning, and quite a few of them burning right now. And the worst of the winds, Amy, are happening tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, this is, you know, just an unremarkable wind event, something that we have not seen since 2011.
You know, it's crazy how the wind does it. It's like
today is really
like the wind
lightest
starts
that
it.
they will be. It is going to get stronger
All right, I'm
tonight
looking
and
for
into
more
tomorrow,
stuff, y'all.
so we
That's
have a
why I've
long
been
way to
over
go
here.
in this firefight. You know, your
did they just
neighbors were
fly over?
complaining, and we do know that there were extra resources in place. An extra 14 fire engines, we were told by LAFD, and as Juan mentioned, 250 firefighters plus neighboring departments that have been helping. So, you know, they're there, but Carter, as you said, the fire is in so many different directions.
This just
now, and
happened
in
a
so many
second
different
ago.
streets and so many different parts of Palisades.
All right, so I'm going to switch over here because this is really cool. I just saw this on the background. Hang on a second here. Let me turn this off. The worst part about switching video is that it doesn't switch the sound. Turn one off and one on. Where'd he go? And I don't know where I am. All right, so
to load up all of those gallons of
this
water.
is
to be
just
able to fight the
a
fire.
minute
So
or two
there is
ago.
an aerosol
It was on
from this, but as those
their
winds
Fox
pick
channel
up,
there.
it's a question
And we
of
saw
if
this
that
guy before.
Those aircraft that are ever so helpful, if they will be able to
We
fly.
saw
And those
this
super
before.
scoopers, by the way, they can hold up to 1,600 gallons of water. that can do a tremendous amount in terms of aiding in the firefight. These images from the ground to see these people just.
There he is. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that neat?
I saw this earlier and I
Holy
thought, my
cow,
goodness,
look at that.
thank
Could
goodness
you
that
imagine?
this is so close.
There goes a whale.
And this was a really dramatic scene.
Oh,
as we saw
they're going to have
one
to deal
after
with now
another,
are
them
like
scooping
shark
up the
fires.
water from the Pacific Ocean right
Look
there,
at that.
making these dramatic drops on top of the
God, so
flames.
amazing.
This was the
Yeah.
window of opportunity we're talking about to make progress, to really fight
Can you
this
imagine what
fire
that's gotta feel
before
like
those
inside that
high winds
airplane
pick
when
up. And
you're
again,
going
we're
to
looking at about
down the
2 more
water and
hours
you're
of daylight
sucking up?
and max winds picking up. So, of course, they wanted to make progress on this as quickly as possible. We saw them one after another making drops
Wow, look
in
at
a
this. Now, hold
heroic
on.
fashion, getting right on top of those flames. It was quite amazing to see them at work.
Oh, there's
And
David
then, of course,
Hasselhoff.
they had to be grounded for refueling. And it's
then
just
look,
a matter
right
of
here.
time before those winds get too gusty for them to fly. And that's the big problem that they're going to contend with, especially as it gets
Wow.
later into the evening.
That is just-
and soon, visibility is an issue as well.
Yeah, visibility is an
This
issue.
all started in terms of an actual location. For those of you who are very local and know where this is at 1190 North Piedra Murata Drive. That's where that first call came in at 10:30 this morning for word of a brush fire amidst these destructive winds that will only pick up as we get later into
imagine
the
that?
afternoon and evening. Although listening to Adam, he did say that there would be a little bit of a reprieve later, but not much. But just given the devastation, obviously, the firefight is a really precarious one. Unable to fly if those wind gusts get.
Hang on, we're going to switch over.
How many people had to ditch their cars, go on foot, evacuate the fire zone. Look at how many people had to do that. I have never seen anything quite
Look
like
at this.
We
Yeah,
are
it's like
talking about hundreds of
Maui. It's like
cars
Maui.
on Sunset Boulevard, and it does
Holy
appear
cow,
to
look
get
at that.
the correct machinery into this fire zone.
guys,
You
I've
can
got
see
goosebumps.
that many of the cars now have dents on them. And I just confirm with LA County Fire that their bulldozer, LA County Fire's bulldozer, did in fact have to move these cars, push them off to the side in order to make a path for all the fire engines that are coming through right now. Why are the fire engines coming through? We'll look up on the hill. We have another home that's burning, just another devastating site here. That home overlooks Sunset Boulevard near the Self Fellowship Realization Church Temple, right at Palisades Drive and Sunset. And that house is really, really going up. Next to it, I'm not seeing anything there. I'm not sure if there was a home there. There are some
Okay,
homes
guys, if
still
you
standing
see links
to
to
the left,
something-
but you can see that in order to get these fire engines through, they physically, with that bulldozer that we
There's
showed
a
you earlier,
breaking news
had to push
section
these
in
cars
Discord.
to the side. Now that bulldozer went up Palisades Drive, is headed up to the Palisades Highlands. There is just so much fire activity in this area. We've moved a little bit north of Palisades Drive on Sunset.
All right, so
You
like,
can
I
see
just
that
found
these
something on
cars
Twitter.
were just pushed around like toy cars, something out of an apocalypse type movie, or something that you didn't think you would see on Sunset Boulevard. This many cars, people in that dire of a situation. I'm thinking about the Maui wildfires.
No, it's
This was
unbelievable.
something we saw so much in Maui, sadly, when we covered that. People that just didn't feel safe. They left their car and they went on foot, and that's the scene right now at Sunset Boulevard. Is we pan to the left. I just
Carbon
wanna show you
belongs in the air.
fire
You're
did
right,
reach.
Zach.
In fact,
Stupid trees sucking all the
Sunset
carbon out.
Boulevard here burned down through this little canyon.
Biden canceled his
and now
trip,
we
according
see
to
lots of fire engines coming
MSN.
in. The most I've probably seen today, which Philip and Ellen is
I mean,
concerning.
it's a one-lane
because we
road,
just
which
don't
that
know
can't be good either.
Whether the amount of
If
people
the,
that left their
fire
cars
trucks, they
prevented
can't
fire
get out.
engines from getting through. That's something I'm taking a guess. I haven't been told that, but it because the
I like
amount of
that he has
engines that
the
are
safety
moving through
goggles
now,
on. The
I'm
safety
concerned
goggles
that
are the special
people
part
running
of
for
his
their
kit.
lives blocked some emergency.
Where do I
first
get a fire truck?
responders,
You know,
which
now I
just
think about it, I'm
shows
kind of
the
envious
chaotic
of the fire
nature
truck.
of this
I
fire
don't
that
want
we're
the
reporting on.
Velcro. What's
And
the
Josh, that was
reflection?
that
I don't want
was
the
my
reflective
concern
stuff
when we
on it, but
asked
I kinda want
multiple
a fire
people,
coat
what
like
did you
that.
do with
That'd
their
be cool.
car when you abandoned it? Because if you leave it in the street, no one can get by, given those spots. Josh, thank you. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Sid Garcia is at the command center. He is at Will Rogers State part, and we don't know when they're going to give us an update. But Sid, what is the latest at your location?
It could be anywhere from the next 30 minutes to maybe an hour. That's very, very fluid. But let's go ahead and show you what's going on behind us. Fire is coming in our direction. We were over at Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway earlier. Down there, it's still dark.
God, can you imagine?
Like
that's a beautiful clip, right?
Here,
Like we don't have that intensity.
Towards our direction.
You don't just like. Well, I mean,
Rogers
I know a
State
couple
Beach.
places where it's close, but that's not like you're just driving
again,
down the highway.
The winds are
Think about
blowing,
over here. You got
it's
these
starting to
cliffs.
get darker here.
Over here, you
and,
have
it's almost
the
3
ocean.
o'clock in the afternoon. And that's what we're dealing with
Normandy.
here at Will Rogers State Beach. Governor Gavin Newsom, the heads of LA City and LA County Fire Department, members of the City Council and LA County Board of Supervisors are expected to give us updates. But I tell you what, guys, to be honest with you, that ominous look of all that smoke heading towards the ocean in our direction
that they sent from
means there's
China.
still a lot of fire
Man, I put
going
those
on
on
up there,
for a
and there's
couple
still a
minutes.
huge battle up there.
That's weird, isn't it?
That's the part. And there's a lot of homes up there from I remember driving up and down Pacific Coast
I might start
Highway.
wearing
Again,
Wayfarers. You guys think
as
about
the
that?
battle
Change it all up.
to basically protect the homes continues, we're waiting for a news conference here, and it looks like more and more higher end officials are starting to pull up here to get ready to talk to us here. And again, it could be anywhere between half an hour to an hour, we're being told. But I'm also being told that the governor is being shown around the area right now before he starts making his way back here to Will Rogers State Beach. But again, the winds continue to blow here. They're pretty strong. And that other finger of the fire, if you will, is coming in our direction. And there's still a lot of dark smoke that's coming up and going up into the air. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Okay, Sid, thank you very much. You're watching a special edition of Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. I'm Philip Palmer. Colleen Sullivan is now joining our coverage that we have been going on since about 11 this morning with the Palisades fire that, while we don't have an official number right now, Colleen,
these are
is in
Friday
excess
night
of 770 acres. We
These
don't
are-
have
these are
official
business.
numbers as far as structures lost, but we have witnessed multiple homes burn.
Yeah, and we are learning that no one has been injured as of right now, which is, we're very thankful to learn those details. Also, we know Air 7 is grounded right now. Chris Christie, you've been part of our live
You need to
coverage
put the
all
period
afternoon.
after the
Let's talk
word
about why
name.
you're grounded and what you're learning from your vantage point.
Yeah, right now it all comes down to the winds. The winds here at the surface and aloft are just
He
too
still can't get
unsafe
in the
for this
air.
helicopter
This is the guy that
to
can't
take
get in the air
off,
because
and
of
that is
Secret
the case
Service.
for many of the firefighting helicopters as well. Now, some of the larger ones, like the Orange County Firehawk that just arrived, they are positioning here, but they are unable to take off yet due to those wind restrictions. Now, some of the tankers are able to fly in this, and the Super Scoopers are up there right now battling this fire. In fact, we have seen them come and go a number of times in the last few hours as they continue. The good thing about it is they don't have to come out as frequently back to the airport.
Can you
to
imagine
pick up
other
water.
things
They can go
worse?
right offshore.
Oh, look, they got an RV next to it, too.
And pick up the
Look,
Pacific
Cousin
Ocean
Eddie's
water,
was.
and
Wait
get
a
right
second.
back
Now
and fight
everybody's
that
gonna say
fire.
Cousin Eddie's over
they're
there on the
doing
right.
yeoman's work out there. Again,
Cousin Eddie messed
resources
everything
are
up.
limited because of those winds. We are just waiting for those winds to die down just a little bit more within our 50-mile-per-hour threshold before we could take off. We had been grounded all day long for the last couple of days since President Biden arrived in town last night. However, we have now been given clearance by the White House to take off once it is safe to do so, and that's certainly what we're hoping to do, again, once it calms down, guys.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. And it just gives you such a different perspective when you're able to get Air 7 up and really see where the fire is going. But Josh Haskell's location has been one today that has been both terrifying and informative. And we just learned a few moments ago, these cars that people just had to leave. And if you weren't with us at the beginning of this coverage, people were just walking with their bags down the hill because they wanted to get away from that fire. But that in and of itself, Josh, created a problem because those cars left in the road look to be hindering firefighters.
I want to see video.
And you can actually see, Philip, the track that the bulldozer took. It left marks.
I wanna
Obviously,
see that.
bulldozer weighs an incredible amount, and it just plowed through this lane. You can see some of the damage on some of these vehicles here that they're just now kind of sandwiched together to make room for emergency first responders as this fire just continues to spread here. We were, when that particular event happened, we were just a few hundred feet south on the air with you guys, and we saw that bulldozer come up, And I saw that bulldozer hesitate, try to go over some of the hoses. And I thought, oh, they're going to make a fire break. And they continued up this road. And it's clear what they did. They had to make a path for those engines to not just get up to the Palisades Highlands for structure protection, because that's still a very active part of this fire, but to go this way, up to Marquez, Bienvenida, Lockman Lane, where we've been reporting on all day, where there are homes on fire, including the home that I am showing you right now. And as I'm talking to you, Philip and Ellen, I have to close my eyes because I'm tearing up at the amount of ash and smoke in the air right now. It's that stinging feeling that many of us know who cover these fires.
When smoke
And it
gets in your
just
eyes.
has been like this for hours and hours. And what ends up happening is that after a certain point, usually, they're allowed to get enough, or they're able to get enough water on some of these structures. And there's some sort of, I don't want to call it a break, but a time where
Thank you,
so-and-so
Ed
you
Shine. I
can
appreciate
breathe.
that. I just
I have
saw
not
your
been able to take off my mask
comment.
the entire time that we've been here, nor have I wanted to, just because homes continue to burn, structures burn. You could see that one gentleman told me he thought his car was on fire, and that is what is in the air right now. It is toxic. It is not a place where anyone should be, except for
flames can be seen for miles.
All right, so check this out.
Many different directions.
We want to make sure our viewers
We got
know
TikTok
that you
has
can't
cool
be
new
sitting
video
down in front of a
features, it looks
television. You
like.
can always find the
Look at
latest
that.
information on our app. It's the Fox Local app. It is
I wish
a
TikTok
wealth
would let
of
me go live
information,
like this.
especially
I'm not
in
cool.
an emergency situation like this. You can find out the latest acreage, the evacuation centers. We have all the latest
Wait a
information
second, was
from
that
officials, and we will be,
what we've been
of
looking
course,
at on
streaming there
Fox?
live as well. So as soon as we get the latest information from LAFD, as soon as they take to that podium, they're staged at the Will Rogers State Beach. That is the staging area. Then we will bring that to you, and that will be included there. You can see right there on your screen the Fox Local app, and you can just, if you don't have it yet, you can use that QR code right now with your phone to download that. It is very useful, again, especially in an emergency life or death situation like we're seeing today in the Palisades.
Home here fully engulfed
Wait,
in
did you guys get
flames
this?
in
This
Pacific
switch over?
Palisades.
There
I
you
also
go.
wanna
Look at
bring in
this.
ABC's Jacqueline Lynn, who's
Holy
live for us
cow.
in Santa Monica
This
as
is
well.
Chicago's
So Jacqueline,
news.
again,
Got
this fire
this
has grown to
going.
nearly 800 acres, and that's the latest number that we have. And they are
Selena,
expecting a
be
slight
safe.
drop in the
Don't
winds here
burn
this
anything while
afternoon,
you're
but they are
cooking dinner.
expecting that to pick back up. And you can see this plume
Because,
of
you know, we're
smoke there
covering fires
behind
here.
you, and you're in an area where this fire in general is actually moving away from you, but it just showcases how impactful it has been.
That's right, Kena. So we're here in Santa Monica. We're right at the edge of the ocean. So just to kind of show you guys the smoke, as you can see, it's moving here to the left of the screen. Right over here, this is the ocean, okay? And so the smoke, you're seeing it spread all the way around. We're seeing so many residents stop and take a look because it almost feels a little bit apocalyptic, right? I mean, this is so
A little bit.
unusual.
We've been
In
saying
Santa
that for a
Monica,
while
it's
now.
typically,
Yo,
you know,
playing with all this
trees,
fire, I
very
got
calm,
to.
very relaxed. But right
I'll be
now,
right
it just
back.
feels
I
very
need to use
hectic.
the,
There's a lot of
little blazer.
sirens going on in the background, as
But,
of
you
course
know.
officials
No, didn't your mom
are
ever
trying
tell
to,
you
you know,
good night?
urge
Did you
homeowners
went to bed?
to get to safety, to evacuate. We received evacuation
went to
orders
bed.
on our phone.
So there you
This
go.
is a very serious situation. But, you know, as we talk about how much this fire has spread,
That was your nickname in high school?
now we're nearing 800, and we're seeing homes start to burn.
I think both
Let's
of them.
talk about
I
the
see a trend
resources
with him.
that were involved. So, of course, officials
I'll
were
be right back.
expecting this wind event. We haven't seen something like this in more than a decade, Kena. So, I mean, that just emphasizes how strong and unusual these wind gusts are. I mean, up to 100 miles an hour, and it really will not be stopping anytime soon. So what, you know, fire officials did is they took, you know, fire crews, they took engines, equipment, everything from the north, they diverted it to the south. As we've seen, as we've covered wildfires, anytime there is great need, you see that diversion of resources. So obviously here in Pacific Palisades, this is what's burning. This is a high fire zone. Many people, especially in the area, in the mountains, in the Topanga area, Malibu, you know, this is a huge fear for homeowners. So of course, as we spoke about earlier, people fleeing, trying to get their belongings, trying to get their pets, people, you know, getting to the point where they're even abandoning their cars to flee on foot. That is such a scary moment, and we cannot emphasize that enough. Officials urging everybody to get out as quickly as possible. Kena.
Absolutely. And people certainly trying to heed that warning, it sounds like, at best. Jacqueline, thank you. And Alex, thank you as well. I also want to bring in Melissa Griffin so we can get a closer look at this weather forecast. And so, Melissa, look, we knew that this event was coming, right? And the warnings were very clear. At this point, the latest, see here, wind gusts I'm seeing is some 33 miles an hour, but I know that forecasters were anticipating gusts much higher than that.
And that's right, Kana. It's because this event is just beginning. We're going to see these winds increasing tonight and peaking by tomorrow morning. They actually just clocked in a 37-mile-per-hour gust there, and that is going to continue to go up. And it's because we have this extreme wind danger, which is actually a very rare thing that National Weather Service is calling this. Life-threatening and destructive winds in that area, highlighted in purple. Anywhere in these areas from Simi Valley, Burbank, just north of LA, that includes Beverly Hills and Hollywood, down to Malibu, Pasadena. That's where we're going to see those widespread 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts, even in the populated areas. And then the 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts locally across parts of the higher elevations in the mountains. A very extreme and dangerous wind event is going to be unfolding. And you're going to see this timing because it's going to increase through tonight and it peaks by tomorrow morning. So that extreme fire danger is why we have these particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings. That is an elevated red flag warning, meaning that we're combining these extremely low humidity values with very widespread wind gusts that are topping up to 100 miles per hour. You can see there Santa Clarita, 62 miles per hour. That's 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, all the way down to Santa Ana, 53 miles per hour. Now, these wind gusts will not only bring that erratic fire behavior, which is very dangerous to life and property, but also the widespread power outages and down trees. That is also dangerous as well outside of the fires that we're going to be watching. And Kane, I just want to mention that, as you can see here, that system that's bringing those Santa Ana winds and the extreme fire danger, that's actually going to move across the country and bring a winter storm to parts of the South as we head into later this week and the weekend. So really just such a dynamic weather system and just a dangerous 24 to 48 hours there in Southern California as they continue to battle these fires and these winds that are coming along with it. Kana.
And Melissa, can I follow up with you on just one thing here? So you're saying that we're expecting the winds to peak at some point tomorrow morning, which means clearly the worst is not over. And just sharing with you our local perspective, right? We were waiting for these winds to kick up this afternoon. That's when we were told they would be the worst. But this fire started really even before that. And I think it just goes to show just how tinder dry some of these conditions are. And as you mentioned as well, the low humidity.
That's right. There hasn't been significant rain in months. So when you combine that with those winds, that's when you have this really dangerous situation. And I noticed that too. I mean, that fire, such an incredible images. We've seen these houses burning down already. I couldn't help but realize that this started before the wind event really took shape. I mean, we were waiting through this afternoon into the evening for the winds to peak. The winds really don't even peak in some of these areas until tomorrow morning. So such an extended, prolonged event that we haven't even seen the worst of it yet, which is what really worries me when we're already seeing fires to this extent.
Holy moly.
Absolutely deeply concerning. Melissa Griffin, thank you for being here with us today. We appreciate your time and your coverage as well. We'll be checking in with you. We also want to bring in our ABC News chief.
She doesn't ride in convertible.
Who made his way.
You know, it's like a girl rides in convertible. You know, it's good to
really in the thick
go around the top down every once in a while. Let the air hit you.
Standing right behind me, you're able to see one of these houses that is up in flames. You also can see.
Which one's this?
Folks racing.
Oh, we gotta get back on the ground here. Sorry, let me get this Coke refilled.
Into what we've seen is some of the worst of the fire. Multiple homes up in flames, just beyond where that man drove. That house behind me up there is in flames. Down in the valley, we've been hearing but can't see through this curtain of smoke. Additional homes going up, the snap, crackling, and popping of wood.
They're making breakfast on the side.
Boom sounds of propane tanks going up, like that one that you might have just heard.
What we were talking about earlier, the propane tanks
in the Pacific Palisades.
Look, ABC News has one of those yellow jackets.
And there's absolute gridlock on
I'd be able to get them. Home of the future in 15 minutes.
Pacific Palisades, Sunset Boulevard. We were on it to get here. It took very long time.
That guy's not slowing down. Did you see that? The reporter's like looking at him like, sir, you're flying past me. He's like, yeah, dude, I am driving into a fire.
We haven't actually seen much of it.
Let's see here.
We've been here, but those folks are going into some of the most dangerous parts that we've seen. And there's not much end in sight over the next 24 hours. This wind, which has been fueling this fire here, is set to persist across LA County. This is some of the most populated parts of the country. There are millions of people in the crosshairs right now. And it's not just the fire danger, which is extreme, which firefighters and the National Weather Service have been warning people about, but it's actually also the winds themselves. People have been urged to stay away from windows to make sure that they're not in houses where trees could topple.
That's what this is. I was afraid of that. I knew it. They let us down. All right, let's go back over. Let's check out what Fox is doing. See that apartment building ever caught or.
So no surprise, the vegetation very dry.
Here's what gets me. I don't know. I guess this guy's on the road. Yeah, he's out there because you can hear the sirens in the background.
System after storm system miss us off to the north. Northern California seeing plenty of wet weather through this rainy season, just nothing making it down towards us. And so, yeah, just extremely dry vegetation. The stage was set, not just in terms of how dry it's been for months, but also the weather setup with this scenario. And for anyone who just joined, recently, I'll reiterate what we said earlier is that the winds, as strong as they've been, will get stronger tonight after the sun goes down, but especially after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. From that point through about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that whole stretch right there, about 12 hours, the winds will be at their peak out of this event. And we could potentially, according to some models, see some wind gusts 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour in or around the Pacific Palisades, which will be higher than we've had so far. So already a very tough situation. Weather-wise will get more difficult as we go through tomorrow. And those high wind warnings, they expire at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that gives us a little sense at when the worst of this weather-wise is done. Still Santa Ana winds, though, to some degree, will be hanging around through Thursday in a lot of Southern California as well.
All right, Adam, thank you. Well, of course, first and foremost, in a firefight, any firefight, LAFD, the firefighters, they always want to save life first and then property. So, we haven't heard of any injuries. It's obviously too soon. So that is, at this point, really great news. Unfortunately, we've seen and so many homes that have gone up, and then images like this from earlier of cars that were just sort of left abandoned. This is a live picture, in fact.
Wow.
Biden was going to
we overuse that phrase, this looks like a war zone, but that looks like a horror movie, right? I mean, when you think about that, some of those movies where the cars are abandoned and everybody has to get out quickly.
Language where they said he can't
like that image right there.
Well,
today's event will be rescheduled for next week at the White House.
To earlier that LAFD said any abandoned cars, we're going to have to bulldoze your cars to clear access for the firefight. So at one point, they may have just been in a single file, and now they've been bulldozed to be pushed to the side. So all of these vehicles.
The event was postponed due to a powerful wind event.
30 vehicles.
This is a powerful wind event. It's not what you see. It's not pandemonium.
As a photographer,
that tells me.
Thank you to whomever is behind the camera for taking us up this road.
Somebody messed up somewhere, and they're going to blame the wind.
Showing us the damage of this Audi, obviously, as we're seeing there, the damage from the bulldozer on the side. It looks like maybe a pet was in that vehicle as well. We've heard a lot about that today, too, where people have gone out and looks like some groceries. In the back. They had gone out to run an errand, and then the fire began, and they couldn't get back home, and their pet was back at home, and they couldn't get the pet. Looks like the lights are still on, perhaps there, or maybe that's just the glare that I'm seeing. But car after car after car, it does look like Armageddon.
Yeah, and you feel for all of those residents, and man, that's just awful to see. But you understand, I guess, the need to get fire trucks up these roads and try to save people's lives. And ultimately, you can replace a car, but you can't replace somebody's life.
Wrong or something.
There is an urgent life or death fight. I mean, last night, Adam Kruger was telling us the phrase that they were putting out. It was life-threatening fire. Weather, fire conditions, and this is indeed what we're looking at. This is a life-threatening fire. And fortunately, so far, Marla, we do not have any reports of any injuries or deaths because of this. It looks like that is.
Whoa. Wait a second. Look at that.
Or cat. But it would
They
not be
leave
shocking,
their animal in that car,
given what we're looking at right
somebody
now.
broke
If
the
we
window out?
found out that there was, a situation like that, based off of these conditions.
And we've seen a lot of elderly people too. We heard from Christy Fajardo that they were afraid to leave, of course, and they weren't sure
That's
how
crazy.
to. And fortunately, neighbors or family members were able to get to them and literally walking them out of their homes. We've seen a lot of that.
I want to bring into the conversation right now my pal Joel Pollack, who is a regular on our political show, The Issue Is. He's with Breitbart News, but more importantly, he's a Santa Monica resident and a husband and a father who lives in the middle of this neighborhood that has been evacuated. Joel joins us now live. Joel, thanks for calling in. First off, how are you doing? How's your family doing?
We are fine. We're in Santa Monica right now, but we actually live in the Palisades near where the fire is. So we are feeling fortunate that we were able to leave in time.
Well, what do you mean this is
Obviously,
the
we're very
end?
concerned for our neighbors in our neighborhood.
Talk about what it was like when you were leaving, what it looked like, and the vibe with the
Probably
rest of
because
your
I
neighbors.
hear Jim Morrison in my head when I saw
our
this is
nanny
the end.
was walking our 3-month-old and smelled smoke at about 10:30 and sent my wife and I a text message saying that she smelled smoke and that it might be nearby. So I said, okay, I'm coming home. And I texted my wife and the nanny and said, let's just pack up in case we need to evacuate. And I don't know exactly why, because we've had high winds before and there have been wildfires somewhat nearby before, but I had a feeling that this might be more
Rosalind
serious.
Duke says,
as soon as I pulled on
this is just a
from Santa Monica, I saw the column
Monday
of smoke
morning
and
after
realized
a
right
block
away this was
party
going
in
to be a
her
very big fire.
not Armageddon.
And we packed everything up in about 15 minutes. My wife went to the local school, Marquez Charter, which is an LAUSD school, to pick up one of our kids.
He had to do the whole thing for the
we
school.
left.
I don't know where your
When
school
we were
is or what a
leaving, the
charter
first
is or any other stuff,
fire
dude.
engines were coming into the
get it
community
out,
from
spit
other
it out.
communities.
Don't need
They
so
were
many
setting
words.
up their positions, and the traffic was starting to build up on Sunset. And we were able to get out of the neighborhood, but I understand that many others were not. And people actually abandoned their cars along the side of Sunset Boulevard, which made it even harder to evacuate. So we feel fortunate that we got out in time, but there really have to be some improvements in how we handle these situations, because there should have been police directing traffic. They should have issued an evacuation order a lot
I hope
earlier
the
than
Lions
they did.
win then.
And
We'll
there
be
was a problem
streaming
at
it
the school where
live.
Initially, they were asking parents to fill out forms to take their kids out of school rather than just getting the kids out of school as soon as possible. I don't think that we were prepared as a city for a fast-moving wildfire like this.
I didn't realize you're
Individually,
in Southern
I
California.
think people did very well. And as we were leaving, we offered neighbors rides, and people
I'm
were in
assuming
high
you're
spirits
far
and they
from
were
where this is
cooperating.
happening,
But
correct?
I think it happened so quickly that a lot of people were just unable to react. And our systems as a city, as a county, and a state, I guess, or as a school district also, they just weren't ready. And that's the feeling a lot of us had, that this really could have been handled better.
I mean, Joel, Marla Tay is here. Good to have you.
New
I'm sorry it's under
Orleans
these
isn't ready for
conditions.
what
We were
happened
just
today.
showing those images of the abandoned vehicles, and we got word that at one point, one of these roads, and this may have been the one, where it was literally curb to curb of cars that were abandoned, and to get access for the firefighters, they had to use bulldozers to literally bulldoze the stranded vehicles off to the side. So all of those vehicles are now damaged as a result. Glad you're safe.
Well,
Any
you can
word
hear this
on
fire.
the integrity of your home right now as it relates
I
to
can.
where those flames are?
Our house, unfortunately, is directly in the path of the fire. When we left, it was about a half mile up the hill, but we're not sure it's going to stay that way. And we are anxiously checking cameras and things like that to see what happens. We do want to thank all of the first responders and firefighters who are out there trying to keep the neighborhood safe. But unfortunately, we know that some of the homes further up the hill have been damaged or destroyed. And we're hoping that that doesn't happen, but we are glad we have fire insurance, which is also another issue. More people need fire insurance in California, but hopefully things will turn out for the best. We're just glad that everybody in our family is safe, and we're thinking of all the people who are still trying to get out.
You're the father of several young kids. How do you talk about this with them?
Well, we just had to
make it up as you go along, sir. You make it up as you go along.
And we explained
Dad
to her
always
that
did.
we couldn't go home tonight because there is a fire near
All right,
our
we
house.
got the family
but
channel here.
we'll
We
go
gotta
home
find
when
something
it's
else.
over, and the firefighters.
Let's go here. We
got
got
and
looks like
she seemed satisfied by
KTLA.
that explanation. And
Check them out. The
it's
man
a
on
bit
the
of an
street.
adventure.
Sheriff's reporter over here. Check this out.
Okay, cell service pretty bad up there.
They had
so
no
we have
cell
not been
service,
able to
he's
make it up
saying.
there, but that's just something that gave me pause, thinking that it's still daytime, even though sometimes
Still
it looks
daytime.
like nighttime out here, and that people
3
were
o'clock
able
out
to
there. It's 3:30.
get
They don't
together,
realize
and the
that.
traffic has
Dark
slowed,
time here.
as you can see.
Well, Josh, you just described the image that will stay with me from this fire was the moment the woman opened the door and let the mother get into the back of that LAPD car.
Yeah.
But then Sean McCarthy, the photographer, turned and you could see her 4 to 5-year-old daughter alone, terrified. And that's tough. You know, when you see these families and these children having to go through that, it's hard. That was the image that's going to stick around, Josh. Thank you very much. We do have an update on this fire. It's now 1200.
We're rewinding
And it took a turn up off of Sunset, up Palisades Drive. Why? Because 3 miles up, the community that I'm very familiar with, the Palisades Highlands, there are still people up there. We're still seeing cars come down. That community is under a mandatory evacuation. If you live there, according to authorities, the LA Fire Department, they want you to leave because they expect the winds to continue. You may think right now there's good air quality up there. The fires burn down towards the Pacific Ocean in this direction. I've been told by first responders here that is not the case. We've seen a lot of resources in the last 15 minutes.
Do you guys have fire
going up
blankets?
there for structure protection? If
Hey,
they are
Kayla, what's
sadly
up?
anticipating a long
What'd you say?
night here.
What'd you joke
Colleen and
about?
Philip?
What'd you do?
Josh, exactly. The firefighters are anticipating a long night, and you just kind of touched on it.
Over
People are
100,000
still
acres by
evacuating.
tonight, by the way,
Josh,
the wind's blowing.
do you know? Do a lot of people heed those warnings
Let's
of the
go,
red flag
Joe
parking
Biden was
restrictions?
over
We
there
know they
today.
started at 8 a.m. I did
Yeah,
hear
the
LA
toilet
City
grease
Fire
says
saying
start
they
the
don't want
fire.
to give
Yeah.
fatigue to people getting warnings and warnings
start
and
the
warnings to
fire.
be prepared,
It was
because
toilet
they were
grease,
very much so
toilet
prepared,
grease.
knowing the wind event that was about to
Yeah,
happen.
wait till
They were
rush hour.
getting
You're
everything
right.
in place.
You're
But
absolutely right.
how do you think residents are feeling
What'd you say?
about
There was a joke. I
getting
missed it,
warnings of
Kayla.
red flag parking restrictions to move their cars so fire crews can
Oh
have
my
easy
gosh,
access?
I can't believe I didn't see that. And then I started joking. Well, you don't have to
the
apologize
situation
for it. I
that
did
we
the same
encountered
joke.
behind us is not a red flag parking situation. Cars
That's
are
how
not
you
supposed to be on
know
Sunset
somebody.
Boulevard ever. There's no parking here. This is a dire run for your life situation, and that's what people here in Pacific Palisades have had to deal with. They tried to evacuate.
Well, I
they
know
were stuck in
that,
traffic.
silly,
The
but I was
flames
just
were coming
wondering if
down,
anybody
and
has
they left their
one.
cars, and they literally walked.
What do you
ran
think about
past
them?
us? We met many of them with luggage, with their
Okay,
animals.
I thought we were gonna
to
see the
Pacific
little
Coast
kid being
Highway
put in
to
the
try and
car
get
where the
out.
guy started
In one
crying.
situation, Colleen and Philip, we saw an LAPD
here
cruiser
it is.
stop, help a woman that we had briefly spoken to. We told her that she can get help down there towards Gladstone's. She tried to get into the car. Someone else was already in there trying to get out. They had to get out. LAPD helping people evacuate. I also just want to tell you something that has given me pause in the last few minutes. There's nothing good about this situation, and it's just horrible to see what so many people are dealing with. If this evacuation would have happened at night, I cannot imagine what this situation that Sean McCarthy and I have encountered here today at Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard would have been like. Because at least you had people who were, at least they knew that the fire was coming. They were given the mandatory evacuation. It wasn't the middle of the night. They've been able to see where they're going. If people had to leave their cars, they were able to walk down. And I'm hopeful that by nightfall, people will have gotten out of that Palisades Highlands community. We don't know yet that's the case. Cell service pretty bad up there. So we have not been able
Why
to
is
make it up
cell
there.
service
But
so bad
that's
everywhere
just
in
something that gave
California?
me pause, thinking that it's still daytime, even though sometimes it looks like nighttime out here. And that
important that those
Oh, look.
evacuations were during the day. We are talking about some extremely strong dangerous winds as
I
we
don't know
head
what she's
into
talking
overnight
about, but I'll
hours,
listen.
only going to pick up. So it's so imperative that you continue to follow any evacuations warnings, listen to your local news outlets, and keep a close eye on this wind event. Finally starting to see some relief as we head
Jenny,
into
thank
about
you
Wednesday
so
afternoon.
much for
But
being
even
here.
Wednesday afternoon,
This
Thursday into
is,
Friday, keep in mind, we're still dealing
you
with
know, big
breezy
events
conditions,
like this, right?
wind
Everybody's going
advisory
somewhere
level
trying to
winds,
find
and
something.
dry
I like,
conditions as well. So this is going to continue to be something we keep our eye
getting
on
my
over the next couple of
YouTubing,
days.
and
Philip and
you
Colleen.
like covering it, I like
Absolutely,
having
Shayla.
everybody
Thank you very
here.
much. That is very
It's a
sobering to
good
think that these winds
place
are going to
where
get
I'll hang
even
out, and
stronger
I
over the
like
next 24
interacting with
hours
the
and
chat
as
too,
night
where
falls.
most places
Thank
they
you
don't.
very much,
So thank
Shayla.
you so
Again,
much,
we are
Jenny.
getting very close to the bottom
Baby
of the half
Wiggles
hour
can
here, which
officially
we're going to take
roll
you to, and we're
over
going to
all
start
over the place.
streaming
Well,
after
good.
that. But
Hey, he's
you're looking
Fire
at live
Prevention
images
Month.
right now
Is it
of the
Fire Prevention
Palisades
Month?
fire.
It is
We've
now.
been on this all afternoon. Again, many structures have been destroyed. You
bullet
see
train area?
cars, they have also been destroyed. A lot of people were trying to get away, and then they abandoned their cars.
Oh, is that why?
And they had
The
to
cell towers
bulldoze
catch on
many of them
fire?
out.
Well, you don't ever
That
think about
cleared a
that.
path for people who were told
You
to
need to
shelter
have
in
the,
place to actually start
satellite
leaving
phone.
the Palisades. That's going to wrap up this edition of Eyewitness News at
Baby
3
Wiggles
o'clock.
for the
Again, to
win.
remind you, we are moments away from a press conference at Will
That's what we
Rogers
want to
Beach,
see.
which
And you're
they
getting
will
ready to go off the
update you
air?
on the acreage, the structures lost if they have it, and any relations that they might have with the cause of this fire. Don't forget, that is streamed on ABC7, our free ABC7 Los Angeles app.
I don't have the app, dude. What a jabroni thing they just did.
All right,
to
we
us.
are back to streaming on our ABC7
Oh,
Los
wait, they're
Angeles
back
app
on
and
streaming.
ABC7.com.
This is going to be the
You
stream
can see,
tonight.
a
Oh,
lot
that's
of
awesome.
fire
Hey, you know who
officials,
I
they're getting in
can't
position
find is
for
where
a
is
3:30 press conference to give us an update on the Palisades fire. We know this started before 11 a.m. We have been on this nonstop. We have had our meteorologists projecting what today was going to look like. It exactly as they predicted. It was going to be a very high fire danger day. It is proving to be very high fire danger. We know that this Palisades fire, it is about 1,200 acres right now. We know multiple homes have been destroyed and damaged. We do not know the exact number.
hang on, look at
As
this.
of right now, we have been told no one has been injured in this fire. But again, we are waiting for an update, and we do not know how this fire started. But again, we know a lot of people were trying to evacuate. You can
really bad. You can see right there. It's really close to hit the homes.
These people are live and on the ground. This is on TikTok.
Yeah, I just gave that location. User, Ocean and San Vicente. When you get to San Vicente Boulevard in Ocean, there's a little street. There's a big building on the corner. Behind that street. That's the last street of Santa Monica.
Oh, that sounds like a song. The Last Street of Santa Monica.
Sorry, guys. Let me get it back there.
Yeah, it is my fault. What happened?
Kimberly Hall. Yes, I received a text.
Yeah,
One of
he's
those,
late to the game.
emergency
Jeremy, like
alerts
he's
for
been my
Pacific
fault for a
Palisades
lot
and
longer.
Malibu.
Like since I
There
was a little baby.
Evacuation zone. So I don't know if it's mandatory, but I got those texts on the phone. Those text alerts.
Oh, hey, look, Puddletown and Baby Wiggles. Both achieving.
Nope, there's no. They say it was 70%, but honestly, this is getting out of hands. I don't think they can do too much. It's really close to get to the homes.
Holy cow, man! This is what I want to see. I love seeing the real people, you know, doing this stuff, showing the footage of them being there.
A lot of cars coming down. You can see it.
That's not. I love everybody else has. They're playing video games.
It's not a move. Don't worry. Okay, let me know. Yep, get out of Malibu as soon as possible. It's going really fast. Right there, look.
Oh, hang on, here we go. Oh, he's watching TV.
It's
Oh.
seems like people have evacuated, but we did speak with someone.
We got tricked. All these people are watching TV. Like, oh, I'm watching the fires.
This thing is spreading.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't know because you're just sitting there on your TV getting my
Other
views.
small homes are getting. Boston looks to me nature is serving a Boston Tea Party.
Angeles,
Come on, guys, have some heart.
As that can be. Somebody else watching TV. What is? I hate TikTokers.
Get some more then in.
Oh, look, he playing a video game called the.
You did see them, right? Yep, they were there, weren't they?
Oh, I'm so angry. So angry at this stupid stuff.
Or was I tripping? Or was I just seeing?
In these areas that ever since the Paradise Fire in Northern California that killed so many people, and the fire in Santa Rosa in 2017 that killed so many, the Tubbs Fire, the power companies here, in this case Southern California Edison and Northern California PG&E, they have started to shut off the power when it gets windy in case power lines come down. I was just looking, this is beyond just the numbers of power that is off because lines have come down. They have, as of right now, shut off the power for about 8,600 people in Southern California, most of those in LA County, but there are 412,000 more who are being warned tonight. They may have their electricity turned off by Southern California Edison because it's just too dangerous. And then you get into the nighttime situation of, do people know if there is a fire? Do they have the connectivity to get out? If they are in these canyons, and there are so many here in Southern California where they may not have cell phone connectivity, but they may, 411,000 people in Southern California tonight may have their power turned off by Southern California Edison just to prevent wildfires.
I can't reiterate enough how challenging and scary that can be. While they do take.
All right, we're going to stop that because we're going to. Wait. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Present, share screen, window. And this is James Woods. There's 2 houses from him. Holy cow. Well, that's a short little. Holy cow. Listen, James Woods can hear the wood, the fire embers. View from all our security cameras. Oh, that's the deck 3 minutes ago. Is that James over there? That was so crazy. We're blessed to have LA fire and police deputies doing their jobs. Well, we are safe and out. There are several elementary schools in our neighborhood. Hang on a second here. I've got somebody over here talking. I got to get this. All right, there you go. Sorry. There's several elementary schools in our neighborhood. There's an enormous community effort to evacuate the children safely. Cannot speak more highly the LA fire and police departments. Oh, man, my ear's itchy. Go. And Rosalind, why are you on the screen? Holy cow. Is that James? Where'd my cursor go? Wow. I expect this house to be a little bit nicer, didn't you? Oh, that's him leaving. That was him. That's just so crazy. And then, yeah, check that out. All right, so let's go back over here. How do I turn that on? How do I turn it on? How do I turn it on? How do I turn it on? Crap. Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
Phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like Chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
All right, here you go. Live news conference. 1,200 acres are burning.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
What was it,
Be giving
700
you a brief
earlier?
on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LEFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means of access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LEFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LEFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident.
Yeah,
We currently have over 250 LEFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters,
I think
4
it is.
brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6
2
paramedic
water
ambulances,
tenders.
1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we're so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the
Did she say
Westwood
Tuna
Recreation
Canyon?
Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population
Canyon?
threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures
you.
threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Don't you know his name?
The next
Oh, he's
speaker
got a
will
cool
be the
hat
Los
on.
Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
Oh, Maroney.
So good
Well, that's
afternoon.
from,
My name
whose
is Anthony
academy?
Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire
Anthony
Department
Maroney.
Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the city of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the city of Los Angeles. And at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3
Super
engine
Scoopers.
strike
It sounds like
teams
something
assigned
you
and
pick up dog
almost
poop with.
100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.laccounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date
10 to 4.
incident
Sounds like
information
we're gonna have
and
a wildfire
emergency
party
preparedness
tonight.
information,
Yeah.
Go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Mahoney, Maloney, Baloney.
Thank you, Chief.
Maybe you
During emergencies, always
Why
by
she's
our
playing? I
side is
love
our
this,
friends
man.
from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major
Wait,
job
you have
for
people
our
that aren't
people
deployed
has been
already?
Evacuation, traffic
What?
control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we
Since
need
it's
to be able to deal with this
fire.
emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard
Maroney.
from the speakers before
What's
me,
the guy
this
from
is something
Police
that is going
Academy?
to get worse throughout the night. So we all have to look out for each other.
I always
Areas
say
of
that, guys. We gotta look
evacuation
out for
so
each other.
far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. We'd also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments
Hey, it was
ago, Chair
Mahoney.
Barger signed
Mahoney.
LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire. For
Oh,
the
they did
severe
an
wind
emergency
event and all of
proclamation.
the
How
fires
sweet.
related to it. As the
Proclamations don't mean
National
anything.
Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening
I mean,
situation.
proclamations don't mean anything.
To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure.
You're gonna do this in memory
This is
farming
essential
'cause
to
it's
keeping
red?
you safe and to
Yeah, I
allowing
think
fire
firemen
and first
like red.
responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated
Ah, I
communities
look
in
like
Santa
Blue
Monica
Dog.
Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon,
She just hit the door
and
when I said
Malibu,
that.
all under evacuation order and evacuation warning. Please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heating all door-to-door
Dominic have a little
information
fire hat?
from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick
So how does
support
that
and
work?
coordination.
Rosamund,
Thanks
do
to
you
Mayor
know about
Bass,
that?
to
Like
Councilmember Park, and
evacuating
all of the council members in the
livestock?
city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state. unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command.
People just had
This
Christmas in that
emergency
house.
is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but
So
given the
there's hope.
conditions, that was challenging.
There's hope in the
few
middle of the
school
fire.
updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy
You
will
get
be
over there, man. It's gonna hit
relocated
all
all
those
week.
hair products and
Palisades
everything. It's
and
gonna be
Marquez
like
Elementaries will be relocated at
mother
Brentwood
of all bombs.
Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be
Look, I look like I'm
relocated at
in
a
this
location to
crowd.
be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
That is a canned statement.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris Dawson.
Oh, now the politicians get
Thank
a
you
chance.
so much. I just want everybody to know that
I'm here
since
and I'm
this
wearing
morning about
my
7
special clothes.
a.m. I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have
Wind event. Did you hear that?
Anywhere in our fire
This
department,
wind
our police
event.
department.
Why is it being called a wind event? To me, that says that there's something underneath
I
it.
am
They can't
also,
call it a fire.
I want everybody to know that
You know what?
as
If a wind
acting
event, you're not
mayor
going to
and
get fire
president of the LA
insurance.
City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later. The city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and
how's it going?
From, the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in, and again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district, who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need to come to the podium. Our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and Council President Harris Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset.
Wait, they do drills out there that you would
please make sure
think that this could be a drill?
Ready to go.
And
complying with all directives being given to you
That was at the
by
beach
law
too, wasn't it?
enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time.
Here's what I want. I wanted to compare this to, like, you know, the recycling and all this stuff. To get, oh, we're going to save so many pollutants. How many pollutants got released into the air today?
Period, as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to.
This guy is so proud of his hat. Look at it, his little fireman's hat. Mommy gave it to him on his 5th birthday.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are on and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is
where do I find it?
Affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the
it helps you told us where we find it.
We ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay outdoors, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters. So our firefighters
don't create additional problems. They're talking about YouTubers. Don't go out there streaming.
Thank you all for being here.
I'd have this shit 360.
Thank you, council member. And now we'd like to ask the governor, Gavin Newsom, to present.
Oh my gosh, Gavin Newsom made it!
Everybody, hell of a way to start a new year.
I heard that.
Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, and extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Roning for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned
Jessica Rodriguez. How you doing?
On Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system, through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard a chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed not a few, many structures already destroyed. And the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a
absolutely
building,
rock.
but for family members and loved ones.
Haley Mount,
I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the president, because that's something I don't take for granted, and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except
Those
one.
are Texas Gen words.
Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. Nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams. Fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared.
I've got to go to, I'm going to look that up right now.
Yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California.
Oh, it's already going to be a fire year. Did you hear that? They're already planning it. Where's DJ Lewis? He'll love that one.
All the elected officials
They're
as well.
planning a fire year.
One point, I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even an abstention that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful.
I don't want you to ever be sorry. Oh, well, they cut that off in a hurry, didn't they? What was it somebody said I laughed at? Newsom shows up because that was it. Paula Broadsworth. Newsom shows up because his celebrity friends' homes are on fire. All right, let's see here. What else we got? So I'm just going to warn you guys right now. Usually after a press conference, the quality of video from news and all that stuff, it usually goes away or slows down. That's what I've been trying to find a good source for. This is interesting. Boy, they didn't stop over here.
Esperamos que este incendio va a ser de larga duración y agradecemos su paciencia y su cooperación. Se espera que los vientos van a aumentar esta noche y por eso si no ha evacuado esta área que es de Merrimack a la calle Topanga y Mulholland a Pacific Coast Highway,
Boy, every one of these coverage
en este momento
things have
es hora de
stopped.
evacuar. Gracias.
Holy cow. Oh, good. Actually, here I have something I want to share with you.
Thank you, Dave.
All right. Here we go. So, are they going to start asking questions over here? I'm listening if they do anything good. All right, can you guys see this? The Palisades fire. Okay, this is live. This is the California. It's Los Angeles. It's 1,262 acres. And thank you, Roseman Ranch, for sending this into us. And then I have some stuff from Roslyn, too. Wait. Why is that doing it? Okay, good. All right, so let's break this down here. So this is live. Let's see here. Start at 10:30 a.m. Getting ready to do a 3D map. Here is the evacuation orders. Immediate threat to life. This is a lawful order to leave now. The area is lawfully closed to public access. Evacuation orders are in effect for the following zones. Evacuation warnings. Potential threat to life and property. Those who require additional time to evacuate and those with pets and livestock should leave now. I mean, dude, if I get evacuation warning, I'm out. The shelters and road closures, West Valley saved to date, southbound and southbound Pacific Coast Highway. So the whole Pacific Coast Highway is closed. The police conference they just had. Alert California camera feed. Oh, this is neat. Look at this. How do we get that one? I want to see that. Oh, they got 2 cameras? Oh, look at this one. Yeah, it's 1,200 acres, dude. Oh, sorry. You guys aren't listening with me. Yeah, okay, I agree. Oh, no, this is a neat deal. Oh, this is going to be cool. Watch this. Share screen. Boom. So look at this. This is live. They've got 4 different cameras here. I wonder where this is right here, because that's like both sides of the road. They have a water truck up here. Is that? Man, just look how bad that looks over there. And then the satellite. What's the satellite showing me? Are these planes? Oh, yeah, those are planes. Helibase. Oh, yeah, Los Angeles, California Fire Department. What's this? Baldwin Hills. Was UCSD. That's who's providing this. Wilshire 1, Wilshire 2, California Fire. Ooh, I love White Rabbit. You want to do the thing right? Let's see. Play by ear. Okay. Hey, do we have any crackers? Never mind. I'll come down and get them. I like the Ritz and Cholula. The hot sauce. I love you. She brought me chili, but I like crackers in my chili and hot sauce. Wait, I'm not fake. I'm real. I'm a real boy. Oh wait, hold on here. That's why we just ate dinner. That's why I'm eating dinner. Let's see here. A lot of the streets webcams are down. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm mad now. Well, I got cheese on it. She put cheese on it, but I didn't get crackers. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what you gotta do. I can't. I'm not in a fire. I'm not in a fire. I'm eating chili. Yeah, she is. But man, I tell you what, the look on her face when I asked for some crackers, that's why I was like, no, never mind, I'll go get it. Oh, it's awful. Anyway. All right, hold on, wait. There's another one of these things. Sorry, y'all. Y'all distracted me. This is, I think I like this one better. Share this tab instead. Look at this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Everybody said you were the best. Oh. I said, everyone said you were the best. This is what she's doing. That's the look I got. Yeah, well, I know she is. Problem is I don't think she thinks I am. All the cell phone towers and internet towers are all being taken out. Ouch. So they need to clean the lens. They need to get someone out here and clean these things. That right here, the top left one, is terrifying to me. Absolutely terrifying. And let's see. Let me move me around here. How does it move? There it is. All right. So there's they're flying into it. The other one had a better map of it. But man, that's this top left one here, or I guess it's top right. I don't know. I don't have the whatchamacallit on the stream on. Let's go back over here. Wait, refresh. Oh, hey, ready.ca.org is gone. It is not there. That is .gov. That dummy doesn't know how to spell it, I bet you. There it is. What's his name? Didn't have his own thing. Prepare for emergencies. The latest current emergencies. Well, that's dumb. Okay, I'll look at that later. Sorry. All right, so let's go back over here. I'm going to share this. Where to go? Okay, so here's what I want to do. I just realized you guys may not be able to see because my big head's in the way. Big head. And we go right there. See over here, this is all like, so that purple there is where they're flying into. It looks like. Right? Or not? Am I messed up? I might be messed up. Wow. Let's see here. What is my click? Draw. I don't want to draw anything. Measure distance. I don't want to do that. What's this? Let me hit that. Yeah, let's do the fire perimeters. See what that does. Oh. I didn't do anything, did it? Oh, it made full screen. Are you guys still here? Okay, there. Now you can see all the flights going in. I mean, there's 0% contained. Holy cow, man. This is going to be... I wish we could go to satellite. We can't go to satellite. Look at this. That's what I wanted to see. So right here, is that what they're showing? This is where the fire is. Holy cow. Yes, there we go. That's what I wanted. Man, that's scary, scary. What's this right here? Green Park North, fixed location. California. Oh, that's okay. That's I don't know what that is, but it's something there. It's a fixed location. Los Angeles County. I don't know what that is. But look at this, man. Holy cow. This is all that fireplace. Wait. Now I lost it. They're trying to, oh, there you go. So all of this, man, is part of where that fire is. Whew, man. Holy cow. Holy cow. Now, all right, this guy, you see him? He says, look at that. Okay, so this is that dude. Holy cow.
And we were closer up there. And right now, we're kind of sheltered from the wind.
Holy moly. All right, guys, I'm going to leave you here with this guy for a second. I need to work on my
indicator of how strong
5-alarm chili. 5-alarm chili. Is that right?
For
no. Give me give me 1 minute here.
And the gusts are just super strong and very dangerous.
And I'll be listening.
So yeah, so
I'm just gonna,
you can just tell
off in the
that things are really dangerous in this situation. The good news is a lot of the homes, most of the homes, I should say, seem to be empty. People have heeded the evacuation orders, although even up where we were, there were people
what's up?
Sightseers who had climbed a
fence.
Hey,
not Baker, how you doing?
And were checking out the fire, and these were young kids that looked like a father as well. They got out of there just moments before all this stuff kicked up. So it is
Funston, how are you doing? Get your hot sauce. Yeah, I gotta get
the place to be a looky-loo. If you live in this area, you should evacuate immediately because these winds are kicking up and it is getting very, very dangerous out here.
Yeah.
Rob, yeah, certainly. And we've been watching these live pictures. It's pretty incredible how quickly those flames can just, completely explode. All right, we're going to check right now with Michelle Fisher. She is on Pacific Coast Highway. And Michelle, what are you seeing there? A lot of smoke, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of smoke and also flames. A home behind us here in Malibu Village. This is the 17,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. We pulled up and this home was completely engulfed in flames and just within the moments since we've been here, the flames have really taken off. Now, the good news is that we did see a fire engine head up the hill here, and we've seen them spraying some water in that direction. But as the wind is blowing, it seems that this row of houses here, there's about a dozen or so that are beside the one that's burning. Those could be threatened as these embers continue to kind of fly every which way. We're actually going to speak now with Arya, who's a gentleman that we saw here on the side of Pacific Coast Highway, kind of looking up towards those homes. And I stopped him and I said, hey, you know, why are you evacuating? What's your situation? And he actually shared with me that his grandmother lives there in Malibu Village. So Arya, thank you so much for chatting with us. Talk to me a bit about what today has been like for you and your family.
Yeah, so I was sitting in my organic chemistry lecture in Monterey Park, super far. My school didn't offer the class, so I had to drive like 30 miles out. And then I got a citizen notification first about like the West Hollywood fires, like north of Sunset or south of Sunset, whatever it was. And then shortly after that, I got another citizen alert about about 200-acre fire in the Palisades that's like spreading super fast. So naturally I call my grandma. I think that was around like 11-ish. Yeah. And then yeah, I called her. I asked her like what's going on. She said she was grabbing her stuff like in that moment, and then she said she would like be leaving immediately. And then I like asked my professor or my lab professor if I could leave early to just like get out here and see what's going on.
Now that you're out here and you're seeing this, I mean, to see these flames burning incredibly close to your grandmother's home, I mean, how does that make you feel?
I mean, it's nice seeing that it's not her house yet. And they did, like, after a while, finally get some, like,
sorry. It's nice that it's not grandma's house yet. I'm just standing here watching it.
So there's, like, a little bit of hope. It's really, like, sad. We love the neighbors that we had up there.
Oh, look, she's wearing
ski that's really
goggles.
upsetting for them, even if, like, our home is untouched.
I don't think those are... You guys, hey, we have some firefighters here. What do you need for fires? What type of goggles should you have?
I don't know too much.
Oh,
but
there's
yeah,
a fire
there's
truck
people we
engine.
love.
I want
so.
a fire truck horn.
It's a really tight-knit community, so.
You mentioned your grandmother had some plans for her evacuation, but those plans quickly changed as things kind of have gotten worse. Talk to me a bit about that if you can.
Yeah, so I parked my car down on Channel and walked up because I didn't know if I could drive up here. As I started walking up, I saw how I kept getting more and more evacuation notices on my phone. Like more, like one was like the Sunset Mesa area in Malibu, and then I was like everything east of another road, which is where she would have evacuated to stay with a friend.
This is one road and this is the other road.
There goes those plans, but yeah.
She was going to go.
He said there goes those plans.
She was going to go to Malibu somewhere.
Malibu, yeah.
And then the people in Malibu got the evacuation order.
Correct.
So now at this moment, you don't know where your grandmother is, but.
No matter how, but she's not here.
She just parked her car at the Bait Club, and then she just hitched a ride down there.
At the Bait Club?
So
Yeah, and since we've been doing this live interview, I think we've seen 2 more fire engines head up the hill here to Malibu Village to try to get a hold on these flames. But again, the winds, as we know, is really what's fueling this. And the embers that are burning, I mean, since we pulled up, we've seen glowing embers flying towards the direction of our trucks, towards the direction of the beach and the ocean. And if those blow into one of the homes that are beside the one that's on fire, well, we know how that could end. So we're hoping that doesn't happen. Thank you again so much for your time this afternoon, and our thoughts. I
don't think these N95 masks
so that's the latest here. We're along Pacific Coast Highway live. We'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that report, and I hope his family is okay. And boy, that's a stressful situation to be in. Now we have, as we mentioned, crews spread out everywhere. Sometimes we're losing their signal, but we do have one of our photographers, Frank Nielsen, who is standing by right now to give us some information via the phone. And he is standing by at Mastro's Ocean Club in Malibu. If you're familiar with Malibu, this is a beautiful restaurant there, but everybody is in danger in that area. And Frank, can you hear us? And what's the latest situation from where you are?
Well, this parking lot about 15 minutes ago at
like T-Rex for a second.
near Topanga and PCH
Had quite a few cars in it with residents.
Have you turned this into a drinking
homes
game?
on the hill right behind PCH.
Oh, that is terrifying.
In the
Look at that.
Palisades there.
You're at the Ocean
And
Club.
Most of them,
There's that beautiful
took off.
mountain. It's on fire.
The winds.
I swear, this looks like.
I'm guessing 100 miles an hour. I've never seen winds like that.
Oh, this is totally T-Rex.
Anytime in California.
I'm guessing it's 100 miles an hour. Never seen anything like that.
20
mile an hour winds.
I don't know if you have the shot up right now, but that entire hill was ablaze just maybe 10 minutes ago. There's also a row of unhoused RVs that
they don't know where his grandma is
from the Ocean Club towards Santa Monica, maybe about 20 RVs. I'm pretty sure I'm witnessing at least one or two of those going up right now. It looks like a box shape on PCH in flames. This is incredible. I've never seen anything quite like this. Mastros, amazingly, I don't see a scratch on it, but everything else around here that could burn is on fire or already burned. And as far as I can see, up and down PCH is flames. So the winds have really picked up as well in the last hour. There was periods of calm for a while in the Palisades, but I don't know if you can see in the live shot right now, but that's really blowing some embers.
Just Stacy, were you here when the propane
smoke
tank blew? You hear it off in the distance?
You can't get outside of the truck without a mask. It's incredibly smoky.
Have you been able to see if any of the flames have hopscotched over PCH and on the ocean side of PCH?
Absolutely. It's definitely burned to the water for sure. I'm going to estimate just south of Topanga or east of Topanga, I guess. Definitely in this area, it's burning clear to the water.
Oh dear.
Let me figure out exactly what's happening here in the shot. This is your shot. You're sitting in the vehicle, so you're safe, right, Frank?
I'm not sure about that, but it's crazy. It's really blowing right now.
Wow. Yeah, you can really see those winds just gusting. So Mastro's Ocean Club, a lot of people, as Frank was saying, were using that parking lot as kind of a safe haven, as a place to go. I guess they have left and gone somewhere else, but the restaurant itself, are there still employees there, or did they evacuate?
I am the only vehicle in this parking lot left.
That's T-Rex.
And I can see
this sounds like him. The things he says, this is T-Rex.
Burning on both sides of PCH, and right behind me where I'm sitting in the parking lot is just water. So definite confirmation that we've got, burned to the Pacific Ocean for sure. And it's continuing down past Topanga, it looks like. I can see flames from here. So it's definitely west of Topanga at PCH at this point.
Just incredible. Frank Nielsen, thank you so much for joining us on the phone, and you stay safe out there, and thanks for bringing us some incredible pictures
there
of
was
this.
One other thing I wanted to mention, the
Crypto doesn't like it either.
Villa appeared to be on fire.
Oh, no. He said
video.
Godzilla.
And it's definitely the 50-foot flames burned right up to the Getty Villa. I've got footage of that, but we're not sure if it actually caught the building. I interviewed a guy in the parking lot here who had to pass by it, and he verified, at least in his opinion, that the building was ablaze.
Oh, that's disturbing.
So that would be the Getty Villa at Coastline and PCH.
Wow, we look forward to seeing more video from you, Frank. And thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate that.
Look at the glowing hillside across the way.
Just a scary sight there. And, so many people have been under mandatory evacuations. And fortunately, there is an evacuation center that has been set up. It's at the Westwood Recreation Center for those who need it. The address is 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. And this center is accepting small animals. Again, that's the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Wow, incredible.
So, hang on. I get that volume off. So, wait. No, I want to go back to this. Where'd he go? I hate when I try to switch over to. All right, here we go. Bump, and the volume. Where's my cursor? Cursing my cursor.
that are on fire right now. Of course, we had near the Palisades Highway.
This guy's good. I like this guy.
Lane, Bienvenida, fire on Monument, fire near Chautauqua. We're now on Livorno Drive in the Marquez section of Pacific Palisades, where we have encountered a few homes that have been destroyed by this fire right now. This is 17071 Livorno. The homeowner is here. He does not want to go on camera, understandably. I just heard him explain to his wife that they lost their house. It was just a heartbreaking conversation. I don't even know how
He's
you
the
have
first
a
person doesn't
conversation
want to go on
like that.
camera.
And he has been here doing everything he can.
I'd be like, yeah, but I can dual stream it.
Can really stop these winds right now, especially on Livorno. You can see that this home is a complete loss. The firefighters, looks like they've salvaged some of the stuff in the garage, but as we just pan a little bit
salvage some of the stuff in the garage.
They got that there's a few other homes that have been lost
goal
here. Again, I'm
that's not salvaging anything in the garage. Oh,
hang in there.
Gone. We saw that home. It was above Sunset Boulevard at Palisades Drive, and we saw that home completely on fire. That's where a bulldozer with LA County Fire had to plow through cars in order to make way.
Where's the
so
bulldozer
fire crews could
footage?
get up here to the Marquez section. Again, people had abandoned their cars because fire had reached Sunset Boulevard. They left their cars. They ran, walked for safety down to Pacific Coast Highway, and they were blocking Sunset. So that's why a bulldozer had to plow. We got fire crews up here. As we've just seen in Marquez on Livorno, we have lost some homes here. David and Ellen?
That harks the memories from the Lahaina fire when cars were just backed up and people had to evacuate and just basically run for their lives. Josh, thank you for that report. It is dire, and I hope people are listening that
just incredible.
When those evacuation orders go out, get out when you can.
Exactly. We're going to go to Sid Garcia right now. He's been at the command center of the LA Fire Department. And Sid, what can you tell us?
Well, this is not great news right now. You've got fire that's creeping closer down the hill towards Pacific Coast Highway. We are not too far from Will Rock.
Mute that, and then we're going to go stop, and then present, share screen. Now we go here. So this is what Rosalind, is one of the videos she sent in. So check this out. Oh, you guys can't hear that, can you? That was the whole point of me wanting to show it to you. So I can't. Sorry. So what he's pointing out is that they have a sprinkler system inside, and there's alarms going off, and the wind is unbelievable the way it sounds. So yeah, it's not as good of a visual as it was in audio. I messed that one up. You know what that's called? That's called being what expert testimony does right there. Expert stuff. All right, let's see here. Let's go back through. Why is that, man? There's nothing else on this. Oh, let's see here. This is KTLA. Let's go back to them. There's a new one. Crap.
Colleen, that's right.
All right, here we go. Oh, look, everybody's got the ski goggles out.
You guys earlier.
What kind of goggles are these?
Engulfed in flames. Since then, fire crews.
Yeah, that guy didn't know. I mean, that was T-Rex. You know, he's a good guy, but
he just got saved words. The home right next door. Earlier, I talked about how that homeowner came by to check her home. She was really worried. She was telling us how worried she was about how close those flames were to her property. But it appears that fire crews were able to spare her home. Again, earlier, these flames were just taking over this entire home as we were watching it burn, and that intense smoke that was taking over the area. And it appears now that there may be another spot fire towards the back of the home, but it's very difficult to see right now. But I say that just because of the amount of smoke from the lava that is behind there, and I believe that is where firefighters are right now. But again, the concerns of those wind gusts picking back up right now, so you can just feel the intensity of these winds and the concerns of more spot fires potentially starting and flames just jumping to other homes in this area. But for now, this home right here, they were able to put out those flames and save this home next door. Colleen, Michael?
I mean, you know, when you got smoke and you have soot coming out of the windows, I don't know how much of that house has been saved.
Fully engulfed. You can see the flames coming up through the windows. And you spoke
hey,
to
Heidi,
the
how you doing?
homeowner who lives to the right of this property, who obviously evacuated, but yet had no idea.
Citrus the Wizard. I love the name. Burning Man goggles.
Yeah, so she obviously, as you said, evacuated, but still does not know the status.
I know what goggles
of her home
do,
right now, but
I
the
know
progress
smoke and
that
all
was
that.
made
Yeah, but
here
like, what kind of
in
goggles
those
are
last
those?
30
They
minutes
look
was
like ski
remarkable to
goggles.
see, because when we got here, those flames
Like, I
were
want some smoke
so
goggles.
intense.
I mean, maybe I
and
need
again, that homeowner,
maybe I need that.
those flames were so incredibly close to her home, but thankfully they were able to put out those flames. And I want to go ahead and toss it over to some. We spoke earlier to several homeowners in this area who told us they actually stayed behind to help other homes, and they actually told us that they helped put out some fires. Let's go ahead and listen to what they had to say.
A lot of flames, a lot of smoke, a lot of
wind.
Spicoli. You know, it's been very catastrophic.
Dude.
And as you know,
that's the Tinkler, Robert the Tinkler.
Jump
you see
ahead
that?
as the wind blows.
He beat on the fires. He's the Tinkler. He's been waiting for this his whole life since he's a little kid. He's like, Mommy, look at that firehouse.
You're looking at the fire. Look back to while you fire. Look back again. It's actually moved hundreds of feet in seconds. It goes that quick. Those embers go and poof, fire. Because no rain.
Again, as he talked about those embers flying and just the concern with that due to these intense winds.
There for a while.
But as you just heard, people helping people, doing what they can to help other homeowners in this area.
Discord,
but back out here live again. One home, at least here,
if I knew where Discord
was spared
which
this afternoon from those intense flames next door. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Camilla, thank you for that. We want to tell you now it is 4:30 straight up. We're continuing our coverage of the fire.
Hey,
and bringing you live,
T42
continuous
got me one
coverage
too.
since 11 a.m.
This fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in
Holy
the Pacific
cow.
Palisades area.
Those acres are burning there. It looks like
there
that
are evacuations.
seaweed
More than 30,000 people have been forced to leave.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There's the dozer. The dozer!
Abandoning them in the middle of the road.
Looking at that video right there, those winds only expected to worsen tonight with more than 10,000 homes threatened. We do want to remind our viewers an evacuation shelter has been established at Westwood Recreation Center. This is over at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Guys and this is exactly what they had to do with those cars. They brought in a bulldozer. They bulldozed those cars, those abandoned cars, out of the area so that first responders and fire crews could get in there.
NBC4's Robert Kovacic live there on Sunset Boulevard, near where people were being evacuated. And Robert,
so I was thinking about after the coin pusher, I was like, you know, I'd like to do is I get some of those.
As you heard, it is just completely where you look, you just don't know what you're going to see here. And this is right here at the Highlands. And as you see a home there on fire, Scott's going to whip around here, and you see right now, basically, the Highlands Village has been
I wish I had a dog cam.
Spared, though the hills behind it have been charred. So the firefighting effort has been a hopscotch, if you will.
Okay, so anyway, I was like, man, I wish. Like, I was thinking about those little Lego deals, right? And then I don't know, I actually looked them up on Amazon, and then I started looking at Hot Wheels, and they have little mini race cars.
March people
like remote control. I was like, how cool would it be if they had little mini remote control
the winds have
bulldozer? And I get those coins, those Legos. I just there make videos of pushing those things over.
Watch right now.
Boy, that sounds dumb when I say it out loud, but man, I tell you what, I was so excited when I thought of it, and I was excited enough to share it with you.
Difficult sometimes it is to maneuver out of these spaghetti streets because these are very narrow and tough streets. So you see right here, you have an entire condominium complex, and look at the fire there that is raging behind it. We don't see any firefighting efforts there, but look at that fire pick up, and you just don't know if they
really
can
need video
possibly
of her doing
get
this
to it.
stuff.
The winds are pushing it right now.
She just turned around and gave me a look like she's not sure that's happy.
Worked with for decades. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "It's all going to the."
When are you gonna do a live push? Yeah, that's what I want to do. A little bulldozer though.
That is what we're witnessing.
That'd be so cool. Any type of remote control bulldozer. I'd get a desk full of those things, just push
and
over.
the fear that must have set in for people. You showed a few minutes ago the bulldozer that was coming, that was pushing these cars out of the way. This is the bulldozer that's here.
Yes.
In case this bulldozer is needed again. So the LA County Fire Department.
They have at least 5 bulldozers.
Sunset and Palisades. What you see right here, still the firefighting effort.
There's a bulldozer place next door to Dollywood, y'all.
LAPD officers trying to direct traffic, trying to get people out of here. But this is the aftermath of all of these cars that were abandoned. And you can see right now how important it was. Look at that fire truck heading east on Sunset now, having to get through the
We've seen that Tesla before.
That they pushed out of the way. How are we doing, gentlemen? Evacuation still happening? Any injuries that you're hearing about? So far, so good.
Nobody's talking to him. Oh, they're talking to her. Or no, that's him.
This is a fire
Where was the cameraman? Why was the cameraman behind?
Right here. Looks like it says Hermosa Beach, if I can see on that truck. This is what is the path that they had to clear out because so many cars had suddenly had to be abandoned. So many cars had blocked Sunset.
I mean, look at that. It's like Black Friday.
And the Palisades.
Everybody had to go get
had
TV.
To move these cars out of the way. So Redondo Beach is here on scene in this firefighting effort. But through wherever you look, you can turn 360 degrees. You will see smoke, you will see fire, you will see a destroyed home, and you will see an effort that only continues because right now you just don't know where you can possibly go to try and stop this thing from moving. But again, to quote our
you're not
guys
going to
from
stop the
LAFD,
fire from moving.
This fire right now is heading.
I'll tell you where you go.
towards the
You
beach,
go to an area
and
where
it
the fire's already
continues
gone
to burn
through.
Right now, I'm going to show you right here with the
It's not
highlights.
coming back.
This is a condominium complex, an apartment complex that definitely has to be an area of concern right now because we are watching the flames behind it. We're going to keep our eye on it for you.
Well, where are
and we'll
those
keep you
flames?
posted.
Go over there and touch them.
All right, Robert, thank you. We have an update on that situation. It's not going to the beach. It's at the beach.
Oh, it's
right
at the
now.
beach.
We're going to switch
Well,
live
she's
to
not
NBC
wearing
4's
beach
Tracy
attire.
Leung. She's live along
Huddle
PCH
down. Here's
Road,
your
Rochester.
here's your girl.
Stay
Tell
tuned.
her
Tracy, we understand you're
it is
seeing
beach
police
season.
evacuating people there.
Yeah, that's right, Colleen. Just within the last 10
look at
minutes,
those goggles.
we saw officers jump out of their patrol cars right here along PCH.
Oh, did
ran
they have the
across
little red
the
buoys?
highway, and they ran up.
Did they
that
run in slow
hillside
motion?
to those homes that appear to be burning right now? The trees are burning. You can see those flames just taking over that one wall. We saw these 2 officers, and they were yelling. They
That's a good
appeared
point.
to be talking to someone. They were
Good
telling
point.
them
That's a good
to
point.
get out. They were asking if they were okay. It's unclear. We couldn't see someone on the other side, but the cops were communicating with someone. And then just shortly after
damn!
that,
How
they
you
jumped
doing,
the
girl?
fence,
Hello
and they are
from
now
Smoky,
inside
California.
that
Oh, you're
complex
2
where there
hours
are just
away.
dozens of homes on this hillside,
Oh, wow.
Colleen
Can
and
you
Michael.
see
And you can
anything out
see
there?
right now, live on television,
I know 2 hours
this
away,
home
like,
is
you shouldn't be
burning
able to
down.
see
And that
anything.
is the home that the
Sometimes I
officers
say
were
stupid
trying
things,
to
but don't
get
worry
to.
about it.
We also saw other people who parked their cars.
Francis, how you doing? You can die from smoke inhalation before the flames get you. That's why they evacuate as soon as they can away from the winds. Yeah, y'all, if anybody's out there, make sure if you have friends or anything out there,
winds
wake
are
them up.
so strong. They are blowing
Call 'em.
all
Tell 'em,
this
get
smoke
up.
in the area. Visibility is very low.
Doing better
It's
today than
difficult
you
to
know
see.
what?
It's
I
difficult to
slept
breathe.
12
We have
hours
seen
last
fire
night.
trucks
Oh, I
and
slept
police officers
really
coming
bad
back
hard.
along PCH.
It was good.
And again,
First time I've
a lot
slept
of
in this
people
whole.
right now are trying to evacuate. They are trying
Oh,
to
look at
get
that!
out of
Oh
the
my
area.
gosh!
So this
Yes!
is one of the
Yes,
main
it's
roads that
a
people
YouTuber!
can use
Yes!
access to get
Yes,
out.
go check out her
Again, we are
Instagram.
already seeing
Holy
these
cow, did you
flames
see that?
coming down.
That was a
They've
look
reached
at
the beach.
me. She did the
And I'm
look at
not
me.
sure if
Hold
you
on,
can
we
hear
got.
it right now.
Oh
You
man,
can
we're
hear these
rewinding this
officers
sucker.
yelling.
Where'd she
My
go? Where's the
photographer,
look at
Sean
me girl?
Browning,
Look
he's
at
taking
me!
over
Look
here
at
right now.
me!
So these 2 officers,
It
these
used
are
to
the
just be
2
like,
men
oh, they don't
that
let you
we saw
rewind here.
run up that
Damn it, they
hillside.
don't let you
And
rewind.
it does, Sean, it does look like there's someone up there. It looks like there's someone up on the hillside. There's 2 people. I'm not sure if those
Oh,
are
hold on.
fire
What are
rescue
they doing?
crews, but they are trying to get inside this home that is actively burning.
It's actively
Colleen
burning.
and Michael, And so these officers came back down. And if we get a
Oh,
little
look,
bit
they're
closer,
hanging
was there
out.
someone inside? Was there someone inside? Okay. Not sure. There might be someone up there, but you can see this home is just crumbling from these intense flames, and there are just dozens of homes behind there. But we're going to keep an eye on
Did
the
you see
situation.
Biden just
For
approved
now, that's
another
the very
$3 billion
latest.
to
Colleen,
Ukraine
Michael,
while
back to
California
you.
burns?
Wow. All right.
Was
so
that
Stacey,
I think
again,
Lesko said
get
earlier
some water,
that
catch your
Biden
breath.
thought that
the elements out there,
it was
obviously,
Ukraine that texted
doing a
him.
number of
So they
Yeah,
passed
and you
the
can see
emergency
the house
relief
there.
stuff.
When it goes
I guess
quickly.
it did go to
We
Ukraine.
did see 2 people in the
Let's go.
backyard there.
You knew
One
that
appeared
one.
to be in civilian clothes. The other one might have been in uniform, but it was really hard to tell through all that smoke.
That was really hard
The
to
hope
tell.
is that
Look at
nobody
that.
is inside of that home or anywhere near that home. All right, NBC4's Darcia Phillips with more on some houses burning there on Radcliffe Avenue.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, we actually
Now see, look at these goggles. They're not like those other ones. These aren't ski goggles. These are like NBA goggles.
We thought it was just
These are Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
down
goggles.
here. Almost every single home on this side of the street has gone up in flames, completely destroyed. This one actively burning right now. The one next to it also actively burning. And then just further down the road, we were able to walk down there. They're just skeletons of homes right now. So this is how quickly this
Skeletons
fire
of
is
homes?
moving.
I believe it's
We
called,
are not far from Pacific Palisades Charter High School.
There's a term for it.
So
I
that's
don't
where
know.
we are
I'm making up
located.
stuff.
And right now, we do believe that everyone on this street has been evacuated, which is the good news. Sadly, though, people are going to be coming back to skeletons of homes. To come
Skeletons?
back home
Is that what
after
you
this.
call it, though? Skeletons of homes?
This fire is burning right now.
Jeff
It's
Montgomery,
burning
what's up?
So much, and the wind continues to whip through this area. One thing I do want to mention, we do not see a firefighter in sight, and that is because this is so difficult to get a handle on. These fires are moving like a blowtorch with this wind, and
Blowtorches move?
struggling to keep up with it. Take a look at this over here that's going up in just the past 5 minutes. We saw
I need to get a
something
blowtorch.
burning on the other side of this area. I believe that's Haverford over there.
Yes.
It looks like a power line is on fire along with some trees and brush. But again, just really very close
Okay,
to
look.
structures. So
This is
we are
fun and
seeing
all.
homes
But I think
lost
I've
here
got,
in this fire.
I think it used to be Young. It's got the footage I was looking for.
Rushing around
Watch this
area,
now.
trying to get everyone out of the area, get them
Oh, well, I
evacuated,
can't watch
and
this
to
because I got to
safety. That,
move
of
it.
course, is the number
Oh,
one
man.
priority for these first responders, and then of course trying to save
That was
property.
a fail.
But the fast
My part,
moving
major
flames,
fail.
how fast this wind is blowing makes it completely difficult for first responders to really get a handle on this.
Excuse me.
And again, we are
So
also
sorry.
hearing
I
explosions.
I
A lot of those
pause
are
when I have to
tires
sneeze like
of
that.
cars that are on fire.
So weird
We
feeling.
did also see a gas line blow here in one of these homes.
Saw a gas
So
line blow.
a very dynamic situation. As I mentioned before, we are seeing homes that are burning actively here on Radcliffe. We'll send it back to you guys.
Darcia Phillips there
right,
again,
see here.
reporting live there for us in Radcliffe. Thought in the beginning, initially, there were 2 homes on fire. She counted as
20
5
seconds.
or 6.
Yes. And nobody appears to be in the neighborhood, Darcia.
Tiki torches
Nobody
move.
appears to be in the neighborhood. We do have several,
Oh,
news here,
dude.
just discovering that this
I think I
is
know what
on
you're talking
fire,
about.
but we do not see anyone
Wait, I
actively
lost my thing.
evacuating. So the hope is everyone was able to get out. With
Oh
their
my
pets,
gosh.
with their loved
So they
ones.
do an
But
advertisement
again, I think
now.
what is so
And you go
eerie is that
to
we
try to go
actually
to a
do
different
not see
tab
any
so you don't have
first
to watch the
responders
advertisement.
here.
They
And it's not
pause the
because they
ad.
don't want to be here. It's because this is
Holy
moving so
cow.
quickly that they are having to continue to try and
All right,
save
now.
the property and the life that they can. This is a chimney that
All
is
right.
smoking right here. The
Hey,
fire has
chimney
gotten
smoking.
into the attic and in through the
We're
rest
gonna
of the home,
pause
and
this
now
for a second.
it's that smoke you
Right?
see just
We can
pouring
come back. But right now, I think that we've got the video we've been looking for. And we're going to, oh, I messed that up. I was supposed to just hit share. Crap. Share screen. Not that one. This one right here. Yes. Is it up? Is it up? Yes, it is. Look at this. Let's see what this does. Look at this. He is there. This is before cars got pushed out of the way. Turn that volume up. There we go.
Yeah, I want to take you here live right now. So
there's that Tesla again.
All of these cars.
He knows he's not going to move it.
So all of
the Mercedes.
They took their keys. This is Palisades Drive.
Oh, there's two Teslas.
Sunset Boulevard. This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way. So if this is your car, unfortunately, it's an emergency situation.
I mean, I didn't realize. Look at that, how they are on top of each other, man. They took over all the lanes.
There are dozens of
cars that were coming in.
Like a movie
I mean, everybody was panicking to get out of here.
LA County Fire, they have to do what
this is like the Walking Dead when everybody left their cars.
So literally, they're moving the cars, the SUVs. We're seeing Mercedes, very nice vehicles, Teslas up here, but that's because the car owners, they took their keys and they just started running. They left the cars here as the firefighters were trying to clear the pathway, clear the roadway. This is an emergency situation where, they need to get up to the homes. They want to make sure people are not trapped up there. But this line of cars probably goes about
I don't even know how this
300
bulldozer
feet,
did this
at least
so quickly.
as long as I can see from this bird's eye view. So we're kind of staying back. They're in a situation here where they are literally moving these vehicles out of the way. Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
Now is the time to visit the Basil Family Dealerships for your next pre-owned vehicle. 10 locations across Western New York with thousands of vehicles available and priced to sell. Cars, trucks, SUVs.
All right, we're going back to Fox.
Here, a lot of these whole old homes. This is Antioch. We are just south of the Cross Haverford. Several of these homes up in flames. They started smoldering a little while ago from all the burning embers coming off the hillside, and now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my gosh, look at this!
Homes burning out of control.
No, this is all live still.
Here, whipping the flames around. Next block over, some more homes. Some that you just saw a few minutes ago with the we had a transformer, an electrical transformer, explode over there. This is all out of control, burning embers all over the place, whipped around by those winds. And this is something, if you're familiar with the Palisades Village, just as a block just behind Gelson's, the main center of the village itself. A lot of these homes been here for decades, and now they're tree-lined streets. Antioch right over here, it is burning. You can hear it popping. Active fire, all out of control. No firefighters here. This is just something where you're left to the whims of nature. These winds blowing the embers all the way through. Last half hour or so, the wind's really picking up here, and as Mike has been showing our photographers, you see all the smoke blowing through. I'm sure you can also see some of the burning embers too. But these homes burning, it is a wildfire, an out of control blasting wildfire. Look at all these embers blowing through here. Unbelievable scene. This is in the Palisades Village. Again, about a block south of Gelson's, right in the heart of the village itself. We were hoping in this area that the fire would stay up on the hillside itself to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. That was the hope, but now the fire is really roaring here. The heat coming back. We're going to pull back here a little bit, Mikey, because the embers really becoming dangerous. And as these embers blow up through, there are some more homes, obviously, right off to the other side. They are at risk, too. Again, this is Antioch. It is a block south of Haverford, about 2 blocks south of Sunset, right behind the Gelsons, in the heart of the Palisades Village. The fire here burning out of control.
Ed, I want to give you a second to catch your breath, and maybe we can just take this sound full and listen in to the sound coming off of Mike Armijo's camera for a moment.
Man, that's unbelievable.
So you can hear those ferocious winds, and you can hear the destruction. Ed Lasco says we bring you back into this. Ed, I know you know this neighborhood, the Palisades, so well. Guys, can you talk about this community, the character of this community? Whoa! And now we're looking at power lines. This is
holy cow! This is what they're talking about. Why they're going to cut the power off.
Talk about the community if you can.
Yeah, I will, but I was going to mention also the power line. Some of the firefighters were going by here a little while ago. There's still some folks in this area who haven't left, and they've been on the loudspeaker telling them, oh, as we have some more of the transformers blowing up here. They were warning people to watch out for the down power lines, thinking that they are still energized, and as the fire hits the transformers, the wires come down. That even brings yet another situation. But to your point, Alex, yes, the Palisades, very quiet community, lots of children through here. The folks come here and they set up their homes because there's good schools in the area, very peaceful. Not much of a crime. We don't really get out here and do many stories because there's not much of a crime situation here. And then you have a fire like this that starts burning on the hill. And as you can see, these winds ripping right down Antioch, and there's no way to stop them. Firefighters have no way of controlling this, and it's just one home after the other as it goes down toward the ocean. And I was going to show Mikey. Mikey, can you look at this over here? This is interesting. Here's a spot fire. This is the home right across the street. Look at this. That's how these things happen. The embers, remember, we saw them blowing. It's now into that hedge, burning this home. And that, without any firefighters down here, is probably going to threaten and blow over and catch this hedge on fire. This vegetation in these homes are going to be at risk too. But look how quickly just a little ember like that gets going. There's a big pine tree right overhead. This whole area looks like a bomb, a war zone. Look at this. I'm standing in it, and I can't even believe it.
So no firefighters that you see on the street right now?
No, there are no firefighters here at all. But again, it's not a crack or slap at the firefighters. They've got their hands full.
Right, sure.
Look at those burning embers down at the bottom of the street. Look at that. My goodness. Right. So everybody is down here. I don't see any more of the residents down here. There are some folks who are driving around taking pictures. But yeah, watch over to your left there, sir. This hedge is really going over there now. So it doesn't take long at all. Matter of seconds, it's going. There's another spot fire on the other side. So this home and the home right next to it, threatening as well. But no, we haven't seen any firefighters down here. But what could they do? Look at this. You see all these embers, big pieces, chunks of the palm trees blowing through here. The wind blowing through. It looks like just somebody turned on the gas on your stove and it's just roaring out of control.
And you said that the residents, thank goodness, they've evacuated. No one's there.
No, yeah, watch out. Yeah, well, yeah, let's back up. But these wires are also popping. There's that embers to the left. Look at that. That's that hedge. Remember, we saw that just about 2-3 minutes ago. It's going. That home, my goodness, it's threatened as well. But no, Marla, to your point, we have not seen any residents. A couple of folks here with their little cameras out, perhaps with social media or something. They're taking some pictures. But no, what we haven't seen, luckily, any folks around here. Was a few folks on Sunset going through the village itself earlier. Oh, there goes that house, or what's left of it, all the way down at the end of that block. But luckily, most of this area, and again, we are just behind Gelson's, the heart of the village of the Palisades. It's evacuated, and this street, Antioch, just below Haverford, several homes, 5, 6 by my count, burning, several more threatened.
What a picture. As we keep pointing out that the winds are just going to pick up. You know, we're nearing the 5 o'clock hour. This fire broke out at 10:30 this morning as just 10 acres. It's now close to 1,300. I'm sure it's well above that. We haven't gotten an update in a couple of hours. And we're just seeing that this is one street in the Palisades. As Ed has said, this is the heart of it, right behind the Gelsons.
Yeah, and look how quickly that fire, like right here, as Ed just showed us, that was almost nothing a few seconds ago. And let's hope that that does not turn into a fire right there to that house, but there's really nothing to stop it. And this is the challenge for firefighters during these events. We saw that 2018 during the Woolsey fire, which also exploded in size and was one of the worst fires in Southern California. When there's this ferocious of winds able to take embers in this many directions this quickly, there are simply not enough firefighters to be all times. And so what happens is they have to pick and choose. And what happens is you have a street like this where there are no firefighters because they're busy somewhere else guarding another street. And then half the block is gone in a matter of minutes. It is the nightmare scenario for neighbors and residents. And this has got to be so sickening, I'm imagining, for the residents who may be living on this street and watching our stream or watching this on a different station and knowing that their home is now burning and there's nobody there to stop it. The good news is the people are out. The tough news, though, for these people is there's really nothing that can be done to stop this, at least in the interim, because some streets at this point, just because of the numbers, are going to burn, and some streets are going to be protected, and sometimes it just is lucky in being in the right place at the right time. And that's oftentimes, Marla, we see on these streets where 1 or 2 homes or 3 homes burn, and then across the street the home is fine. And so, unfortunately, for the people that live right here, their home is not going to be fine. I mean, just a picture that
Paul,
looks like
did you get
literally straight out of hell.
a screenshot of that picture?
As now the sun starts to go down, and these images are going to be all the more ominous as we see these flames, and it's going to be dark outside, and it's going to be lit up
this
by
is why
these,
I don't start streaming
orange
until 9
pictures and this black smoke.
I can't get through on a
It is
freaking
4:50,
day.
so we are just
without
minutes
somebody
away
coming
until the
along and
official
being like,
sunset.
fire going on.
This is just one street in the
figure it out.
Palisades. This is Antioch Street. This gives you an idea of how destructive
I hate
those
my
winds
life.
are, how destructive
Hey,
the
it's so
flames
bad.
are. You talk about numbers and being outsized by the flames. LAFD
blessed.
has just
Okay,
over
there's no one in the world more
250
blessed than I am
personnel,
that hates their life.
firefighters on the scene to tackle this fire that is quickly growing out of control. And they even made
I don't
that a point
bring
at the
my
press conference that we
drama
heard them
here.
deliver
guys.
just
All
over
right.
an hour, almost hour and a half ago at 3:30. They said it's burned 1,262 acres, but we know that the worst is yet to come. We heard that from multiple officials out there. There's 46 engines. They have 5 helicopters, LAFD themselves. Then there's those super scoopers. There's the
Super
issue of, my
scoopers. I
goodness, you
love
see
that
the
word,
flame,
man.
those
Like, I did a
flames
super scooper in my
getting more
backyard.
and more intense. The power lines. Ed, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Holding on, we just got a big gust, as you could see it here. Mikey, good idea. Let's get back. But Alex, you were saying it's like the balls of hell you're looking into. Those gusts come through, and it's just a wall of flames right down the street itself. More homes catching off to the left. Where we were looking at that hedge.
30,000 are
The top
now
of the hedge is burning,
evacuated.
and I think it's actually caught the top of that home on fire. So there is just nothing you can do at this point. This fire roaring out of control. And even if there were firefighters here, to your point earlier, how are you going to stop this? You've got these embers burning.
I mean,
all
that
over
is
the place.
terrifying.
You
Look
can
at it.
hear
They're
the
in the middle of a
transformers, the
neighborhood
gas
street.
tanks
That
exploding as
whole
this
thing
fire
is
roars down
coming
the
down.
street. There's no stopping
It's
it at this
lava.
point.
I mean,
And
this
these winds,
is
here
imagine.
comes
This
another
is
big
like,
gust.
you know, the
In
big
the
one
last
they
10
talk
minutes
about.
or so, they
This
were
is
steady,
Los
but we've
Angeles.
been getting more. That's the sundown winds coming through, and that's even just fanning these flames even more. Look at that. Look at the embers. Look at it just blowing through like crazy.
And you've been doing this for
Guys,
many
we're
years.
gonna be here tonight, aren't we?
This has got to be one of the worst.
We are
you've ever
going to be
seen.
here. Thanks, Heidi.
Yeah, very much so. And usually when you see this, to be honest with you, fire control can keep it
That's
up.
right.
They
And
do a
that
great
is
job
absolutely
keeping it in the
correct,
hills,
Selena.
in
I'm
the
so
mountains
happy you
above
said
the
that.
communities itself. Now, when this started earlier, I was thinking the same thing, that those brave men and women with their strike teams and the air trucks would keep it up, keep it from jumping over sunset. But I never imagined these winds, which would carry these embers sometimes a mile or two, just below this. I've never seen anything like this, especially in a very tight area like this, a metropolitan area. Usually you see it in the canyons down in Orange County or something like that. But here, Palisades, the village, my God.
Yeah, and we think about the Franklin fire, Marla, when you and I were on the air until 4 o'clock in the morning a few weeks ago, when this was burning in Malibu, and the fear was that this would happen there. And in fact, it largely didn't. There were some areas that were impacted, but a lot of the worst of it, these sort of images, which we feared were happening, didn't happen there. But now it is happening in Pacific Palisades. The number of structures lost for this is already significantly more than what we saw.
I mean, I'm just
for the
mesmerized here on
Franklin
this
fire, which was the last time we had a wind event similar to this one.
Yeah, it looked really bad as we.
I mean, how do you read that in a
coverage, but it
history
turned
book?
out
Well,
to
the
be
wind
not
event
so
of
bad. It could have been a lot
2025.
worse, but this, on the other
But think about it,
hand,
it's like the San
looks
Francisco
terrible,
quake
and it is
of, like,
terrible,
what was that,
and it's
1905
going
or whatever,
to get
wiped out
worse.
all of San Francisco.
The
You don't call
personnel
it
from
the,
LAFD certainly outnumbered
Earth
by
event.
the strength of the
When did
winds.
wind event
They
become
do
a
have.
thing?
I was
It's
talking
not like
a little
trees
earlier
are being
about
blown over.
at their
A wind
disposal in
event's like
terms
a
of aircraft. They
hurricane
do
or a
have 5
tornado.
helicopters.
This is a
There
damn
are the super scoopers that we saw do
blaze,
some great
man. This
work
is a 5-alarm
earlier. They were dipping
chili
into
fire.
the Pacific Ocean to make those water drops. The super scoopers, we saw 2 of them. They are able to carry about 1,600 gallons of water per drop. That makes a significant impact. But the question is, Flying at night is a whole nother thing. A lot of times they cannot. And Governor Newsom was making the point that it's not just that the aircraft can't handle the turbulence from the winds. It's that the fire retardant just gets splashed all the way around, and it doesn't make it an efficient drop. And so it's sort of useless. That was the point that he was making earlier. So the firefight mainly from the ground at this point, and just to get a handle on it, obviously there's 0% containment. We haven't talked about the cause at this point. It could have been caused by anything. There was one person who said that on New Year's Day there was concern about fireworks, and there was a small brush fire that ignited. That was quickly put out. Was this caused by fireworks? It's way too early to tell.
Yeah, 10 a.m. Someone's shooting fireworks. Oh, hey,
and with these winds,
fireworks. Oh,
you don't need much of a flame to start a fire. And once it starts, as we see, it's almost impossible to stop it. You can stop it in certain areas, but you can't stop all of it. And while this is happening at Ed's location, we know, because we saw Matthew Seedorf a short time ago, there's more fires, more structures burning at his location. We saw structures in danger at Chelsea Edwards' location. We got structures burning in Christy Fajardo's location. Those are at least 4 different areas. And that's just where our crews are. There may be more burning in some of the more remote areas as well that we can't get to right now, that fire crews, frankly, may not even know is happening because there is so much happening at the same time. We are in that sort of fog of war phase of this where everybody's doing their best to save lives. But
I just put the ball. I forgot. Have you hit the like button?
Always totally accurate because people are in crisis mode, and we are in the midst of that crisis.
We're getting ready to have.
Certainly,
okay,
this
so it
particular street
is 8 o'clock here.
This is
7 o'clock Central,
an area
6 o'clock
that we've been talking to residents. Although it is so close and in
we're
danger
coming
of
up
burning,
on rush
a lot of the
hour.
residents
Everybody,
we've spoken with say
holy
that it hasn't
cow!
burned
Look at
in
that.
decades.
This is going to be the rush hour traffic. I'm going to try to get my second breath going. I'm trying to get stuff hit up here so we can get ready to go.
We're looking at the live picture on the ground.
This is an
on the
event.
top left of your screen is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam, I believe. Or actually, this is from our station in West LA, our rooftop looking. This
That's
is
our
view from the
rooftop
station. You get a sense of that, and it's not only impacting obviously all these homes, but air quality for the entire west side of certainly Los Angeles and beyond is going to be impacted by all that smoke, and the traffic in the already congested west side is especially bad tonight because of these fires and road closures and all the rest of it. We certainly saw that in our station here firsthand, but that's all secondary to the efforts to protect life and the efforts to try to protect property. But some of those efforts are in vain as we watch these homes continue to burn.
Yeah, as we do that, let's remind you of the evacuation centers that are in place.
All right, I'm going to go over and check this guy out. We got to do this. Sorry, y'all. Oh, they're getting ready to switch. They're getting ready to switch.
Well, that fire is currently burning more than 1,200 acres in the Pacific Palisades area, prompting closures, evacuations.
Holy cow, look at this, guys. 30,000 evacuated, 1,200 acres. Winds expected to worsen tonight. That is, look at that. That's Baywatch. That's where David Hasselhoff lives.
Right there.
Oh, my gosh.
Expected to get worse
I hope his car wasn't out there getting bulldozed. This is the worst day of David Hasselhoff's life. He could have lost his car.
She is live in a neighborhood right now where homes are, you can see, burning directly behind her.
Awful. It's awful. I actually forgot to hit the. Hey, I forget it all the time. I absolutely forget it. That's why I do those polls, is it does a double thing. It's a fun little game. It's us playing against the programmers.
We've seen at least 4 different homes just on this stretch of Blockman. It's the 1400 block that are in some state of burning to the ground. This is one we've been focusing on for most of the day after we saw the flames come up.
ADT home security didn't do them any good, did it?
I don't want to say off guard, but
saw some dogs. What's up, bud?
That there was not much they could do to stop this home from burning, and so the focus on their efforts on making sure the fire did not spread to any other nearby homes. The wind so strong in this case that the flames overtook the home. It appeared from the rear pretty quickly and moved its way forward. And now we see there's not much left of it, not much of a roof, not much of the foundation of the framework. Nevertheless, firefighters are working on all sides to make sure this doesn't blow to the house next to it. We talked with the woman who lives next door.
Was that what this girl's name is? Is Karma?
Wanting to see what was going to happen next. Fortunately, it looked like the winds are blowing the fire away from her home. Nevertheless, she's not sure of what to do next because there are not many options for getting out of the neighborhood at this point.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate
There's
you.
so many fire crews on the ground. The smoke is so heavy.
Holy cow, man, that is
really a
freaky.
safe area to be out driving around. So really, they're hunkered down, hoping for the best right now, and just listening for what their next steps should be. We do want to show you what happened as we
I've got
first
the
came to this house as it was burning, though. A little bit of a bright spot, if you can call it that. Firefighters coming out with the belongings of
picture books,
the residents in their hands. They were carrying photo albums. They were carrying
photo
what
albums,
looked like antiques. They carried out a grandfather.
Libby, how you doing, brother?
I asked what was going on, and they said, we're just trying to save something, trying to do what we can. Maybe this will give them a little bit of comfort. That was the sentiment as they walked out of this house with the few things that they were able to save. Now, these flames have been going strong since at least about 2:45. So to give you an idea, this has really just been consistent despite the efforts of firefighters actively fighting this fire. These flames have not relented, and the wind is just one of the big reasons why. There simply wasn't much they can do. What they have been able to do, though, is make sure it hasn't spread beyond this particular home. If we want to show you, though, a little bit further down the road is what we are dealing with the winds. Another home burning in the distance there. Again, this is the 1400 block of Lockman, and we continue to see this street be an area where there are a lot of spot fires. There's a lot of crews actively working to stop homes burning, but yes, there have been several homes lost just along this particular stretch of the roadway. The smoke is thick, it's heavy, it's hard to breathe, it's hard to see, and it really has been pretty relentless for hours. This has been the situation on this part of the road. Most people in this area are gone. Every now and then we do see a homeowner stick their head out, and so we're trying to make sure people know that they are supposed to be keeping this area clear. But if they haven't, at this point, there's not a lot of options that people have. As a matter of fact, I do see a gentleman here. I just want to ask if we can ask what brings him out. Hi, sir. My name's Carm. I'm a reporter with NBC. I'm so glad to see you're okay. I've been seeing you stick your head out. Do you live nearby?
I live next door.
Next door? Oh, I think I talked to your wife. She was very worried. How are you guys doing?
We're okay. We might be okay. I don't know. We don't know yet.
We've been watching firefighters fight on all sides around your home. What are you able to see?
We got fire on all of our sides of the home, and this is the last side. So if we get lucky and this is out, we might save the home.
What are your plans for this evening, as we know these winds are not dying down anytime soon, and this fire has been burning for a couple of hours now?
I'm just going to stick around and save my home, try to save my home.
What other measures are you taking?
That's all I can do.
Is that what you all are doing, using your own hoses and your own water around the house?
Yeah, I use the pump that pumps the water out of the pool as well, and that was very helpful.
And do you have a plan for what happens if things take a turn, if things get worse?
I'm just going to stay home until the last minute.
Well, thank you so much
Nice
for talking to us. Good luck to you tonight. Please be safe out there.
It's gonna be sitting on the
Guys,
sidewalk.
this is the latest
And then,
from
gosh,
Lockman
man.
Lane. We're on the 1400 block where homes are burning. Some residents, as you hear, are staying, but most people have left this area. I'll send it back to you.
Karma, thank you. By
Apparently,
our
new
count,
stuff
at least
on
3
with
homes in that
on
area
with
burned,
what?
Since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. NBC4's Robert Cavazos.
Well, he's not on fire.
Palisades and Sunset, and apparently, Robert,
over,
the flames are getting
he lives
close
over there.
to homes
There's no
there
fire. I
and an
looked out the
apartment
window.
complex as well.
Let's show you, Colleen. I just want you to know we have an evacuation route right here that we can look clearly down this path. We only hope that the people who live in this vast apartment complex have it as well. These are the flames right here. This is the back of the Highlands complex here. And you can see already that the embers have begun to latch on to the beams and to the frames of this structure.
Holy cow, look at that.
It can withstand the fire.
Holy
because
cow.
what you see here is not only a fire that is burning here at Palisades and
Holy
Sunset,
moly.
which has really just been
This
the
is
heart
just
of the matter for several hours right now. But what you don't see is any firefighting effort, and that's because
there's no firefighting
they
effort.
don't know
All
where to turn
firefighting
first.
effort I
We
keep
have seen
hearing is they've
firefighters
given
do
up.
what they can.
They're
Structure protection, trying to save homes. But this is a fire, as we know, that is pushed by winds, that is pushed.
What did you just say? Hang on a second.
These fast-moving winds throughout the day. And hang on one second. I'm just going to walk right here and see if I can talk to this person.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
So, have you seen any evacuations here at all?
I'm listening to the fire
Just
feed.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's it looking on the other side?
Pretty hectic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, have we seen any fire on this side of the apartment complex?
I don't think so.
No, just here so far.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No worries.
Always appreciate your work. These are our stringers that have been working with us throughout the day and throughout the years here. So this is just part,
They're breaking down the
Colleen
companies and
and
pulling
Michael, of a very
firefighters back.
large Highlands apartment complex here. It appears to be pretty much empty. Haven't seen a lot of people leave. Haven't seen a lot of people still inside. So remember, we're talking about an evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. When was the last time we've ever said that? An evacuation order for all of Pacific Palisades. These people have been told to leave, and we understand that most of them, it appears, looking at this have, but we have this apartment.
Guys, I'm going to bring you over
complex
the
right
feed
now,
here
and
in 1
again,
second.
It stretches from here all the way over to Sunset and Highland. And as we come back here, we're going to go down the street with you for a second. As you continue to watch the firefighting effort,
Holy
there
cow.
are flames throughout.
Guys, I just
both
got
sides of the
sick.
road because the embers have
Holy
pushed this
cow,
fire.
this is so
We've
bad.
talked about how the fire is already
Holy
at the beach,
moly, it's so
but
bad.
this is where the fire still continues to burn. We have fire trucks now still racing. We've seen Hermosa Beach arrive here. We've seen Redondo Beach arrive here. We've seen Point Doom lifeguards come here and try to help. And look at here, we've got the LA Fire Department running down Sunset Boulevard. This is Sunset West heading towards the beach.
Look at that.
And right there at that intersection right here, look at all of these cars. All of these cars, I guarantee you, are people evacuating, still being pushed out of Highlands. Here, this complex and this neighborhood here in Pacific Palisades, one after the other cars. We saw a woman who had to leave because of the Franklin fire.
Oh my gosh, yo, this is so awful.
Because this was the first fire that they've ever encountered. People who said that they are just so exhausted by this.
Yeah, he is.
As Governor Newsom said in the news conference, we were just here weeks ago with other fires, with the Franklin fire, and now here we go again.
You weren't in the city, man. That's what it's getting. Y'all, this is the city. This isn't a damn California wildfire. This is in people's yards, their homes. I mean, how do you... 911, what's your emergency? My house is on fire. Okay, we come and put the fire out, right? No, this is like an event we're having. They're dumping fire retardant on the houses.
And now most of those cars...
Holy cow, this is the most devastating thing. That looks like the scene from Terminator 2.
So this right now, for the Palisades, is part of the center of the firefight. And you see right here, people still trying to get out and people still evacuating, realizing that right now, this fire
There's no
is
hope.
here to stay.
There's no
and it is
hope.
Still causing widespread damage as we continue to look here to see what is going to happen here at the Highlands apartment complex where the fire
They're all
is
going to be
now.
gone.
Let's go back to you.
All right, yeah, Robert, thank you.
All right, now hang on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over here. I paused this, okay? Because I heard them and I was like, whoa, this does not sound good. That's not good at all. So what I heard, we'll see if I'm going to share it with you guys so we hear the same thing. But this is going to be, so this is the live cam.
From operations on command. Yeah, Division Mike, do we have companies within the Getty compound, the VIA, for structure protection?
This is the images. This is that surf cam image.
Copy, and just confirming that's a Getty VIA.
Was that what that guy was talking about earlier? The guy kept saying it was T-Rex. Hang on.
Yeah, copy that.
I think I went
LA, Palisades Air Attack. 717 from operations on command.
Palisades Air Attack, go ahead for LA.
Palisades Air Attack, sprint released for the Palisades incident. Returning Fox 15-minute ETE for 3 November Tango. Ops from Structure Defense 2. Yeah, Structure Defense 2, we're going to start breaking companies down. We'd like to reorg and reassign companies that aren't needed up there or work you into the division you're working in. What is it looking like in your location?
Yeah, I still have 2 task forces and an engine working within our within the area that we're working. I do have 1049 Foxtrot. They're up here. They're looking for Zulu. If Zulu doesn't need them, we can use them, and they can do a tactical patrol in the area. We can release the 2 task forces and the engine company and rescue.
Yeah, copy. If you could tie in with Zulu to see if we can make that happen, if you can release the companies, let me know so I can reassign them.
They're reassigning companies.
I copy. Break.
So that's why they're not.
From Structure Defense 2 on V1.
Palisades Air Attack, LA copies that you're released and you're going to Fox with a 15-minute ETA, 3 November Tango.
LA, that's affirmative. And City 4 will be assuming Palisades Hilco and has control of the airspace for night operations.
They're switching out the air traffic control there, and I didn't hear that part. The part I heard,
Operation Hilco V1.
is what you guys just heard, is the they're breaking down the things and said that, you know, they're rerouting the emergency teams where they're going and stuff. That's why they're not seeing any over here. This guy's like, we don't see any firemen over here.
Hasn't lit up on fire. That's the good news there. But all the way down the street, even as
Look,
I bend around it,
the car was getting ready to go up that street. 10,000 homes are being threatened. Now they're saying 10,000 homes.
Hands full in some other areas, but again, there are so many spot fires burning up here. We see this section of Antioch over there on Temescal, the right, and then some other sections along Sunset. But the really frightening part of this is the flames with these winds and the embers. It's jumped across Sunset now, burning on the south side of Sunset, being pushed by these gusts, being pushed down toward PCH itself.
Holy cow, Sunset.
Ed Lascos, thank you. What a picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. She has another look now that the sun has set. Christy, looks like you're working to make sure your microphone's on.
Christy,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now, Christy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I apologize. We're having some technical problems. I just got word that the senior center is burning, and I'm actually a block away from where Ed is, and you can tell how dark it is. There's so much smoke, but there's actually an apartment building that's now on fire here on Sunset Boulevard. And for a couple of hours, we had not seen any firefighters, but they did come in here with several engines, and they're tackling that apartment fire as we speak. I also saw a home burning down on Radcliffe and Havenford. So quite a few things are on fire And if we pan this way, I can show you, that's the Gelsons, just to give you an idea of where we are. And we're standing in the parking lot of the 76 station, and someone from the gas station has been out watering the parking lot now for a couple of hours. In fact, he's still here with his hose. And even though it looks like this, he has not evacuated, although he told me he will at some point. And about 2 minutes ago, right before you came out live to me, we saw a whole stream of cars. Apparently, some holdouts now have decided it is time to get out as this fire keeps burning and pushing in our direction. And again, we are at Villa de la Paz and Sunset, so we're smack dab in the middle of the Palisades village, and this is the scene right now. You can see how dark the sky is. You can also probably hear the gusts of wind, and for a couple of hours we've been hearing fire alarms go off, but it appears that the power is now out. We're not hearing those smoke alarms and those fire alarms going off any longer, but we do know that an apartment complex, a very large one, is now on fire. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you so much for that. Haley Winslow, she's on the ground. You were at the command post earlier. Where are you now?
Hey there. Yes, we are just down the road from basically where the press conference happened with Governor Newsom and the chief, both of police and fire. They had some really big mobile command posts, big rigs kind of thing that they had to move in. So they asked us to move down the parking lot. But check it out, you guys. Those are the flames right there. And the smoke is incredible. I mean, it's almost enveloping the entire sky here. We're just at Will Rogers State Beach still, off of the PCH here. The ocean's literally on the other side of this parking lot. And the presser wrapped up probably a half hour ago. I did just talk to Eric Scott, though, a few minutes ago. He's, of course, the PIO of LAFD. And I said, if there's one message that you want to get out to the public, what would you want me to say? And he said, don't ever abandon your car like people did today. I mean, he said it was a disaster. They had to bring in a bulldozer to literally
what else are they
remove
supposed
the
to do? The
cars.
flames are
And
coming.
he said, of course, you know, if there's flames in your car, that's one thing. But unless you absolutely have to, never leave your vehicle like that or move it over to the, you know, obviously to the side of the road, because it was a huge disaster for everybody behind those parked cars. It was gridlocked. So, and they couldn't.
Hey,
get
Farrell,
the
what's going on?
responders. So we've got some video of those cars showing people just literally.
There's that Tesla again. They do this like crazy.
Said earlier today, 100 people walking. And he said what often happens is, you know, somebody panics, they see somebody else walking, and it was kind of just a domino.
Yeah, it's The Walking Dead is what it feels like.
Really big chaotic mess for firefighters trying to get into the fire. And of course, those vehicles left behind, he said, we don't mess around. We brought in a bulldozer and removed them. So that's the one thing that he wanted to say. You know, of course, I asked him about this fire, and we asked Governor Newsom, what's the plan? What's the plan in place?
Yeah.
The worst winds yet to come tonight, starting at 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy,
and the
man.
fire
That's gonna be
is
crazy.
moving
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
right
take
now, of
a
course, with these big
break at
winds.
some point and start
he
a
said
10 o'clock
that,
stream.
they've got all boots on the ground. They do have more aircraft. So I have a couple of close friends who were in the fire trapped, and they said, please ask him.
I want
why
to show
we're
you
not
guys something
seeing
real
more
quick.
helicopters and more tankers, more aircraft in the sky.
Look at this.
And about 4 different people at that press conference touched on that, and they said, you know, we can fly around all day and not do anything. The aircraft can handle these winds. The problem is they're retarded. They have to be able to aim correctly on the fire, on the flames, or it's just useless.
And right now, Nolanator is rush hour out there.
About that, he said, with AI, with technology, they've got some incredible game-changing technology down the road that will really help with these wildfire fights. Of course,
we have amazing technology. We just haven't invented it yet.
But they do have boots on the ground, obviously here in our region.
Okay,
and then
well,
they
where
have
this chick
resources
is,
coming from Northern
I
California, of
found
course, Cal Fire,
on.
and then they
Trying
can
to do
always
this
bring
right.
in
You guys know
resources, they
I
said,
can't do
from
it right.
other
You know I'm gonna
states
mess
if
this
need
up.
be.
So be
So
patient
there
with me,
are,
okay?
according
So
to
first time doing it. Be gentle. It'll be fun. All right, can you guys see this? Yay. Oh man, come on. Can I please get my map? Yes. Yeah, because there's a fire coming. Sorry, the guy is saying, do we know why they're abandoning the cars? Yeah, there's a fire, dude. Yeah, the Getty Villa. And they're saying that's precious. I don't know what the Getty Villa is. If somebody reminds me after this, I'll look it up. Okay, so what we're looking at here, okay? I'm going to break my computer before I do this. So what we're looking at here, this is the Will Rogers State Park down here at the bottom. Can you guys see that? No, you can't. You see down here? That's what they're talking about. Now, look, let's go out. You see this? It's all, see that where the closed is here? Road closed, West Sunset Boulevard. All right. Now, what I saw, so like she's down here. She said like Will Rogers State Park's here and stuff. So all that's where the flames have gone through. And of course, we got the I like it. Well, I like this map better. That's why. So now let's see here. Where did is that in 3D? Turn it off 3D. Let's go in, zoom in here. Look at this. Look at all the streets. They're all closed in there. Everything's closed. Everything, all of this. It's all going straight down. It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop till it gets down to the ocean. This whole thing, man, it's going to burn. There's Getty Villa. That's what they're talking about. Getty Villa. What is that? Oh, look. Getty Villa photos from TripAdvisor. I don't know what that means. Still don't know what it is. Why do I care about the Getty Villa? Oh, that's it right there. If I cared about Getty Villa, the what the T-Rex guy call it, the ghetto village. So look at all this though. It's all this is closed. Look all the way up here. There's Topanga Beach we keep hearing about. All closed. Look at this. And all this up here, of course, can catch wildfire. That's not that's expected kind of. You know, I feel like I'm too big for this thing. How did I do that? I don't know. All right, so wait, wrong page. Sorry. Oh yeah, look at this. I wonder what that red means. It means it's probably just closed, right? Duh. All right, now we go back up here to Topanga Canyon. All this is closed. What does this say? There's a wreck right there. A wreck right there. Oh, there's the fire road, the Topanga Fire Road. That's one to take. You can't. Oh, geez. So look. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I never saw this before. So these are the cliffs. Man, this is a neat little deal here. California is so beautiful. Look at that. Oh, there's the Getty Villa. It overlooks everything. That's neat. Oh, look, there's there's an EV. How do I do this? How do I get rid of that? Remove, mark location. Look at the little EV charging station there. So you get your, top off the little go-kart. All this, man. Now, these are all homes on top of each other. That's what they're all showing. That's what's so bad about all this stuff. And then this is the Canes. When you've seen the fire come down, that's right here. And see up here, these roads, this isn't closed till you get down here. Los Angeles Fire Department, look at that. It's closed. The road's closed right there where you turn. And there's the Jewish Community Center. Remember they showed it? And you go right down here and you're at the beach. Hey, Taco Bell. Oh, that's Sunset Beach, it says. Oh, yeah, duh. Pacific Palisades. Well, that's a dirty. Look at that. The water's just dirty. Gross. Look at all that kelp in there. Oh, like they're gonna make what's that stuff called? Sushi over there. Oh, there's Karen, Malibu City Council. Anyway, no, I thought that was interesting. I like maps. It kind of gives me an idea of where everything is. But let's get back over here and do our thing. Boom. And oh wait. How do I switch? Damn it. Oh, switch isn't there because I did the other thing. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Total am move. And oops. Hit the button, dummy. There we go. Share screen. And is that it? Which was one I just saw? Holy cow, there's a lot of them. We're going to go to, I think this is where we just were. Yeah, she's still talking.
Posted just on.
And then
fire
crews
sorry.
had no way to get up the street, so they brought in a bulldozer.
There's a little bit behind. All right, so there's another one. Oh, this is what I wanted to show. Look at this one.
Hey, Tracy, before we let you go here, and we appreciate that this how is the situation changed?
Okay, you see this?
Over the course of the last
That's
3
ashes.
minutes?
That would looks like snow. That's ashes. Holy cow,
Yeah,
that's
it's
awful.
become more aggressive. It's become more intense. You know, what's difficult is this smoke. I mean, when we first arrived, it was difficult to see. The sky was gray. It was smoky. But now it's completely black. You can't even see. You can barely see maybe 30 feet ahead of you. So that's a big concern if you're driving here and you need to get out. Sean's showing you the beach right now. The beach completely covered with smoke. You can see those embers continue to fly. It looks like
they do now
on the sand right now, but these winds, they are so extreme. It's even difficult for me to stand and hold my ground because
they're
100-mile-an-hour
winds.
They're really intense. As soon as they hit you, it's almost like a force that you just got to hold yourself up. But it only seems to getting a lot more aggressive as the time goes on, Michael and Colleen.
Oh, we definitely see that, Tracy. And I want to remind people, as we look at you, you're in a parking lot here. That area behind you where we see all those cars racing by, that is PCH, Pacific Coast Highway. That is closed all the way from roughly the tunnel or Lincoln.
So these are obviously emergency vehicles. These aren't people that just went around the barricades.
People evacuating and first responders. And obviously you see a lot of them with lights and sirens going.
Maybe I need to go on Amazon and get me some lights. Holy cow, look at that. Oh my gosh. It is. She said that was the beach. It's going to burn all the way to the beach.
Coverage now for well over 6 hours.
This fire exploding in size since this morning about 10:30.
Look at this.
And with the wind blowing this way, we can only guess that the fire is going to follow the wind and come this way towards these homes. We just talked with a guy who was on a motorcycle who is a little further down the road here, and he said he saw some homes that have already gone up. And I just shifted off to the side. I have a little better angle. I see some flames off into the distance here too. So things are looking pretty hairy around here on Chautauqua Boulevard.
Now, here's what gets me.
Behind it is
it because that much
Canyon
is burned?
Trail,
Is why there's
and it leads over to Will Rogers State
We're seeing
Park.
ashes. There's
so
embers
the
too.
flames are burnt. We're seeing a lot of embers too now that are blowing into this neighborhood. And when you see embers blowing into a neighborhood,
but why would it be started by fireworks?
Usually
at
bad news
10:30
because something's going to catch, especially with the winds blowing.
And that's when
as strong as they are.
So it had to be like 10.
We're not going to stick around here much longer. We're going to wrap it up and throw it to you guys. It probably head a little further down Chautauqua.
Real quick, are you seeing fire trucks? I don't see or hear. I'm
Joe
hearing
Biden
the explosions
was there,
that you're talking about.
and
I don't see or hear the
you're telling me
sirens.
that in the last week.
No fire trucks.
We've
We haven't
had-
seen any fire crews. We saw one possible fire
Two
scout
mass
car
wind
that came up
events.
probably
Okay?
about a half
There's a
hour
mass
ago,
wind
but,
event in New Orleans.
nothing
There's
in
a
this
mass
neighborhood
wind
as long
event
as
in Las
we've been here.
Vegas.
We've been here
You tell me
since
this isn't
4 o'clock,
one?
so a solid
Oh,
hour
there's
and
the
a
rush
half.
hour traffic.
All right, and also
Like
no
they're all
fire
everybody's
drops
going,
that
oh,
you've
look at
seen.
the fog.
No water
Why
drops.
is it so foggy
No,
coming
that's
in?
the other thing too. Well, we got here around 4 o'clock. There were about 4 large tankers that did Phos-Check drops. After that, nothing. We did see a couple of choppers come through. I couldn't tell if they were scouting. I didn't see them drop anything, but there have been no fixed wing, and I haven't seen any helicopters in about a half an hour.
All right, Rob Hayes in
Gosh,
Pacific
man.
Palisades. We'll get back to you soon. We're going to
Switching
take
everything
this
over.
right now.
It's
Rob.
going to be a long night. So
This
instead of
is
doing an emergency,
Eyewitness
I mean,
News with live
I'm not
breaking
firing.
news.
Right? I'm just using
All right, here's the latest on the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. The fire has exploded to more than 1,260 acres in just a few hours.
They are pulling back.
Multiple structures have been destroyed. We don't have a count.
Like a tactical response, like we're going to go there, we're going to get it now.
30,000 people have been evacuated as mandatory evacuation orders remain in effect. We just learned President Joe Biden has been briefed on the fires. He is in Los Angeles with First Lady Jill Biden right now. In response to Governor Gavin Newsom's request, FEMA has approved a grant to help impacted communities.
He's been briefed on the fires. Oh, that's great.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is one of the first crews on the scene and has watched this unfold over the last few hours. He joins us now with a unique perspective, having grown up in this area. Joining us now from Pacific Palisades. Josh, what's your update?
Be really good, Josh. You're boring me already.
And Mark,
look at this.
My bad.
Boom.
We're just seeing these big clouds of black smoke sweeping down the hillside and coming toward the ocean. Not sure
sweeping towards the hillside,
burning,
down the
it
hillside.
Looks like they're kind of repositioning a lot of their firefighting efforts down this.
See the repositioning
convoy of fire officials that just were rushing down PCH.
Hey, 70B, how you doing?
The distance coming down from the north. And again, you got
no way
here, so it seems
how
like
is she doing?
Some of their efforts now on this section, which is
you text her and like ask like
Boulevard
what's going on,
PCH,
and then come back and let us know because I love having breaking news like that. I love bringing the chat in because chat knows more than the news does.
Everything on this hillside is already.
God, look at that! Could you guys imagine if you're just driving down the road and you saw that? Now that there's this whole huge thing been happening all day, like that's the start of it.
And now you can see that ridge fully engulfed.
I remember Tennessee had wildfires years ago.
You can see this wind as well. I mean, it's
kind of
just
smoky and stuff.
Blowing.
You look up in the mountains and at nighttime it looks like that.
That there are some
it wasn't a big flame, it was a slow flame or a burn. I don't know why it never got thick or
so haven't confirmed that,
a thick flame.
Again, with the smoke that we're seeing and these sounds that we're hearing, I mean, it just sounds like huge structures, stones are falling down. You just can't make out what's going on, but I mean, just something to behold here. Again, that structure is now gone. There's nothing left of that. And look at the ferocity of this fire that's sweeping down toward the beach now. Look at that black smoke. I mean, whatever is burning.
Oh, that's awesome, Stephanie. Let us know. Hey, here's the thing. Let us know she's okay first, and then ask my stupid questions.
On the other side of for a little while. I mean, there's nothing on this side.
Hey, Deborah, how you doing?
Some grass, and then you've got the beach and the water.
50 cents.
I mean, that's the good news. At least on this stretch, there are no.
Are you talking about?
Right where we're standing on this side of PCH.
PDH,
of course, we go north and south, and that's not the case in other places. So I assume that's what firefighters are working on, trying to protect some of the structures that are on PCH, because this wind is certainly pushing the flames that direction. I mean, they're coming down the mountain and then toward the ocean. So
holy cow,
it's hard to see what's happening down there. We see a lot of emergency personnel. Here's another part of that convoy, or at least a few other fire officials that are heading down there toward the south. So that's kind of where it looks like a lot of the action is happening. But just quite a scene to behold. I mean, it is just wild up here. You see a palm tree. I don't know if you can see this, Elliot, but see up at the very top, that's a tall palm tree up there. That was on fire just a second ago. You can see how parts of it are burning. You've got embers kind of in the trunk of that palm tree and then up on the fronds as well. So that's certainly a concern as well. You know, you get one of those palm fronds that is on fire and then gets carried in this wind. I mean, as we've said many times, they can go up, as far as 2 miles. So you've got homes all up and down PCH, all up and in these hillsides as well. I mean, we're right in the Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, just this way. And then you've got Malibu up there. So
Santa Monica is not far.
Areas. And when you look at things like that, I mean, there's no way that firefighters can do anything about that without.
Because UCLA is not far. Beverly Hills.
When you look at the height of where those embers are on that palm tree. So if you get those embers, you get those fronds that start flying around, especially in these winds, there's just nothing anybody can do. I mean, wherever they land, you're just at their mercy. I mean, there's no way to predict where they're going to go, and there's no way to fix it if they do land and catch something on fire. So very dangerous situation out here. And again, we're seeing a lot more support. I see more firefighters that are coming from the north down to the south, down here on PCH, to deal with whatever is happening down there. So it appears that this fire is kind of moving in this southwesterly direction. Again, kind of hard to get oriented on exactly where we are because it's just so hard to see. The visibility is so low here. But just look at this. It just keeps getting worse, it seems like. It just structures back there, whatever is back there. Hopefully everybody got out and was able to evacuate, because this whole hillside is just gone, Marlon Alex.
Wow. It's just sad.
It's just really.
It's unbelievable.
Looks like another structure may be burning there. We want to show you some video from.
Wow! Oh, did you hear that explosion?
Yes.
That sounded like a I don't know what that was, a transformer or something, but that was loud. Like it
probably was transformer. Hey, I've got something here to show you guys.
Was very loud.
I just paused it because I don't want to miss this video.
All right,
this
Chelsea,
is a live
stay
feed.
Safe where you are.
Hang on here. Let's see
let's
where to
show you
go.
this video if we can.
And
so
look
this
at
is some video from a little earlier.
this. Here we are. Check this out. This is just our KCLA or whatever. I need to wait. Where did the Getty Valley go? Okay, so are we all here on the same page? All right, gotta make sure everybody's on the same thing. Okay, so this is just started. Look at this.
Up here a little bit because these homes are gone on this side of Temescal Canyon.
Like, hang on a second here.
Earlier, this was
Well, just let me go back a little bit.
Cars were bumper to bumper trying to get out of here, and this is exactly why they were told to leave. Because they knew that the flames and the fire could reach down here eventually, and sure enough, it has. Again, most people have gotten out. 30,000 people in this evacuation zone.
Look at her. Look at her hair.
There was a traffic jam earlier, so thank goodness they all were able to leave.
Look at
There was a bus
this.
stop on fire up here, and a lady trying to still leave. And
Fire department's leaving. Did you see that? Fire department's leaving that fire.
Hopefully, she got out of here. I just saw her.
Guys, you got to get out of there now, man. There is no fire department coming to save you.
This shed over here, Oliver, just went up. And the
Hey, Deborah Mellinger, how you doing? Palm trees are the devil in the fire. I don't know why they have been banned. This is a big part of the demise of all the horses at St. Louis Ray and the Lilac Fire. 17.
The football field.
What?
So these flames, they're now blowing. They're now blowing all over, and I'm breathing in soot.
Did you just talk to her?
My earpiece just fell out, so I can't hear you guys very well.
Oh, she lost her earbud.
But anyway, let me give you one more look. We're going to jump in the line and head out of here because it's just too dangerous to be here. As we keep
Holy
this
cow!
fire just keeps pushing us further and further closer to PCH. We started up there on El Medio Avenue, and you can see those flames just raced over the canyon and the hills, and now we're that much closer to PCH. So let me leave you with that shot, and I'll try to find my earpiece. I found it, so you guys can talk to me now. It fell out of my ear.
Okay, but Jasmine, you know, we're concerned because when we see
so
those
the
embers
man,
burning
I just
right
saw
behind
the
you, even on the ground there, but that's you know how that could just start another fire. So we're really concerned
hopefully her
for your
earpiece doesn't
safety,
start
even
a
though you
fire.
are really giving us a clear picture.
where was that?
And an understanding of just what
We just saw
is
this.
happening.
We just saw where
you're
she
on
was.
Temescal Canyon, and I can remember hearing some sound earlier of a family saying, "Well, our kids are at Pacific Palisades High School. We're not very worried about it right now because they can just walk across the street to the beach."
Right.
But of course, you know, when you look at what's happened, this was several hours ago, and to see what's happening right now, that is so. Okay, Jasmine.
Did she just fall?
Jasmine, get in the truck, honey, and get out of there.
Did she just fall? I was looking at the map.
That wind could just kick up those embers like that. So sure, remember hearing some sound earlier of a family saying,
We're doing
"Well,
a
our
replay. I
kids
feel like
at Pacific
we're doing a
Palisades
replay
High
of
School. We're
the,
not very worried about it
point
right
pushers.
now because they can just walk across the street to the beach."
Right.
But of course, you know, when you look at what's happened, this was several hours ago, and to see what's happening right now, that is so.
Oh,
Okay,
gosh.
Jasmine.
Holy cow.
It's time to
Jasmine,
go, Jazz.
get in the truck, honey, and get out of
cow.
there.
Time to go.
That's what we're talking about. That wind could
Unbelievable.
just kick up those embers.
I've
like that.
never
So,
seen
sure, Jasmine, it's
embers
okay.
engulf
She's
a
smart.
reporter
She's been doing this
before.
for a long time. But at the same
Holy
time,
jeez, that was
you know, We're going
amazing.
against forces that we really have no control
What was
over
her name?
when
And
it comes
so
to
fierce, Pat,
fires and
those
the
winds, yeah.
wind and
All right, let's do
burning.
this
Catch
live,
it.
'cause
Those
like,
flames just so intense, so close to PCH, which is now closed except for emergency
holy
vehicles.
cow. I like to
And
get
then
her, get an
behind
interview
that
with
ridge
her.
line, more flames. And behind that area, there are a bunch of homes. So we don't know the fate of those homes yet. But again, you can just see, especially at night, how intense those flames are burning so
Holy
close
cow.
to PCH.
It does look
as
so
that
different at
wind
night,
keeps
doesn't it,
picking
y'all?
up. All right, joining me now. Tell me your name and
Abba
where
Booey.
you're from. You said you were coming from Venice.
Yeah, correct. My name's Grant Bassick.
Grant, we were talking, you were saying some of the most expensive homes are behind those hills right behind us. Tell me about that, and then tell me about your clients as well.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Now everybody's concerned about the expensive homes. A few weeks ago, it was, oh, they got the healthcare guy
pushing towards the Huntington from what we can see down here. But yeah, first things first, I was supposed to be in the Palisades early today.
Deborah, she's a blonde in Southern California.
Around 10:30, saying
you know she's
that she
covered
saw
in
plumes of smoke,
hairspray.
and she lives in Topanga Canyon. So she was worried.
Yeah,
about
this is still the
so
the same feed.
Home.
Still the same
And then
feed.
From there, I monitored the situation as it progressed. Obviously, it just erupted into more flames and continued to grow. At that point, all of our clients were being concerned and rushed back.
What'd you say? What'd I say? What happened?
To grab animals.
Oh yeah, yeah, she right.
Continue on their
Did
way.
you hear that?
Safely.
Is that what you said?
And you said a lot of them said they just don't even know what's going on. They don't know the state of their homes right now.
A couple of our clients confirmed that their houses were on fire, and they don't know the actual result, whether there was just some fire damage or that it was complete loss at this time.
Let me tell you what, there is never
the majority
just
of our
some
clients have no
fire
idea whether
damage.
their homes are standing or not.
All right,
It's
we're
always
getting another gust of wind. You can see this guy is 6'5", and he's getting pushed around in these powerful wind gusts. We're both wiping our eyes, even though I have goggles on. The sand is just blowing this way. Again, a very serious situation here on PCH near Temescal Canyon. PCH in this area is shut down except for just emergency vehicles. And again, those flames just picking up in intensity as the night goes on.
She's blinking. Look at the way she's blinking. The smoke. Those goggles ain't working.
No matter where you are, right?
No, yeah,
Those goggles are not working. I do not want her kind
you're
of
in a
goggles.
safe area. We can see cars behind you, and for the longest time.
Well, look at her.
you
She's
see
hooked
that,
to it.
Or at least you're just because of the wind, right?
Well, she's gonna run into the.
We get it, shielding her face.
The wind and the sand.
Yeah.
No,
So
some
the
flames,
wind
dude.
picked up really intensely right there, and the sand. There's also rocks on this pavement here. We're in a parking lot. The wind picked up. I had to turn my body because I was getting pelted by rocks. So you can just imagine,
That's what
what's
lot
happening.
lizards have to do. A lot of this is about T-Rex tonight. Did you guys notice that? Oh, look, I cut away. Oh, this guy, he ain't going out the fire.
Updated information.
He's the only time he's around the fire is
We
barbecue.
had to get Jasmine out of there because it was just simply not safe for her to be where she was. But I want to show you here, and I'm going to break down kind of the area that she was in. First of all, I'm going to show you this map first because this is the map that shows kind of what's burned. Now, this has not been updated in a while, and I don't suspect that it might be for the rest of the night because it is now nightfall and we have lost a lot of the
Well, I'm glad this guy, man. Look how much faster he is at this than I am. This guy's
this
good.
Is Palisades Charter High School. Jasmine was right in this area. Now, what I was telling you about before we went to Jasmine, there's a fire that is burning in this area. And what I'm listening to is that has now become a very significant operation for the fire department because the building, even though they are under a mandatory evacuation order, is full of people. So what they're doing right now is they're using an air horn to try to tell people to evacuate and get out of there. And at the same time, they are trying to go floor by floor. And look at this. I want to show you on this Google map here how significantly large this building is. So this is what I was telling you. Remember I told you it sounded like that an ember may have hit the roof and that's what started the fire. Well, this is that building. This is that very large building where that is happening. And right now it has become a significant operation for LAFD to try to go floor by floor and evacuate this.
And that's
look
where
at
that girl was.
As
That's
I come
that high
down into
school
more of
right
a
there.
topography view, look at the trees and all the shrubbery that are right here and even up against this building, which just is making everything so much harder for the fire crews and so much more difficult to try to keep fire away from buildings like this because the shrubs and trees are so close to it. So this is a very active situation that has become now a priority, obviously, for the LAFD. And I'm listening to them having to go floor by floor to try to get people out. They were trying to use, there's people in wheelchairs.
The other night, he said that
so this has become a very hectic and chaotic scene, and it's right next to where Jasmine was, which is at Palisades High School. I also want our viewers to know we've had a lot of people write in and say,
so
hey,
T-Rex
is this
has
place
7
burned? Is that
now,
place
and
burned? We're working on getting
we
all
thought
of that.
I thought maybe
One
it
viewer
was a
told
joke,
us that
but
the
he started
bleachers here
showing all
at
these
Palisades
pictures
Charter
and
High
stuff.
School
Like, whoa.
have had structural damage. Somebody was concerned for a church.
He really did. They got married.
That I believe is just further west
the
on
weirdest
Sunset.
thing. You know what
we're
her
trying to
bouquet
work on all of
was?
those things, reach out to the appropriate people involved. As you
That's
can
not the
understand,
most
it's very
T-Rex
chaotic
thing you
scene
ever
down there
heard
right
of in
now,
your life.
as you saw from Jasmine's live pictures.
Ask
So that's where things
T
stand.
for
We're
two.
continuing
She'll
to
tell you
monitor
she saw it.
that apartment building fire that is happening on Sunset. It's the 15,500 block of Sunset
Look at
Boulevard.
that. That's where
very
the
large building
blonde,
that
the
I just showed you,
Aquanet
which,
blonde.
as
That's
you're
where
looking
she
at
was.
my
That
map,
high school right
is
there.
in the mandatory evacuation zone, and it is so critical.
Mandatory.
That if
Hell,
you're
it's
in an
already
evacuation zone
burned.
that you get out.
Donnie,
People
you
in that
got to
building
get caught
did not,
up, man.
And now they're finding themselves in a situation where they're having
Those
to be
palm
rescued,
trees go
and
up
the
like
fire
torches.
department
Why
is
did
trying
palm
to go
trees burn
through.
so easily?
And I'm listening to where exactly the fire is. It sounds like it's in the corner of the building. So look at though. I mean, we have a significant chunk of people that probably didn't think the fire was going to make it as far as them, and that's here. This is Charter High School and Palisades Charter High School. That building is here. But look, all of this area, the Riviera Country Club is under a mandatory evacuation tonight. And all of the people that live there surround it. Will Rogers State Beach, where the command post is also in that mandatory
It's on
evacuation
fire.
zone.
The
Wouldn't be
command post is on
surprised
fire.
if we see that command post move yet again because of now how significantly
Palma?
close
Is like
the
that
fire
where
is to where all of this was
coconut
going
oil
on.
comes
So
from?
we cannot say it enough. If you're in an evacuation zone, you should listen to that warning and you should leave. Because we don't want is what's happening in this apartment building right now.
If you're in an evacuation zone, it sounds like you're not
zone.
getting
They didn't
anything.
leave,
You don't
and now
have.
the fire
I mean,
department is
sure,
trying to
you don't have
rescue people
power
out of this very large building.
They
And
cut
you know
power,
what?
man.
Even if you're not in the exact evacuation zone, if you're close to it, pay attention.
Right.
You know, and maybe
If you
should
see
leave
fire,
anyway. You know, even if
now
you're not
might be a time to
directly
get a go
affected
bag.
at
Do you
that
guys have
time,
go
because we
bags
have
in case of
seen
something like this?
These wind shift and this fire
should have
just spread since
I
it
don't.
broke out. What at 10:30 this morning?
Yeah,
and here we are at 5:47.
I have like
yes,
stuff I need.
And just because the fire is, if you look out your window and you don't immediately
Look
see
at
there's
that.
more live pictures now of the fire, but the embers that will shoot and cross and jump and do all of those things, just because you are not necessarily right up against the blaze, doesn't mean that those embers aren't going to carry for hundreds of feet, thousands of feet even, and light something else on fire. Everything is so dry out there.
And Mike, I believe this is our LAX camera that we've pointed into the direction of Pacific Palisades to bring us these pictures.
That's
And you
Los
can see
Angeles
what
International
an intense
Airport.
fire line, how long it goes, how
That's where
smoky
Air
it
Force
is.
One is
And
right
again,
now.
The worst of the
Why?
conditions, the
Why
fire
are they
conditions
not?
are
Is that
happening
not
right now into
stupid?
the early morning
I mean,
hours.
here's
And
the
you can see
thing.
the camera bouncing around from the wind at LAX as we look to the north.
You know, we talked about earlier today just how dry we've been. We haven't had a significant
Holy
rain since
cow.
May. But you know, when you did
But
a
you know
close
what?
up of those
He
shrubs
did
and
3 more
greenery
billion to Ukraine today.
surrounding some of these
He
structures,
can't even get out of a
you know,
fire.
that's still fuel for fire. It may not be as dry as some of the other vegetation, but you know, and this particular instance, you know, our enemy is the wind right now because it's driving these flames. The humidity is so low that it doesn't matter necessarily if it's greenery or not. That's still going to catch fire, and that's what we have seen happening here. I think a lot of people have been surprised by the amount of structures, the amount of buildings. But with the fire as fierce as that, it doesn't matter. This picture you're looking at right now, Mike, just want to say that's Jasmine leaving the area.
Jasmine, let's go to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
This is
You guys,
awkward.
I'm holding the phone as my photographer Oliver is driving down PCH. We just came off Temescal and it is unbelievable, you guys. Right in front of me. Oliver, maybe just stop for a second here. That I'm shooting through the windshield. So hold on, let me get you a better shot. That is either an apartment building or another home up in flames. There's debris all across the road. We're trying to avoid traffic cones and trash cans that have been thrown across. People, I've actually seen a line of residents being let out by fire trucks or I guess fire SUVs trying to evacuate them, maybe those who chose to stay too long. There are flames on Temescal down to PCH and massive. Look at this. This is the building. We're going to inch past it. Oh. And you can feel the heat just through the window as we got out of there. We just came off Temescal. Yeah, that's it might be what Mike was talking about, the apartment.
No, that's
building,
a different one, Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz, you're on PCH. The one we were talking about is on Sunset. So this is a whole other building. Your GPS looks like.
Wow.
Are you south of Temescal on PCH?
Holy moly!
Yeah, we just went. Well, we went west on PCH, but we just came off Temescal.
Okay.
Going back through this intersection, and the visibility is horrible. And you see what we're dealing with: cones and trash cans all over us. Look, this guy just swerved around one.
Wow.
As he's trying to get out of here. And that's the Pacific Ocean. You can't even see it. It's just thick smoke. I mean, flames. Look at this.
Holy
right
cow.
along PCH. And it is chaotic. Fire trucks are going every which way. Look at this massive flame.
It just, the more we see, Jasmine, the further you get, it just seems like there are more flames.
Yeah.
And
This guy did he hit someone?
Oh,
they're trying to avoid the cone. I mean, there's just, I don't know how trash cans got in the middle of the PCH here, but yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to avoid as not only emergency vehicles, but just trying to get out of the way of the fire, right?
And that just makes it even, for firefighters, they can barely see in front of them. And smoke that heavy.
Okay, so they're turning around.
Yeah, and you can't see. I mean, I wouldn't even go up to
They're
Mescal
no longer
Canyon.
fighting fires. They're
That
doing
is-
life safety.
I mean, all those homes right along that stretch
And
look to be.
I forget what the thing wasn't that what he said. The term was for prevention.
We will hopefully get an
it's
update,
life safety
before
now.
the
It's the
night
main
is over,
thing.
but hard to keep up with numbers like that when it happens so quickly.
Well, we're so glad that you're doing okay,
absolutely.
Jasmine.
See,
When we
and
saw,
now you can barely make out. Yeah, you can barely make out the view, right, of Santa Monica. We're looking in the direction of Santa Monica. People
Yep,
can
know
understand
exactly
where
where
we're
you're
at
looking at.
now.
Looks like you're getting into more traffic, or are people stopping, pulling over the side of the road,
Yeah.
Jazz?
It looks to be where kind of they're staging all the fire trucks now as this
Yes.
fire has moved down off El Medio Avenue. I mean, it's just crazy. This is where there were tons of cars lined up earlier, a few hours ago trying to get out of here. And now the fire has made its way all the way down to PCH, across to Mescal. It just, the winds pushing these embers every which way. But the fact that it's moved this far,
Oh, look at that big truck.
they're all
Just
coming.
pulled out right
so
in
they're
front of you.
staging. Yeah, and they're staging all over here. I mean, this is some heavy equipment. They're trying to bring in the dozers to stop this fire from moving even further, right? Closer to Santa Monica, because you can see those lights in the distance down there.
Well, that's where a lot of
That's
people
Santa
were
Monica.
evacuating too, from what we heard. Even some people started out on foot heading towards Santa Monica.
Where is that?
Go ahead, Jazz.
Oh, I was going to say, on foot, on bike. We just passed a lady. I hope she got out of there. I told you, right when we had to leave, she was on her bike, riding out with some bags on her back.
Well, she's getting out any way she could. Another thing, there are some businesses up and down PCH, and I don't want to name any, because I don't want to mention something that happens not to be true. But there are some familiar spots where people like to dine and enjoy.
Iconic.
And you just don't know how they're doing at this point. So I said, even if you don't live in this area, if you do, it's
oh
so
my
sad and
gosh!
unfortunate.
Holy cow! I'm
But
getting ready
again,
to pull this back
is
up for y'all.
Impacting so many people.
Yep,
in
10,000 residents,
So
40,000.
I'm listening to the
homes,
fire dispatch
in the area there.
I-405 is their
houses
break.
of worship that
Oh,
have
there
caught
she
fire,
is.
as
Hey,
well.
there's Aquanet.
And now we see your face, Jazz.
Oh,
Jasmine, we gotta remember her. We need to send her a message. Be like, hey, can we interview
we
you?
just came to. This must be Topanga.
Look at her nose. It's like
right
all
on
the
PCH as
charcoal
emergency
in it.
vehicles are heading up that direction because the fire is moving that direction as well as we
So
saw.
I-405 is where they're looking to be the break now. They just said that over the
everywhere, and it's heartbreaking to see that
radio.
high school, the football field. Yeah, we're going to be directed through. Yep.
Thank you. Gotcha.
So,
The football
Jazz,
field, they're at the
they're turning on
Palisades Charter,
Topanga. They're turning on Topanga. Those fire trucks we saw.
Yeah, we're right at Entrada. Entrada Drive, we're going to flip around. So let us go see, because they're worried that it's now, it's going to jump, right? If you're familiar. So Patrick's Roadhouse, we're passing State Beach Liquor. Yeah, so.
Stage deal liquor.
Chautauqua, did I say that right? Chautauqua? That's the boulevard where.
Chautauqua,
yeah. Sorry,
that's okay.
Chautauqua. I can't even speak with the
Hatawa?
smoke.
Where's Rosamond at? She said Hatawa.
Real quick,
Did she?
where she was,
Hatawa.
where we saw that fire burning, I believe that was off Tahiti Way. It looks like it's a row of homes that are right there.
Well, I-405 is where they're.
Jasmine came off to Mescal
Where's she
and
on
was
now?
coming southbound on PCH. And it looked like near Tahiti, Shore Drive, Driftwood Drive.
I-405 is where the fire
terrace,
departments are pulling back as a break. That's going to be the break.
So
hopefully that they contain it and it doesn't go past 405. That's what we're looking at. The wind's going towards the ocean.
That are on the beach.
They're going the other way.
Right off the water.
This is pandemonium, y'all. This is just now getting
I'm a little
started.
surprised about how many citizens we're still seeing out there.
I mean, we're talking about this could be massive. I mean,
despite how long
the satellite images that will start coming out will be unbelievable.
Actually, you know what? I bet you there might be some now. People running, leaving, you know, to get out as best they can. We heard about people walking, and we saw and talked to some people who were on their bicycles. And the fact that some people are also stopping, maybe they're waiting to think that they're going to get some kind of clear to go back to their homes. But you know,
don't think for other people.
This looks for the time being. Yeah, that probably won't happen.
Yeah, no, not for quite some time. And you know, it could be a lot of people that thought that it would never move as far as it did, never move towards.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to show you guys. I forgot about that. Sorry, hang on a second. So look at this.
Up yet, but he described it to my colleague.
So this is. I'm sorry, Aquanet. We'll come back. Okay, so this right here, this is the original feed I found today. This is that surfer feed. This is the one you'll hear the fire talking. That's how I've heard about the break. Look, all day it's just been smoke. Now, when it started, you see that like where the fire is right now? There was just smoke coming from that area. It looked kind of like an industrial fire maybe. And it was the rest of the sky. This whole thing was crystal clear blue. And hey, Paul Marine, how you doing? And now it's just, I mean, look at the flames that are coming up over there. And they're so bright. I mean, it's so hot. I better bring out some pixie sticks. Hey, let me tell you what. We're good. We're good. We're going to do this. Okay. I'll probably do that. Probably need to start another stream. So let me set up another stream. Let's go back there to what I'll do is I'll set up another stream. I'm gonna shoot you guys over there. When streams get long with hours, they get kind of wonky. We'll send out another notification to hold another group because this. Yeah. So what time did I start this? 4:30, right? So we're gonna do this, and I'll take like a few minute break and everything. But I mean, I'll start playing it. We'll do Aquanet. Where did she go? No, why did everything freeze up on me? Oh, that's weird.
We're blowing around 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. It has now grown to over 1,200 acres, more than.
Oh, that was a long time ago. It's gone past that like crazy.
There are also hundreds of other members of local law enforcement helping in the firefight. Now, PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. At around 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. That could be more. More than 10,000 households remain threatened by the fire. That could be more. More than 13,000 structures are also threatened. And the reason I say that could be more because we have seen picture after picture in just the last hour or so of more structures that have gone up in flames, more homes. Multiple structures we know have been damaged, but fortunately, and here's the good part of all this, we have heard of no injuries tonight. And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers, you're live up the desk with more information.
This guy's
Pat, I want to run our viewers through exactly where this fire is burning and where the evacuation zones are right now.
This computer rocks. It's at 87% idling right now.
But I can tell you it is more significantly in the last hour or so moved more into this neighborhood. This is Palisades Charter High School, where we have seen that is on fire. I'll run you through some of the other map areas here. You can see some of these neighborhoods. Anywhere you see a white dot here, that is a home or a structure. Anywhere you see the red is where there has been fire activity. So we've already seen a number of structures burned. We've shown you that as well. Now our concern here is as the fire continues to move to the east here, the southeast, we know that people have not evacuated, even though they're in this evacuation zone. There's an apartment building here right in the 15,500 block.
That's the one that they're
Boulevard, where there is an active operation going down right now, Pat, to try to get people out of the building after it caught fire. I'm going to send it back to you because I believe that's where our Tom Waite is.
Oh, good. Well, we want to get that update from our reporter, Tom Waite. who has been chasing the flames all night. And Tom, we do want to know where you are now and what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pat. We're just at that location that Mike was just talking about a few seconds ago. Take a live look at very intense firefight going on at this apartment building. You can see the ladders up, the hoses blasting as much water as they can into that building. But obviously, it's going to be
300,000 are
very
being told to
fight,
evacuate.
And it's hard to tell from the outside just how much of this building is lost, but certainly from where we're sitting right
It's all
now,
lost, dude. You can see flames through the windows. It's all gone.
That structure could be rescued, although it is large. It's hard to tell how many units are in it right now and how deep the fire
Wiggles
is
tonight.
inside
We're not going to
just
have
get
that type
of
of
the
fun.
ferocity
Actually, hey, you know what? Maybe they need to go
and the
wiggle their
wind
hoses
is
out there
blasting the water
to get
around,
this fire
swirling it around.
Anyway,
it is,
just hope the
it's
fire's
whipping it.
paralyzed. Thanks, poor Marine.
The conditions out here are just absolutely
Yeah,
miserable.
ladder
for
trucks are
firefighters.
badass. Tell us
It
about
just
it.
could
You
not
ever
be more
been
challenging.
up in a ladder
The
truck?
one good thing I can say right now,
Jerry?
where I am right now, is that I can see a bit better. I'm not wearing my goggles for a second because it's difficult to
Because they kind of
report
suck.
with
They
and
didn't help
breathe
the
through a
other girl
mask and
very
have
much.
goggles on. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can. And that, at least right now in this particular spot, the air quality doesn't seem to be as horrible as it was on PCH. We're on Sunset Boulevard near Temescal Canyon. That's to give you a sense of where we are right now. And obviously you can see just the ferocious nature of this battle. Firefighters dousing this with as much as they can. Just one of the incredible challenges they have, as we've just been witnessing up and down Sunset Boulevard and PCH. It's just a night of just frantic firefighting. I apologize. I'm getting, it's difficult to breathe.
Okay, take a moment.
But yes, hopefully everyone got out of here okay. And yeah, sorry, Pat, go ahead.
You know what? No, that was my question to you, Tom. If you could see people even still evacuating at this hour, if they're on the street, on the roads near where this building is. But doesn't look like, well, my goodness, look at how those flames are coming through that building where you are there. So hopefully everyone has gotten out, because you don't see anybody milling, do you?
No, you don't. And, you know, Pat, when we were coming up Sunset Boulevard, too, there were points where you could not see almost anything in front of you. The fire was coming up the hillside. It was just an orange fireball from where we were driving. I didn't even know if we could get to this location because it was so dicey. But I think that people have evacuated here a while ago. It's from what I can tell right now, there's no one that lives in that building that's even here along the streets. I think people got out. You know, it was also very haunting, and I think we showed these images earlier as we were coming up Sunset. Oh my gosh, the wind is so intense. Oh, wow.
You know, I have to say this at this moment, Tom, simply because we were here a month ago. You were on PCH a month ago talking about the fire in Malibu, which is right next door. So this has just got to be even, I mean, for you to be in this very similar spot of watching these homes and structures burn is just surreal.
Point, Pat, it is surreal. And Pat, just to your point, look, there are people here on Sunset Boulevard where you were just asking me about people if they had evacuated. I just saw a Tesla be directed to cross the barrier there. It's hard to know if these people live in this building, but you're right, Pat. It is absolutely surreal and horrible once again to be in this situation. But this just feels even worse than that. Maybe it's because it's happening now.
I'm going to send everybody over there to it. All right, hang on. So we got this. Before I do this, I'll forget. You guys know how I am. I'll forget. All right. I got something new here to show you. Here is,
you know, and obviously this fire already. I don't know.
Share this. Wrong one. Where's the dude? Oh, there you go. I gotta mute that. Now, this is satellite image of this fire. This is what's happened. This is what the satellites have picked up. You see that? Look at that. Holy cow. I love how it's red right there. Look at that fire, man. Look at that. Holy cow. Look how it starts to light up. Look at that. Man, that is terrifying. Poor Marine. I don't know what to say, brother, but that's awesome. Hey, man, do me a favor. Since you're in Hawaii, get like all those Hawaiian drinks, man. Don't do something normal like, you know, like an American drink. Get like a Mai Tai, Sex on the Beach, or Come On, You Want to Lay Me, whatever they have over there. Pass the poi, you know, whatever it is. Do that. Do that, man. Get the fun stuff. All right, let's see here. I'm sorry. Let's get this back over to, oh, we got this guy. Whoops, not that guy. Oops, wrong one. Wrong one.
It's also on fire. And this is very close to the high school as well, as more firefighters are pulling in now. And
so that's where that big building is that's on fire. It says close to the high school. Look at those homes back there.
Good to see more of these engines pulling up. You know, LAFD in terms of staffing.
That is a live image right now, y'all.
Plus firefighters.
Holy cow.
Fighting these flames. They have 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, and fire investigators and safety officers on scene as these live pictures
Don't you just need one chief officer?
And worse and worse. This entire street seemingly on fire. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. You are around the corner from Palisades High. And what's your situation now?
Well, we're also around the corner from where we just went live, where I showed you those 2 apartment buildings on fire, and I talked about the rain of embers.
Holy cow! Look at that.
Them right here, and you can see what they've done.
I'll get this girl.
Started another spot fire.
She doesn't know about Jasmine or Jasper or
there are tons of
Aquanet
resources just around the corner from us fighting the fire at those 2 apartment buildings. But there are
Look
no
at that.
firefighters here. I know that they are aware that this is burning because a short while ago we saw
everything's burning. This is like the Battle of the Bulge, just surrounded.
The firefighters are, and it appeared to be a fire official. But if we pan that way, I don't know how well you can make it out because the visibility here is really, really poor. But something else is burning just down the street from us. We could see the flames a short while ago, but there's so much smoke that you can't see very far in front of you. And you see more rain of embers and still some people just now deciding to evacuate. We were surprised to see how many people had stayed put, but many of them are leaving now. And one man, as he was driving out, asked me to relay this message. He said that he was on Radcliffe and that there was a giant eucalyptus tree on fire and that there were no firefighters there. And he was concerned that the tree was going to catch other homes on fire. And likely that eucalyptus tree caught fire just like this vegetation you see here because an ember got into it and then it started burning. And so something else is now burning behind the shrub in the walkway between this apartment building and that home. And again, no firefighters here at the moment. We do know they are across the street or around the corner, I should say. And we also believe that they are aware of this, but we will make sure that they know as well. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. We've been talking about Pali High. Pali High is going to be closed tomorrow, as will Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter School.
I don't want to see all that. Yeah, it's funny. I'm listening to the fire department's things.
University High School.
Not paying attention to this guy talking. I just like, I need to go here and look what's happening.
Academy. So that's all tomorrow.
Yeah, hey, all schools in Palisades are closed tomorrow, okay?
Let's check in with Ed Lascos now for his vantage point. Ed, where are you?
Then they get control of their own panic. You can hear in their voices and they're doing nothing to comfort the locals watching. You're absolutely correct, Miss Trustloon. Absolutely correct.
20 minutes, there's a lot of looky-loos coming in, some riding their motorcycles, others in their pickup trucks coming by, driving, looking at this block, burning down to the ground. They all have their cell phones out. Rather macabre scene on their part. Any event, this is Antioch, just south, just below Haverford, about a block south of Gelson's, heart of the village. This whole block has been burning the last hour and a half.
Last hour it's been burning, man. That's just
the embers on the right side of your screen, on the western side of the street, and the winds have been blowing on your screen from right to left, blowing it across the homes on the left side of Antioch. And as Mike the photographer was saying with these embers, when you get a really good gust, his description was good. He said it looked like a missile flying up in the air from one of the homes that's totally engulfed in flames and flying over maybe about 200 feet into the neighborhood to the left where we have a glow in the sky. So there are just
talking about this looks like a missile flying off this thing. You haven't heard anything about like
the winds kicking
ammo
up. Sometimes you get some really strong gusts, and it is a shower of those lit embers blowing across. So there's really no.
Oh, look, the car's going. Oh, nope. I'm going down there. Am I?
Spot fires hits. Another one is picked up by the flames. See the vehicles here. More of these looky-loos. They just come by.
What did you think, dummy? What did you think? Oh, hey, I'm just going to turn left. Did you not look? Did you not realize you're in the middle of a fire? Oh, look, there's Joe Biden right there.
We also had one other lady who came by.
Isn't that the Secret Service that takes
because
the
it was one of her homes down here. We tried to talk to her, but her point she said was she was trying desperately to call 911. She had her cell phone too, and she said, "Look, I keep calling 911. It's not picking up. So I don't know what the situation is."
I can't make it. And then they couldn't back up. Then they couldn't back up. So they had to turn around. Boy, I'll tell you what, I'd feel really assured if I was in this. Oh, look, it's a Subaru. It's a Subaru.
The Palisades High School burning.
I'm in a Subaru. I can go anywhere.
And that fire is threatening to jump over Temescal and move further to the east in our direction because the wind is pushing it this way with the embers. When we get some good gusts there, you can see some of the flames lapping over the top of that home.
I hope they have fire insurance. Right at the. I mean, you're in California. Itself. California always has fires.
Again, one spot fire after another, and unfortunately, these spot fires of homes like that right there just burning out of control right down to the ground.
All right.
And Lascos, a question for you. We know when we were talking to you earlier, there were no firefighters anywhere near you. Has that changed at all, or is it still just burning with nobody there?
Well, we saw one firefighter driving by in a fire truck. He came around this way over toward Antioch and over toward Temescal, surveying the area. But that was it, just trying to get an idea of what was burning. But in terms of a firefight on the ground, no, nothing at all. No firefighters. We hear sirens as they move up and down on Sunset. So probably some of those homes that Christy's been showing us, the apartment buildings up there that have been burning, but nothing down here. But it's really, as you look down at this horrific scene, there's not really much firefighters can do here, and if they try to stay ahead of these glowing embers, that's an impossibility too. But it is amazing. That was what the lady who was having an emotional breakdown in a sense, and I certainly can't blame her, trying to get through to 911, and her point was, where are the firefighters? And I said, at this point we're on our own, because the firefighters are doing the best that they certainly can.
Yes, they are. All right, Ed, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And your photographer, of course, on scene. Stay safe. Smaller picture here, Santa Monica Cam, the flames on the hillside just continue to burn out of control. This fire is 100% out of control. Last check, it was
gone, man. Everything's gone.
We heard from fire officials, county, city, and state, including Governor Newsom, and the complete acreage at that point was 1,262. As you can imagine, that has just ballooned since then.
Yeah, I wish they'd say what it was.
Scott, basically the public information officer of LAFD, was saying that he didn't think that there was going to be an update from officials, another one tonight. The next one was likely not going to happen until tomorrow morning. So it's best to stay with us here at Fox 11 and online. We are streaming foxla.com. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. You could also, if you have not done so yet, a great resource is the Fox Local app.
Well, we don't have the Fox Local app because we're not local.
And you can stream us live from there. This big picture here, this is from Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea Edwards is on the ground there. Chelsea, are you there?
Yes, I am, Marla. Oh, it's just devastating watching this. I actually just spoke off camera with the homeowner of one of these homes. It's no longer standing. There's nothing left actually right now. When we got here,
Teresa S. There's some place in California never lived. That's one of them. Look at this. Look at that. It is absolutely unbelievable.
One, I believe, was a gas line.
Daniel L., imagine being the most taxed state in the nation, not having the social resources worse than this state's without income tax. This is just they found the cause of it. They found the cause of it. Right there. I love it.
A lot of events like this, but he said he's never seen anything like this before, and he says this part at least these homes could have easily been saved. He's just said he was here all day with his neighbors. They were watering everything down with their garden hoses, trying to save these homes. And they had a fire engine
Californians,
as the
they
flames were coming
know what's
down
going
through the
on out there.
mountain
They're not
and
stupid.
coming
Their
toward their homes.
insurance
And he said
there
they ran out of water and they
because
took off.
there is
They had to go to
insurance there
something
because
else. So
it's
he
being
just sort of
possibility.
stood
True,
there
true,
helplessly
true, true,
trying
true.
to save his home.
It's
and couldn't do anything about it.
I mean, this
He
is just
watched
one
it
of
go
those
up. He
things,
watched
though.
it
It's,
catch. He
I mean,
first
there's
watched his
nothing.
neighbor home catch on fire, then he
It's
watched his home
devastation,
catch
you
on
know. This
fire,
is right
and
now.
two
What
family
I am
members ran
streaming
across
is
the street
controlled
and so on.
pandemonium,
He's
and
just
all
kind of
all we
standing
can
here
do
just in
is
utter
we sit
disbelief.
here
And
and we
he
watch
just
it
said,
burn. We pray that
this
nobody
could
gets
have been
hurt.
preventable. This
And we haven't heard of
shouldn't have
any
happened this way.
casualties yet, so we're very
But he said
blessed
that's
there.
that. I mean, what can we
Other
do?
than that,
There's
we're sitting around
absolutely
watching a
nothing left. There's
bonfire.
not even a beam
We're
left
watching the
standing
beginning of
of what was
history
once
because what
his
happens
home.
next is they
Everything
have to
back up in that
rebuild.
hillside has
And
burned
we'll
as well.
see
We
this
saw a lot of
years from
active
now.
flames a few
Like,
minutes
oh
ago.
my gosh, I remember
Now we're
that.
just seeing
We're
a
all
lot of
together on
smoke,
expert
of
stream
black,
telling
thick
stupid
smoke just
jokes
kind
to
of
one
coming down
another
throughout the
and looking
canyon. We
like
just
just
heard
thinking,
another
oh my gosh.
explosion there.
And you know
And as
what?
it's nightfall now, we're able to see a lot of the glow from other
Hopefully
spot
this never
fires
happens to
kind of
any of
all
us.
over these
But
ridge points.
also,
I'm not sure how
hopefully,
much the camera
because
can
of
pick up. If we
this,
look directly across
we'll
the
be
stage,
aware in
you
case
can see
something
some of
like
the
this
very
does
top there.
happen.
Looks like
And we see the
there's some
warning
wind blowing
signs.
as well, and some
Be
bigger
prepared. That's
bigger
something that's
flare-ups that are sort of coming
you can
out from the
never
top of
be
that ridge.
prepared
We're seeing those
enough.
all up and down PCH. I mean,
This
everywhere
is
you look, you just see
crazy.
flames.
It's
No
an
matter what
absolutely
direction you're
crazy
looking in,
time.
there is fire.
I've never
Again,
seen
these
anything
homes are
like
on
this in
Terrace
my
Circle.
life. I mean,
There's
honest to goodness,
nothing
I've
left
never
of them.
seen. This is a major city. I mean,
This gentleman that I
it's
spoke
miles
to, he also
away
said he was
from
a
Beverly
99-year-old
Hills.
resident. He said the
It's
residents
Los
in that
Angeles
area helped
County.
get
It's
her out.
just
They brought her here to this parking lot
this is
across
the
the street,
second
across
biggest
PCH,
county in the
and then she was
United
eventually taken
States.
by first responders to safety or to an evacuation center.
Imagine if
She
this were
couldn't
New
evacuate
York.
on her own, but again, he's just sitting here
There's
watching.
another pop,
Just in
another
utter
propane tank
disbelief,
going on.
as you would be if you saw this. I mean, when we started here, an hour or so ago, there were several structures standing here, not just one, but several along Terrace
Yeah,
Circle.
you can't
And
do
now, I mean,
anything.
look at this.
It's just saving lives.
Nothing left standing. It's just all gone. And you can see this structure burning a little bit down to the right here.
But this is
We've
completely
seen a
uncontrollable.
couple
It was uncontrollable
people
when,
with
oh,
this
look at
that
the
appear to
embers
be,
falling.
transient individuals.
Yes, it wouldn't be California
a
unless there's a
couple
guy
times
skateboarding
ourselves
down
a couple
the
times
evacuation zone. Guys, this is something, this could happen
also
anywhere.
understandable.
It doesn't matter.
I think a lot of people coming to this particular
Fire.
area because there's no structures on the other side of
I love
PCH.
fire.
You've just got sand and water.
Absolutely
so
love
it's
it.
relatively safe in terms of what's going on.
Probably
in
because
this
it's
area
one of
and
the
in
most
terms of what
scary
your other
things in the
options
world.
are, because there's just nothing
Crazy.
left to burn
It's
once
a
this
lot more
jumps to
dangerous
PCH.
than
It has jumped
snakes or
PCH.
people.
At certain points, we
Fire
saw those
is
flames
also
down. You can see it in the
alive.
distance. I
It
can't even see them
breathes
anymore. We couldn't
as
see them
it
a while ago. Now
destroys.
you
It
just see
eats.
this thick smoke. And again, no
And
fire
this is
personnel either.
just,
They were staged for
this
quite
is
some time down at the end
this is
of that
unbelievable
street, down a little
pandemonium.
bit south on PCH.
This is something,
They're
like I
no
said,
longer
I've
there.
never
We
seen
hear
anything
the
like this.
sirens.
This is
Not sure
Los
exactly where
Angeles is
they
the
are,
second
but no
largest
firefighting efforts
place,
on these homes as well on
largest
Terrace
city in
Circle. So just
America, behind New
so hard
York.
for these residents who called this
That's
home
what we're
and who
dealing
are
with
now
here.
trying to figure out how they're going to rebuild and what they're going to
I mean,
do
yes,
from here.
she just said, think about how they're
It's
going to
devastating
rebuild.
to watch.
That's the next step.
It really
But like
is.
right now,
Chelsea, thank you. Look at
that's
the
just
smaller
crazy.
picture there of the Santa Monica cam, and it looks like it's even
Daniel, is
grown
there a
even
live
worse
map? It
in the
was
last couple of
not
minutes, and that's to
updated
be
that
expected
well
because the
last
winds
time we
are
looked. I
picking
may
up.
have.
Let's joining us. Let's
see
welcome
here.
to our coverage here, Rick Crawford. I understand, and forgive me if I'm wrong. Your former LAFD
that's not
battalion chief,
it.
sir.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time out. out. What do you make of the Palisades fire in all of your time with LAFD? Have you seen anything like this?
So, after having a few decades of career with the Los Angeles Fire Department, actually I have seen this a few different times in this particular area. However, with the winds being, with a 24-hour period of these life-threatening and destructive winds, that's actually the big concerning part here. Usually you have a 3-day or 4-day Santa Ana wind event, but without the winds being so fierce.
Oh, they're asking for water tenders or whatever, how you say the word for them really quick. All right, here you go. You want to see the live one? Oh, hey, they have updated everything. Wow, these are the live. They updated the numbers, y'all. You ready for this? Holy cow. Remember how all night long they've been saying that it's 1,200 acres have been burned? And I was like, man, it's got to be past 1,200 acres now, right? Well, they've updated the numbers. There's who else? Daniel, I'm glad that you asked if there was a fire map because wait, where'd he go? There it is. And boom. The Palisades fire is now up to 2,921 acres. Look at that. So what you're looking at here is, where do they go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? All through here, the red, these are mandatory evacuations. These are, what do they call it? A evacuation warning. The others are evacuation orders. Warning is if you, those that require additional time to evacuate, and those with pets and livestock should leave now. And then this is immediate threat to life. It's lawful order. Leave now. It's closed to the public. And then this right here, obviously, is the fire, live fire burning. They got the overlaid map. So in this map, let's see here how accurate it is. Yeah, Palisades Drive. That's where Aquanet was. Right here. And look at this. See how this is going up here? All this live fire. This is only, that's a fire road going up there. Oh, cow. Holy cow. So this is I-405 down here. This is where they're drawing the line. They hope that it does not. This has been dedicated as it does not pass right here. But look where it takes Brentwood, Santa Monica. Oh, strike teams now, they're calling for a structural protection. Big Rock is next area of concern. Where's Big Rock? Palisades High School on fire. That's where she was. Everything's just gone. All this is active fire. All that yellow. Incident perimeter evacuation. Yeah, so the incident perimeter is right here. Boom. That's where it all is. Wow. Oh my gosh. Holy cow.
Start moving stuff around within the division.
Look at this. There's that surfer cam. They have 2 areas on fire now. There's 2 glows. Look at this building over here on the left. Look how hot. Whoa. So what it is, but man, that just lit up. You hear the fire radios, man. They just started going like crazy just a second ago. Let me finish setting this up. Hang on here. On buttons. Where's the deal? There you go. No. Am I hitting the wrong? Oh, I mean, my hands are off a whole key line. Of course, now they quit talking. I spell Los Angeles. I just realized I don't know how to spell it. All right, let's see here.
I can see right now that there's wind gusts at up to 52 miles an hour in that particular area. So water, from a water dropping standpoint, would be a little bit ineffective, and so
water's now ineffective.
Firefighters to be at a big disadvantage right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and those could get even higher as we make our way toward midnight and into the early morning hours of Wednesday. Former LAFD Battalion Chief Rick Crawford, thanks so much for hopping on the line and for your insight tonight.
Anytime.
Back to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf, who has seen some of the worst devastation. Matthew, I know you've been moving around. Where are you at now?
Yeah, we're outside Palisades Charter High School again, kind of on the other side where the majority of the fire is taking place, just so we can show it to you. It's my understanding this is the baseball field area. There's some lockers, kind of like a field house, and the school is kind of the far side looking out there, so we're not exactly sure how far the flames have spread to the school itself, but the wind is blowing that direction, and it's just hard to see beyond what you're looking at right now because of all of the smoke. Just dealing with all the smoke and the wind out here. Sam, if you want to try to flip it back this direction, just to put it in perspective, we're on the other side of the street. There's another home on fire above us on this hillside, but there's so smoke. Visibility is very low right now. We have seen some firefighters trying to do the best that they can, putting out fires on homes, but for the most part, the school, we're not seeing a lot of firefighter action where we are. We obviously know that they are pretty overwhelmed right now given the situation, and it's just very, very scary for folks out here. Go ahead and send it back to you.
I just want to clarify, Matthew, are these the classrooms that have now caught fire? Because I know
it's the school, dummy. There's classrooms in the school.
Yeah, we are still on we flip sides here, but we're by the baseball field, the locker room, and I guess you could call it a field house. I know photojournalist Sam Dubin went to the school. What are we looking at right now, Sam?
So we're on Sunset Boulevard at Temescal Canyon. This is the baseball field area. And those buildings we were showing you are kind of like storage buildings. I think maybe like dean's office. So I haven't seen the actual classrooms catch on fire. But what's incredible is this is across the way. See these fires. These are homes on, I believe, Radcliffe Avenue, which the fire had to jump Temescal Canyon to get to these homes. And it's just absolutely decimated them. I mean, I never thought I would see snow like this.
Yeah, to Sam's point, I mean, we've counted. I mean, we've probably lost count of the structures that we've seen burning. It's unbelievable. It's something you never expect, and this is Sam's high school. Like so many other people watching, it's just hard to see.
Yeah, you know, it's a very special place. They filmed a lot of TV shows here. Modern Family was shot.
Oh, Modern Family was filmed there.
Legally Blonde, the movie franchise, was shot here. It's
Legally Blonde.
The school's very familiar to a lot of people if you watch TV and movies. A lot of history here, a lot of celebrities here. Will.i.am was the celebrity that my generation knew from this school. But yeah, a lot of history here at this high school.
Yeah, a lot of background. Let's see if we can walk up this way and kind of show those buildings again. We were at the front of the school that Sam was talking about, and the smoke alarms were going off, but we didn't see active flames on the front end of the school. But again, looking out here, this is the baseball field house, locker room sort of area, and just a wall of flames right now. And you can hear the wind picking up too.
Yeah.
Continues to spread.
Speaking of schools, sorry, I'm stuttering there because I've got a lot of information coming at me right now. Thank you for that live report from Pali Charter High School as the fields there continue to burn.
Isn't it?
Just getting word that LAUSD announcing that the schools that will be closed tomorrow include Palisades Fire, Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School. So they will be monitoring the fire on Wednesday and then potentially shift those campuses to remote learning on Thursday. A couple of points that we learned.
Promote learning? Is that she said promote learning on Thursday?
If you're looking at your screen,
why does that seem funny to me?
It went from about 1,300 to more than 2,900 acres, 2,921 acres. That is the latest acreage count from LAFD, still threatening 10,000 homes. Now we are getting word from LAFD that they are so strapped for resources that they're looking for firefighters to call in to this hotline to help in this firefight. That number is on your screen. It is 213-576-8962. So again, LAFD saying we need all firefighters on deck. So if you are watching us right now and you think that you are a firefighter and you are able to
all
help,
firefighters on
give
deck.
us a call 213-576-8962.
How's that work? Like, do retired firefighters, can they go in?
Fires I've never seen a call out like that.
Yeah, right,
before.
Daniel.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't remember.
I think they said classroom, didn't she?
For firefighters to respond to, which gives you a sense of the severity of this issue. If you are just joining us, or maybe you're joining us
to the rain dance, that's right.
Went to national broadcast. It's now 6:30, and we are on the air with live local coverage of the Palisades fire. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with you tonight throughout the night here on Fox 11, on Fox 11 Plus, streaming on the Fox local app. We want to go to Haley Winslow right now, who has a representative from the fire department to give us the latest information.
Nice. Where did Aquanet go?
Yeah, I'm sure you recognize this face. This is one of the public information officers for LAFD, firefighter David Ortiz.
Wow,
He's been
hang on a
here
second.
all day,
This
obviously
is...
at the forefront of all.
Look at this one. Holy cow, that looks scary. Look at the wind. The wind, man. Wait, hold on. Where was I? I turned off the wrong one.
People left this area. It looks
Look at
like
that.
a literal
Holy moly.
firestorm where you are on Via Santa Ynez.
Yeah, Kathy, the roads are so quiet right now, as you would hope. People have largely evacuated the area. There are a few
They're not saying
people
2,900
who have
acres.
stuck around, but they seem to think that they
Still
have their
daylight
plan,
there in some of
they are
it.
going to leave at the last minute. But
I think
as we've seen
Aquanet's
all
still in the
day, these
daylight.
winds, and it's been noted in a few live reports that these winds are so unpredictable. They're not blowing in just one direction. They're blowing in several directions, and they shift at a moment's notice. So it's tough to tell where these flames are going to go next. And then when you add in this wind, you've got these embers that are flying into the night sky. That's part of the reason that we had to back up. I mean, they were flying, these embers, so many of them were flying right at us that we wanted to get out of
coming right at us.
Direction and move to a safer distance, which is where we're bringing you this live report from right now. But yes, Kathy, to answer your question, most people have heeded the evacuation warnings and left. There are a few that remain. But as you can see, the evacuation...
A few have not listened and said, no, I'm going to stay here because it's not really that hot anyway.
Is there any kind of structure protection? Are you seeing them with hoses pulled out to do anything here?
Are you seeing them with hoses pulled out to do anything? What a great hard-hitting question.
It just changes by the block, really,
I gotta
Colleen.
see here. I have...
They'll work on a home for a moment, but then they've got to move a few
all right,
homes
I'm
down
going
a
to
few seconds later.
take a break, all right? Stretch my legs, walk around, something to drink,
they have any kind of
cough.
home, they're going to move away from it.
I'm going to send this stream over to the next stream. The next stream's going to start at 9:50. And here's something else. So we're pushing on 5 hours right now. I like to do a stream no longer than like really 3 hours and then do another one because of reasons. It's just it works out better in the long run. I forget how many hours you can do one, and then you can't edit stuff, and then also I don't know. It's part of the whole thing. So I'm going to cut this off and we're going to go to the next one. All right. So I'll start that
they can be given the dynamic situation
at
that's
9:50
unfolding before them.
All right. I think I got everything figured out how to do it.
It's
So what I'm going to do is I'll
dramatic
send you guys
to
over there.
watch what we're
Appreciate you guys. You know what we're going to do?
right
We're going
now.
to say,
Alex, could you
we're going to,
describe
this is very
for us
appropriate.
what
We're going to do a little
you're
song, a little dance.
how hot
Very
this
appropriate
fire
for right
is,
now.
the
I
air
love you
quality.
guys.
We
Thank
can
you so
hear
much
the
for giving me a
winds.
break.
It's
Hey, if you're
just
on anything
incredible
like
how
Twitter or anything
strong
else,
this
please
is.
announce that other stream. Let people know. Let's
Yes,
get some,
and
let's
the
get some
winds
new
have
faces in here,
intensified so
some
much,
people in
and
here,
we're
and
watching
just
these flames move,
and
and
we'll
it's
show
a
them what it's
complete
like, how we do our chats. All
But
right.
as I sit here right
And
now, I think of the very
that,
human element here, that there are so many
this
families,
is a
many of
sucky
them
Taco
probably
Tuesday, ain't
watching
it?
our broadcast or news broadcast tonight,
See you guys in a little bit.
watching and hoping for the best. And right now, it's in the hands of Mother Nature and the wind.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got her. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out, I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Jesus, 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 it's a fire. Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire.